Good morning and welcome back. Squawk Box live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. Checking the futures, solid this morning, getting back most of yesterday's losses. Got the S&P indicated up about 43 points.
Unauthorized users reportedly gaining access to Anthropic's powerful Mythos AI model. Kenzie Segalis is here to join us, tell us more about what is going on. I always thought this was likely to happen. They have this preview edition. I kept saying to myself, some bad guy is going to get it.
And apparently it happened within hours of it launching 2 weeks ago. So Anthropic's most powerful and most controversial AI model is now at the center of this reported security breach. The company confirming to CNBC it is investigating whether unauthorized users got into Mythos through one of its outside vendors. But in another statement out last night, Anthropic added that it has no evidence that activity affected Anthropic's own systems. Now, the startup says Mythos can identify and exploit vulnerabilities across every major operating system and web browser. That is why access has been tightly restricted to a small circle of vetted partners, including names like Apple, Amazon, and reportedly the NSA and other government agencies as well. It's all part of a program called Project Glasswing. Bloomberg, which first reported the story, says the group got in through a patchwork of openings, contractor credentials, details exposed in the recent Mercor breach, and bots scraping unsecured sites like GitHub for clues that help them locate Mythos online. Now, those unauthorized users describe their activity as harmless testing, like building websites, not probing for vulnerabilities, but the bigger concern is the pathway in and whether foreign adversaries or other bad actors are already using similar methods.
What do we think?
I was talking to Ben Van Roo. He's from Legion Intelligence. It's this AI agentic startup that works with the Department of Defense. And he said that this wasn't some brilliant zero-day exploit. It was a product of the fact that the AI ecosystem is highly interconnected with open source coding tools, contractors, vendors. So there was nothing really revolutionary about this. It was pen test access, penetration testing access through a vendor. And then you pair that with a couple of breaches. Mercor is this AI data labeling company that works with a lot of these folks. They got hit by Light LLM, which is an open source coding tool connecting apps with LLMs. So it's just a sprawling ecosystem, and that was the problem.
So I was talking to a security specialist this weekend who said to me, you know, this whole Mythos thing is great marketing for Anthropic, meaning that everybody is having private meetings about it, the Treasury is meeting with the Fed, the banks are all meeting with, and he was arguing, it's better than what is available today, but he said you can actually find a lot of the exploits today just using, you know, effectively what Opus 4.7. Do you think it's? I mean, it is a step change, but is it? From what you hear, a massive step change? Meaning, do you think we're going to find thousands and thousands of things that need to be patched?
I mean, Mozilla Firefox came out with, you know, their status report having tested this out, close to 300 vulnerabilities that they were able to patch with it. But you have to look at exactly what you pointed out, the fact that they saw this reversal of their relationship with the White House. The three of you were speaking to President Trump yesterday. He talked about these productive talks with Anthropic, potentially being close to working with them again. That is a 180 from where the government stood just 2 weeks ago when they called them a national supply chain risk.
Even if it's not, you know, light years ahead of what exists at the time, if you're a company and you're worried about hackers getting a hold of a tool that's slightly better, may or may not find anything in your system.
Oh, you need it.
You've got to use it, right?
Exactly, and that's why you're seeing appetite from governments around the world. They want in. And the other point that, you know, Ben Van Roo made to me is that you already have foreign adversaries or other spies embedded in these frontier labs. They're getting access to the credentials that you need.
I don't want the second best. I want the best if I'm trying to protect a system, either in the government or from a personal corporate.
Exactly, and I was at the White House on Friday, and that's when, you know, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was meeting with Dario Amodei because the Treasury wants access, and NSA is reportedly already using it. OMB is going through all these different protocols to test out what they would need to do in order to deploy Mythos. But yeah, everybody wants in, because even if it's just the hype, nobody wants to be left behind.
Do you think a deal is going to be made with the DoD?
Absolutely. There's no question in my mind that they're already using the tech.
Right.
So, and I've been told that.
I mean, that's what we pushed to the president on yesterday, but I'm with you. That's what seemed like the obvious answer from the beginning of this whole situation.
Possible.
I thought he said there's going to be a deal, didn't he?
He said it was possible after very good talks on Friday. And what what I will say is that I'm told that these are two different tracks. The supply chain risk designation is being fought out in court, and that's apparently different to what they're negotiating with Mythos, but I don't see how those two things coexist. They can't be a supply chain risk and used by national intelligence agencies.
Thank you. Very smart. Coming up, a new executive order could open up medical use of psychedelic drugs. We're going to talk about that. Take a closer look in just a moment. But first, shares of GE Vernova rising, the company posting better than expected results and offering upbeat revenue guidance. Strong demand from data centers driving order growth. We'll discuss that one as well. That stock up about 3.5% right now. You are watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC. Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump signing an executive order this week directing government agencies to accelerate medical treatments for serious mental illness. The order specifically, though, calls out psychedelic treatments, directing an increase in federal funding to research their use. Psychedelic stocks jumping a bit on this news. You can see it right there. And joining us right now, psychedelics investor Christian Angemeyer is the founder of Purian Investment Group, founder of Adel Life Sciences, and a seed investor in Compass Pathways. And it sounds like you've taken all of these drugs too, so you can help us understand.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today. But I did.
But help us understand what's happening here and how the investor class should even think about this.
So psychedelics, and I'm very proud that we're pioneering it with my company Beckley since 2017. are on a very good way to become medically used again. That's super important because people were like texting me, oh, does it mean now it's going to be legalized, or what does it mean? No, like psychedelics are coming back what they were in the 70s and 60s and before, like medical treatments for mental health issues. Means in the future, you can go to your physician, do a psychedelic session with them, and then go home. So it's under supervision in a clinical setting.
And do you think it's, by the way, going to be limited to that, or do you think that this is the beginning of something that ultimately turns into something else? And I say that because there was a period of time where people talked about marijuana being, about medical marijuana, and then, of course, now you can't walk down the street without, you know.
I don't like the word limited in the context because it sounds negative, but I think it's the right thing that it's only medically used and only medically used with a therapist together, because psychedelics are amazing and wonderful therapeutics, but they are very strong, positively strong. That's why they actually have a responder rate in the clinical trials for the worst cases of treatment-resistant depression, addiction, anxiety disorders, whatever, of up to 80%. So that's the great thing. But it's also a very strong experience, which you should do with a professional together. It's very important.
Walk through how some of this works. And, you know, I think people have two views. You hear about people going on a trip,
Yep.
with a doctor, and then you hear about people going to a rave on a trip. And
Exactly.
so
That's not the right thing to do.
Okay.
Because what they do in a very simplified form, in the short time we have, we all have an ego, which is great. You wake up in the morning, that's
I mean,
what
some
drives
have
you.
a bigger ego than
Some
others.
have a bigger ego, but we all have it. Like, not, I don't mean it in these colloquial terms of, oh, somebody has a big ego, but like, it's what drives us, whatever. But this ego part,
Freudian ego.
yeah, exactly. This ego part actually prevents you sometimes from working through issues you have, especially when people have had trauma or other severe problems. Every therapist will tell you that therapy is such a non-effective solution at the moment because, figuratively speaking, the therapist cannot bypass that ego. So under a psychedelic trip, that's the very simplified version to put it, this part of your brain, we really see it in brain scans when we do it in parallel, this ego part of your brain is reduced. So some people would then say, oh my God, who am I without my sense of self? But then you will realize, oh, there is much more. People would call it your subconsciousness. I sometimes...
I've always wanted to try this, by the way. I'm very curious about this.
I'm happy, like, soon it's
I
going to be
don't
available
recommend it for you.
in the US.
I don't.
The ego's too big.
I grew up in the 70s. I'm not going to say anything more than that, but what I like...
Soon you can.
No, I know exactly, you know, take
He
your
knows
pick.
too much.
Take your pick. But my question is, okay, this all sounds good in a psychological, psychiatric setting. I still want to know what chemicals mediate the problems you were just talking about and how these psychedelics, their mode of action, their point of action, the neurotransmitter that we're talking about, I assume, is it serotonin or?
Yes, so they work with the serotonin mechanism. They dock at the 5-H2A receptor.
In what part of the brain? All parts of it? Wherever serotonin is.
Yes,
wherever
but what we can localize in MRI scan, that part where the ego resides, or
What's
where
that,
the
the
ego is
hippocampus
built,
or-
it's the default mode network is the term for that part of the brain.
cerebral cortex?
It is literally like it is a part of the brain. It's not like
Okay.
in
One of the higher brain centers.
yeah.
Obviously.
So, and that default mode network, which is an area in your brain, you see a reduced activity while you have a psychedelic session.
Because I can see how you would look at the after effects of doing this, and it could be therapeutic, but I don't think you have any idea
Right, how do you...
the mode of action and whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether
Don't
it's
eat around
lasting,
acid
whether
for
it's...
Woodstock, right?
I would disagree. First of all, we know the mechanism of action. We know we've treated thousands of people. If question if it's good or bad, like we know that the side effect profile is very moderate, mild to moderate. Like kind of the
Still
worst
like to
things
know
is
exactly what
nausea.
What does the doctor do to watch what you're doing? Do they guide you through in some way, or they're just watching to make sure you don't have a bad reaction?
So first of all, because the side effect profile is mild to moderate, it's more like a psychological assistance than a physical assistance. And some people are really mostly dealing with themselves. Like you go into these, I could colloquially say, dream state. Yeah, sometimes I would say it's a very religious, spiritual experience. sometimes people don't want to talk if they haven't experienced their work. So it's really the physician is mostly there for guidance.
Right.
To keep you
Well,
from
it's like,
hurting
yeah.
yourself or going off in some crazy.
It's not. These are these sort of, I would say, urban legends. Like literally 99% of the people are going in a dream state. They wouldn't hurt themselves. Right? But sometimes, by the way, you float and you come out and like you want to talk. Like you think about it like, I don't know how much time we have, but I can give you actually one patient profile, which I think is always very strong. Like,
The strength. If you heard of something called window pane from the 70s, if you took a four-way, if you took a lot of it's like surgical, it's LSD.
Yeah.
And if you took a strong dose of that I can't imagine that's what you're doing here, and that you would say 99% don't have a problem, because there's major things that have happened. People have jumped off buildings. They try to cut off their fat on there.
So what I can tell you, like, my company.
You think bad trips? You said that was a myth. That bad trips is a myth.
No, we throwing in everything together, every buzzword. So what I can tell you, clinically,
Yeah.
hear me out. Clinically, my company and some others, we've treated thousands of people. Yeah, none of what you just described happened.
Right.
We actually
With
have.
LSD, not
hear me
with
out,
LSD, though.
Hear me out. Another company, not mine, is doing LSD. Yeah, great drug. Like, hear me out. We followed up a lot of these urban legends. So when we can reach people who post their chat forums online, oh my God, I had a bad trip, then mostly people then said, when we followed up with them, contacted them, what happened? Oh, I took psychedelics and a little bit of cocaine and this, and I was at a rave. I was like, hell no, like I can tell you what happens in your brain if you mix things, whatever. This is it's very important. That's why I'm saying it needs to be a clinical setting.
We're going to run out of time. Let me ask you.
It's important because, like,
Right. Let me ask you one very important financial question.
Yeah.
Which is these drugs, unlike drugs that Pfizer may work on and ultimately get a patent on and all of the things that can then protect pricing.
Yep.
What kind of pricing protection do you have on any of this?
We have, on all the psychedelics, we develop full intellectual property that goes from partially that we have really new chemical entity patents, we have data exclusivity, we have formulation patents, because obviously people don't take the natural mushrooms, it's a synthesized version of it. Like, so because we...
So this doesn't turn into... The point I'm raising is the possibility that because so much of this has been around for a long time, that there are going to be generic versions,
it's a
compounded versions. You know, people look at what him and hers is doing to the GLP-1 market, or was doing. I mean, just the ability to undermine any kind of true IP in this space. What does that look like as a moat on your business?
It's a very good question. So we have full patent protection, intellectual property on all of our psychedelics. In this sense, it does help commercially that it's only for use with a therapist or with a physician. So meaning like the compounding won't happen because it's not allowed. It's not allowed to take these drugs to home and use it yourself. So it's within the medical setting.
I hope we get to have this conversation again, and maybe we'll all go on a trip before that and find out what it's really like, so that we can have the experiential version. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Coming up, fallout from the Iran war in energy and the fertilizer supply. But first, the AccuWeather forecast with meteorologist Bernie Rain.
Lingering chill today, Philadelphia, New York City. AccuWeather says a little bit of rain in New York City this morning. Boston, some rain this afternoon. Canton by a drop of rain across the southeast or Florida. Beautiful day, Chicago, Kansas City. Some showers this morning in Dallas. Watch out for some thunderstorms in Houston this afternoon. We'll start drying things out along the west coast, although there still can be a shower in San Francisco. Your AccuWeather travel forecast, maybe some delays in Dallas today. Watch Houston for delays this afternoon. To help you make the best decisions and be more in the know, download the AccuWeather app today.
Welcome back, everybody. Deutsche Lufthansa says that it will cancel some European routes and 20,000 short-haul flights that are scheduled between now and October in a bid to try and save jet fuel. European airlines have been struggling with potential shortages and higher prices amid the war in Iran. Jet fuel prices in Europe have more than doubled since the start of the war. Last week, the International Energy Agency warned that Europe has only about 6 weeks of jet fuel supply left. That supply shock tied to the Strait of Hormuz is hitting fertilizer markets as well, setting the stage for higher food prices in the months to come. Joining us right now is Ben Emmons. He is FedWatch Advisors founder and CIO. And Ben, I know you've been watching this very closely. What's been happening with inflation from lots of different perspectives, but what's the story with fertilizer? We talked about this for a while at the beginning of the war. We haven't gotten back to it. I do hear that there are about 600 ships that are still trapped in the Gulf at this point that don't really know a safe way to get out. Where do we stand with fertilizer?
Yeah, good morning, Becky. It's still very much of a status quo of these ships being stuck there, and I was looking at data of that this morning, and it seems to be maybe 1 or 2 vessels with fertilizer that just got through, whereas the remainder of that represents more than 30% of global fertilizer supply stuck there in the strait, around the strait. And this clearly has pushed up fertilizer prices. You think about these, what they call urea contracts, both for the Midwest and for the New Orleans Gulf. I mean, they're up about something like 40%. So, and they stay elevated. So it's not really changed. It doesn't really change in terms of the negotiations are ongoing that those prices will decline as anticipation something will change. So the fertilizer shock is actually really here. I think we're going to start feeling it now in our food prices because it's about to start hitting the menu prices as of this month. Anecdotally, I can tell this already from several travels I had recently, but it is a major shock. It's like on the same shock that we saw during the Ukraine war.
How quickly can something like this get passed through? I guess it's a little different than oil because as soon as the straits reopened, oil can go, but if you don't get the fertilizer in time, you miss the growing season.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue. That's that bottleneck issue. There's no rerouting for fertilizer. Some oil has gotten around the strait and got elsewhere, but with fertilizer, it's a different story. I think particularly that what's happening in New Orleans, if there's no supply coming in, that shortage is really hitting states like Kansas and California that are really relying on I would think almost 100% of imports out of the strait for fertilizer. So it's going to hit in several states menu prices really quickly. And although that CPI report that came out the other day showed that food prices were still a little sluggish, that's just, I think, from February. I think what we're seeing next month is a major jump. Okay, you can think about 10, 20%, something in that nature.
I mean, that still will wind up in the food and energy section of the CPI, which people say don't pay attention to those. When do you think, or will it actually work its way into the core?
It may take several months before that is the case, because that's true, because there's always dynamics around food prices. There are other foods out there that people want to buy then, and so you get the supply-demand microeconomics of it. But I do think that you're getting ultimately the core affected by that food is part of services, and it just becomes stickier and stickier in terms of the service inflation, which we already have experienced as sticky inflation over the last several years. So this is just adding on to it, and ultimately, I think we'll end up with a core rate that's going to be more elevated over 3% than we had initially anticipated. Makes the job for the Fed, of course, much harder, but also I think for the economy, it's just going to affect the economy negatively.
Ben Emmons. Ben, thank you. I read your stuff daily. I appreciate the work you're putting in. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
It is just past 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. Take a look at the markets right now, reacting to President Trump extending the U.S. ceasefire with Iran. He says the extension was warranted because Tehran's government is, quote, seriously fractured. You're looking at the Dow up about 265 points right now. NASDAQ up about close to 200 points. After finishing lower yesterday, all of the major averages are moving higher right now. Also, the S&P 500 up about 40 points. Take a look at energy prices as well. You can see WTI crude $90, Brent though up close to $100 right about now.
And Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh fielding an array of questions from the Senate Banking Committee, ranging from central bank independence to his personal wealth. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us now with more. Hey, Steve.
Good morning, Joe. Whatever plans Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh may have to change rates and the balance sheet, the message from the markets yesterday is he's going to have to wait. Warsh talked about the outlook for policy and inflation. He said central banks ought to look through one-time price spikes, use median inflation measures and new ideas he has for gauging inflation. Talked about productivity, allowing the economy to run hot, another reason why the Fed could cut rates, and of course reducing the balance sheet, somewhat of an offset when it comes to his easing.
We ask ourselves whether the generalized change in prices is having second-order effects on the economy. Again, they're not where they should be, but I think that the trend is quite favorable.
Now, the Fed doesn't do exactly what Warsh was talking about, but it already does calculate alternative inflation gauges, and they were trending down through February. The Cleveland Fed median price PCE is running at 2.8%. The Dallas Fed's trim mean, it takes out the highs and the lows, a much lower 2.3%, but neither has picked up yet the oil price spike from the March data and other things which Ben Amos was just talking about. The two-year yield picked up during Warsh's testimony, and that was probably more likely tied to a spike in oil prices, but that itself was a sign markets are more focused on inflation concerns down the road than any underlying and longer-term dovishness in Warsh's framework for inflation, technology, and rates, and the Fed probabilities. The probability of a rate hike through year-end is just 32% compared with the 68% probability of no change in rates. So while the president may hope his new Fed chair nominee steers rates lower, and the nominee laid out a theory of why that can happen, the market sees his hands tied, at least for now, by the practical reality of the current inflation target and potentially more to come down the road, Joe.
We finally got the president to say yesterday, yeah, there are times where I would think rates need to be raised. He finally said, which was like, that was like a moment, because I don't know if I've ever heard him say that before. I didn't get to make my final point with him because you know how it never goes exactly how you think. But when the moniker "Too Late Powell," it's not from Jay Powell being too late cutting. Trump gives him that name because of what happened with inflation early on in the Biden administration. It was too late to raise rates. So the whole notion of being too late and having an economic calamity because of it had to do with not raising fast enough. And I would hate if he convinced someone, if Trump convinced someone not to raise rates when inflation was really going to be a problem, it can leave a terrible legacy on your administration, like it did with the Biden administration.
Well, I was pleased, Joe, to be playing right now the role of Donald Trump so that you could make that point finally. I agree with that. And I think there's another thing to think about, which is that Kevin compares the current moment now to the mid-90s when there was another technology boom. And what people point out to me, to take the analogy further, is the result was Greenspan didn't hike rates in the face of that technology boom. He didn't cut them in a row. And the other point out is that you want to follow the story all the way to the end, which is in 1999, Greenspan had to reverse course and he raised rates. And the other thing, which you don't really want to think about, is what was going on at the time was there was a bubble forming in NASDAQ. So there might have been a case that Greenspan should have either hiked then or hiked earlier. Maybe he was too late too. So you want to be very, and by the way, what was one of the points that was interesting, Senator Kennedy, who was a Republican from Louisiana, he cautioned Warsh yesterday about being too early and too aggressive and too excited about incorporating AI into policy. I thought that was an interesting moment.
I was going to say the same thing about a senator from Delaware, a Democrat, who was actually reasonable and made good points and said, I'm just worried that you could anticipate all these benefits and productivity from AI, and then it doesn't really happen, and it doesn't come to fruition, but you've already acted on it. And I mean, I think he thought that was a decent point to make as well. Yeah, most of the time when you talk about Greenspan, you're saying he should have kept rates. He should have let the economy run hot because there were productivity gains that were disinflationary, so you didn't have to worry about a hot economy. That's apparently, I think Warsh thinks we're in a similar period, or could be, and that's what they kept focusing on. Yeah,
I
on this program.
don't think he's wrong about that. I do think though that Warsh is also aware, and we know this, that there's two sides to this AI thing. One is you have this productivity boom, could be tremendous profits and tremendous increase in efficiency. On the other hand, there could be a large fallout on the labor market. You saw some of the estimates that have been coming out about extreme fallout in the labor market. So he might have to deal with that. The question becomes, would lower rates help in that context? And that's another interesting debate to have.
Senator Blunt Rochester is very thoughtful and cordial and like normal. And I'm comparing to that some of the other questioning yesterday would just be on. There were cameras. There's cameras. I'm gonna really make a statement. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
When we come back, stocks on the move this morning, including a boost for shares of Adobe. We'll tell you why that stock is up. It's up by about 2.8% this morning. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with a check on your morning movers. We're going to start with shares of Adobe right now, higher by roughly 3% after the company announced plans to buy back as much as $25 billion worth of its stock through the year 2030. The software maker is looking to reassure investors of its growth strategy amid ongoing disruptions from AI tools. Adobe launched a suite of its AI products on Monday to help clients automate and personalize digital marketing functions. Those shares right now are still down more than 25% so far in 2026. Next up, you got shares of Capital One Financial lower by just about 2.75% after posting earnings and revenues below for expectations. The company's provisions for credit losses surged 72% to $4.1 billion. On the conference call, CEO Richard Fairbank warned that the conflict in the Middle East could keep energy prices elevated, which would be a real headwind for consumers. Those shares right now are again down about 19% on a year-to-date basis. And we're going to finish with shares of United Airlines climbing by just about 2.5% after reporting a beat on both its top and bottom line for the quarter. But the company did slash its 2026 forecast as it grapples with higher jet fuel costs. For the full year, it expects earnings in the range of $7 to $11 per share, well below the January forecast it had of $12 to $14 per share. Now, for more on that report and the state of the airline industry overall, tune in at 8 a.m. Eastern Time for a First on CNBC interview with United CEO Scott Kirby. Squawk Box is back after this.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Best Buy announcing a new CEO this morning. Longtime company veteran Jason Bonfig will take over for Corey Berry on October 31st. Bonfig is the appliance retail company's chief customer, product and fulfillment officer. He will also be joining the board. Corey Berry started as CEO of Best Buy in June of 2019. Since then, the stock is down by about 7%. You can see the shares this morning up by about 2%. CNBC.com's Melissa Repko has a lot more on the change at Best Buy. That story is available on the website right now.
All right, we can talk to this gentleman about a lot of different things. You're branching out. You're making stock market calls now, Anthony? Let us talk to Anthony Pompliano, Chairman and CEO of ProCap Financial. This week, ProCap is launching an AI-first financial research product on prediction markets in partnership with Kalshi. We should mention it. CNBC and Kalshi also have a commercial relationship, which includes a CNBC minority investment. We're out of time, Anthony. What did I see you saying? The next 18 months would be the greatest stock market ever or something?
Well, I think there's a lot of things. So what we've built is we built an AI system that essentially is able to do what AI is very good at, which is sift through mountains and mountains of data and then go and find undiscovered insights. And the reason why we've been able to do this is because we have a consumer finance product that's been doing this for thousands of multimillionaires for over a year now. And one of the interesting things that the system's been able to identify is for the last 3 weeks in the stock market is up 3%. If you have 3 straight weeks of 3% gain or more in a week, that's only happened 3 times in history in 76 years. And during that period, the next 12 months, the stock market returned on average 33%. And so when you look at an analysis like that, it takes a lot of work. And so AI is very good at doing that type of stuff. And so the AI system that we've built, we think is really good at sifting through all this data. When you add in things like prediction markets, obviously the wisdom of the crowd, plus all the economic data, the corporate data from public markets, the more data you give the system, the more it's able to find a lot of these insights.
So after you've done all that, your conclusion was that we are on the cusp of a strong advance in equity pricing.
I find it very hard to not be bullish right now across both stocks, crypto, AI, etc. I understand there's a lot of people who are worried about, inflation or the conflict in the Middle East, etc. But when you look at data point after data point, what it suggests is that the American economy is going through a manufacturing renaissance. We have this economic boom that we're living through, and the stock market, crypto, etc. should all do very well over the next 12 months.
There's times when I check Bitcoin price. I almost always know where it is based on what the NASDAQ is doing. I don't even have to look. Like today, what is it, 78 or something today? Because we went down yesterday. There it is, 78 too. So it's been in an upturn that has coincided with the move we've seen off.
Well, that hasn't been true since
over the last 10 days.
Since the Iran war started, if you look at stocks went down.
Well, it initially didn't go down as much,
right?
But on a daily basis, it goes with risk on.
Another really interesting stat comes from the team over at OnRamp. What they talked about is they looked at the last 7 financial crises since 2020. You can look at the banking crisis, you can look at Iran, you can look at COVID, tariffs, etc. In every single one of those, within the 60 days after that crisis kicked off, Bitcoin outperformed both the stock market and gold. And so I would make the argument that Bitcoin has now established itself as the king of safe haven assets. And a lot of people would say, what do you mean, cash or treasuries? If you look at the 60 days after the financial crises, every single one of them that's happened since 2020, Bitcoin has outperformed stocks, gold, cash, and treasuries. And so I think that the market is speaking and saying that something like Bitcoin is an asset that they want to hold during times of uncertainty.
Although it's at 78 down from 125, so that doesn't feel that safe to anyone who bought it at 125.
Yeah, look, the asset is volatile for sure. It's going to go up, it's going to go down, but the same thing is true of every single stock in the stock market, right? How many of the stocks?
Made that point, yeah. I mean, Netflix was 800 and went to 180. So I mean, things can. Comcast was 65, went to 27.
Here's one piece that I think is really important: is there's 2 types of investors in the world. There are investors who run towards volatility, and there are investors that run away from volatility. And I think what we're trying to do is things like Bitcoin, things like prediction markets, things like these AI systems. We believe that the future is where returns are going to be generated. And so if you run towards these technologies, if you embrace them and use them, that is a great way to generate
crypto
returns.
Winner? What month is it? Is it March yet?
I am pretty confident that we bottomed at 60K. Could we go lower? Sure, but it feels like we probably bottomed at 60K.
And when's the next halving?
The next halving is I think next year.
So will it hit new highs before the next halving? Is there crypto legislation that's needed before it makes another leg up? Will it make another leg up?
Well, here's what I'll say is I own more Bitcoin today than I did before the drawdown. And we've got a public company, ProCap Financial, that they own more Bitcoin than we did before the drawdown. And I think that anyone who holds Bitcoin and doesn't think that it's going to hit a new all-time high at some point in the next 2 or 3 years, then maybe they don't really understand what they own.
And go down the list of lesser names.
I stop at Bitcoin.
You do? You don't do
I want to know
Solana
a
or
separate
Ether?
question that relates to Bitcoin,
Yeah.
which is, do you have any idea who Satoshi is? And I ask because there's been now a report by John Carreyrou saying that it was Alan Back. There's a documentary coming out. I think people think that it's in that one maybe Hal Finney.
Do you think it's one
There's
person?
some other report. There was another name that actually I was unfamiliar with. Where do you land?
I actually think it's very important that we don't know who Satoshi is. You know, I understand that people are very excited about trying to figure it out, but if you think about Bitcoin, a huge reason why it is valuable is because it's this neutral, non-sovereign, digital, decentralized asset.
So you don't want to answer that? You don't even have a suspicion yourself? You don't care?
I one time heard Peter Thiel say that there was a cryptography conference, I think in Antigua back in the late 90s, and anyone that was interested in money and cryptography was at that conference. I think that's a pretty good thesis there, but yeah, I prefer not to know because I think that one of the strengths of Bitcoin is the fact that it is not associated with any one person.
Do you think it is one person? Do you think Satoshi is one person or that it's multiple people?
I usually go to, you know, kind of simplest answer is the right answer, and so it's probably one person created it.
I think it's Shakespeare. Was Shakespeare one person?
Well, look, part of this is there's 40 years of R&D that went into creating this, and people always look at Bitcoin and they're like, oh, it's the first digital currency. It's like, how many times did we have these attempts? You know, there was B-money and digital gold, all these different attempts at it, and so finally somebody got all the pieces together and created Bitcoin, which is great, but also they were pretty smart in not revealing their identity.
True believers don't think that it was invented. They think Bitcoin was discovered. It was always there.
Well, the Bitcoin community would tell you we are all Satoshi.
That's what I mean. Yeah, because I mean the framework and the elegance of the software, or whatever you want to call it was always there. Someone just had to figure it out.
Maybe what we should do is take the AI system that we use at ProCap Insights, and we should just turn it and say, you know, who is Satoshi, and see if we can go figure out through the treasure trove of information there.
And how much does he have, or she have, or they have? Oh, look, I'm using the proper gender. How much do they have?
Yeah, it's funny you say that.
90 billion? Or?
My wife has a theory that Satoshi is probably a woman because no man could create that and keep his mouth shut. You know, right? But I think it's like 800,000 coins.
You could argue that from either side. You? I don't know. Both sexes share equally.
The ego
That's
is
probably the best reason to say that it's one person, because the secret cannot be shared.
It would be very hard if it was a group of people, if it was a government organization, etc.
All right, Pomp. Thank you. Pomp and circumstance.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Coming up, New York Governor Kathy Hochul and the Mayor Zoran Mondani, proposing a new way to extract tax dollars from the wealthy. We're going to talk about it. Robert Frank is going to bring us the details next. Squawk Box, I'm right back.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. What year was the first Earth Day celebrated? The answer when Squawk Box returns. Now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What year was the first Earth Day celebrated? The answer, 1970.
In today's Inside Wealth Report, the latest attempts in the Empire State to try and boost tax revenue. There are plenty to report on. Robert Frank joins us right now with more on what's happening right now. Good morning,
It seems
Robert.
like we get a new tax proposal every week from
weekly
some
segment,
state.
right.
This time, New York Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor Zoran Mamdani announcing a proposed tax on second homes. So this so-called pied-à-terre tax would be an annual tax on non-primary homes in New York City valued at more than $5 million. This would be in addition to the existing mansion tax, which taxes the sales of homes priced at $1 million or more. So no details about this new tax have been announced, including the tax rates or the timing. We don't know, but the biggest problem could be the valuation. So New York City's current property tax system values properties way below their current market value. Ken Griffin's apartment, for instance, was purchased for $238 million back in 2019. New York City lists its value at assessed $7 million and the market value at a mere $15 million. Attorneys say New York City is going to have to create a whole new system of property tax valuations for this new tax, or homeowners will have to hire an appraiser to provide a yearly valuation. Even then, there's likely going to be a flood of legal challenges by both sides about what the apartments are actually valued at. Hochul and Mamdani said the tax will raise $500 million a year. That's about 0.5% of the city's total annual budget of more than $100 billion. Now, for more on taxing high-end real estate and a looming battle over valuations, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter out tomorrow morning at cnbc.com/InsideWealth.
Okay, so if they actually fix the way you assess property taxes and make it more realistic, that's not just going to catch the people with pied-à-terre.
You
That's
nailed
going to
it.
catch every
Yes.
single homeowner in New York City, and I can't imagine the outrage that would come.
And therein lies the conundrum. How do you create a whole new system of valuations just for a certain set of properties, and then you could have properties that are not on it, so you have to change the whole system?
Why
And
is
there
it
have
set up that way to begin with, though?
So it goes back to the 1980s when there was this whole legal challenge about buildings that were converting from rentals to ownership. And the ruling not only limited the amount every year that you could increase property tax values, but also based the values on rentals. So it's a very confusing thing, but it goes back to the legal history that way back to the 1980s. And New York property taxes are quite low compared to something like Florida, but that's been the trade-off. You pay high income taxes in New York City, but the property taxes are low.
And that's because they're artificially keeping the property values low.
That's right. That's right.
But that's not all that uncommon. That happens in a lot of places. In New Jersey, there are plenty of places, in other cities too, because, for example, in New Jersey, the property taxes are really high. It's how we fund our entire school districts. But they have been capped at times, and they don't always reflect. When you do have a township that comes in and tries to raise to reflect what the valuation of the day is.
All hell breaks
All
loose.
hell
We
breaks
saw that
loose.
recently in Massachusetts.
And by the way, it doesn't reflect it as quickly when prices come back down.
Right,
There was a
that's
drop
true.
doesn't it?
Have you heard anything, though, about the details about what this might look like? Because the argument is, A, it's a way to raise revenue from folks who are not obviously, can't really vote here either, interestingly enough. But
Most of them, yeah.
But more importantly, there's the flip side question, which is, and this is where to the extent that I have a problem with this, I thought just the idea that you had Mamdani out in front of Ken Griffin's apartment, and, I just thought, here's a guy in Griffin who, is building, by the way, a whole new tower here to employ lots and lots of people.
That's right.
And it just sends a message to the world, we prefer you not, we don't want you here.
Yeah.
I would be very happy if he had said, look, we're going to have this new tax. We are open for business. We want everybody to come here, and we are thrilled to be able to collect revenue from anybody who is either here for a little bit of time or a lot of time, and that's how we're doing it. But
It's the optics of it, not the actual.
I don't know where I land on the actual, because I don't know what the actual is.
Right.
But at least from the optics today, it's we're closed for business,
Right.
And we don't want you here, which is to me an even more dramatic problem.
And what's unusual is they started with the revenue number, and then they're going to try to work back from that. Usually it's we're going to develop a tax, and then here's what the revenue would be. This time they haven't figured out how they're going to get to that $500 million. And my point is they're probably not going to get there because of this issue and others.
Can I just say, are you opposed to the idea of people who don't get to vote being taxed here?
I don't know.
Because I'm one of 4 million people in this city who don't get to vote here but still get
Right.
taxed here because I work here.
And we're only talking about 13,000 apartments. So it's a small group, and they pay property taxes.
Right.
Hope will say, well, they need to pay because they're not paying. Well, they are paying. Property taxes are the highest source of revenue for all of New York City, more than income taxes, and these people are already paying. Now, they're not paying as much as they could, but they're already paying.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, look, these days, if you're a basketball player and you play
you get charged
Boston,
here, right?
you get charged. If you play in Miami, you get charged. I actually think that if the income is coming from these different places, I've done business, by the way, when I was making TV shows, I think technically in California, where I had to pay taxes to that. So that unto itself doesn't bother me.
My entire income is taxed, and I don't get to vote here.
But that's it. But that's
And not just my income, my spouse's income.
But that's a
who doesn't
choice
set
about.
foot in this city.
But that's a choice about where you're working.
No, it's not. We moved the show here without my choice. This was not my choice.
Let's take that offline. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Boeing just released earnings, and Phil LeBeau joins us now with the numbers. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Joe, these are better than expected numbers on the top and bottom line. A smaller than expected loss for the first quarter from Boeing, a loss of 20 cents a share. The street was expecting a loss of 83 cents a share. We should point out that those estimates, they've been moving lower over the last month and a half. As you look at the revenue coming in at $22.22 billion, better than expected at $21.78 billion. Some of the Q1 metrics, operating margin of 1.3% compared to 1% last year. Free cash flow, negative free cash flow, we should point out, of $1.45 billion. That's an improvement compared to the negative free cash flow in Q1 of last year. Backlog now climbs to $695 billion. It was $545 billion at the end of first quarter last year, and each of the divisions had better revenue year over year. Commercial airplanes, $9.2 billion compared to $8.1 billion last year. Defense, $7.6 billion compared to $6.3 billion last year. And Boeing Global Services, better than expected at $5.4 billion. There are no special charges, which is noteworthy considering we've had a number of quarters with Boeing having special charges, and they are not doing anything with regard to guidance. We'll see if that changes a little bit later on today when the company has its analyst call. Coming up on Squawk on the Street, guys, you do not want to miss our exclusive interview with Kelly Ortberg, CEO of Boeing. We'll talk to him about where the company stands. This is a big year, guys. They were looking for 2 of the 737 MAX variants to be certified by the FAA, begin production there, and you've got the 777X moving towards production and entry into commercial service next year. So we'll talk with Kelly about that and about where the company is right now. That's coming up on Squawk on the Street. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Looks like things are headed in the right direction anyway, so a long way to go to the former highs. I just wanted to draw your attention to this, Phil, just quickly. GE Vernova is going to trade at 1,061 today. That's almost 300 billion market cap. If you add in GE Aerospace, it's another 300. If you add in GE Healthcare, we're back, I think, to an all-time high. I remember GE at one point was $600 billion. Do you remember what it fell to a couple of years ago? And I just can't understand how you can go.
I don't remember the exact market cap, but you know,
70.
Yeah.
70 back to 700 or 600. What happened to go to 70 and what happened to go back to 600?
Well, that's splitting the company into 3 companies, which was what Larry ultimately said was the right move. And look, it has worked out.
Yeah, I'll say. Management matters. I just thought it was amazing because, you know, we were there at 600, we were there at 70, and actually, unfortunately, we're not there now. Back to
we were there when it was $5 a share.
yeah, we were. Yeah, and during the financial crisis, we had the CFO on, and we don't need to go into it, but there was a lot of anxiety at that point. Thanks, Phil. President Trump called in the Squawk Box yesterday morning, and we asked him about what he thought about United going after American.
I don't like it. No, I don't mind mergers. I think I'd love somebody to buy Spirit, as an example. You know, Spirit's in trouble. And I'd love somebody to buy Spirit. It's 14,000 jobs. And maybe the federal government should help that one out. You know, I told my people, but with American, it's doing fine, and United's doing very well. I know the United people, they're doing very well. I don't like having them merge. It's just like all of these aerospace defense companies and aerospace.
United CEO Scott Kirby is going to give us his reaction to President Trump's comments. He joins us for our first on CNBC interview at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box returns just a moment.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everyone. The futures this morning are pretty sharply higher. Dow futures up by about 283 points. NASDAQ futures up by close to 190. S&P futures up by close to 40. It does come after a second day of declines yesterday for all of the major averages, and the S&P 500 and the Dow seeing their biggest declines since late in March, maybe March 27th. If you check out treasuries right now, you'll see that the yields are roughly about where we were yesterday. The 10-year's at 4.27. The 2-year is at 3.76. And then you've got oil prices that are higher as the ceasefire seems to have extended for a couple of weeks, but you have had some altercations in the Gulf this morning. You can see WTI is sitting at $90.42. Brent crude is almost at $100, $99.43 a barrel. If you take a look at what's been happening with gold prices right now, it looks like gold is up by about 1%, $4,770 an ounce. And then Bitcoin this morning is also higher. It's up by about 4% to $78,243.
Meantime, a market flash before we head to a break. Tencent and Alibaba are in talks to invest in DeepSeek at a valuation of $20 billion or more. That's according to a report in the information. It says that talks are still underway as we speak, and the details could change. DeepSeek just started talks to raise outside capital for the first time in recent days, Joe.
Coming up, Republican Banking Committee member Senator Bill Hagerty is going to tell us what he thinks about Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh after yesterday's confirmation hearing. Maybe he can convince someone to take the whole PAL probe into the banking committee. And we get it out of the DOJ, and then we can move on. We're asking him. He joins us at 8:15 a.m. Eastern. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
Squawk Box. Palantir signing a $300 million deal with the U.S. Department of Agriculture this morning. The goal is to boost farm security, cut down on fraud in agriculture programs, and improve supply chain efficiencies. And you can take a look. Shares of Palantir up 55% in a year. That's almost 600%, meanwhile, in just 2 years.
When we come back, Roblox reaching another settlement aimed at child safety protections, this time with the state of West Virginia. We will talk to the state's Attorney General, J.D. McCuskey, about that agreement. Squawk Box will be right back. West Virginia has reached an $11 million settlement with Roblox aimed at strengthening child safety protections on the platform. That announcement follows similar agreements with Alabama and Nevada, which each received roughly $12 million in their own settlements with Roblox. Joining us right now to talk more about it is West Virginia Attorney General J.B. McCuskey. And, sir, thank you for joining us this morning. What brought about this settlement?
Well, so the impetus for this settlement really stems from the fact that I'm a dad of an 8 and 11-year-old girl who play Roblox a lot. And so, you know, I got to watch how they interacted with this platform. And there was news reports, obviously, about problems with child predators being on the platform. And so we started an investigation into Roblox about 8 months ago. And during the pendency of that investigation, we started speaking with Roblox and realized that there was a chance for us to make a deal that would not only provide significant financial relief and the ability for us to do some child safety training in West Virginia, but also Roblox had a real appetite for solving the problem that we had identified, which was that this platform didn't have the safety protocols needed to make sure that West Virginia kids and frankly kids across the country would be safe while they were enjoying this game.
JB, what did you learn in your investigation? How bad was it on the site? How much child abuse was potentially taking place there?
Yeah, so I think the thing that we learned the most is that there is a significant problem just nationwide, regardless of the platform, with child predators targeting children within games. And the other thing that we learned was that there are really significant technological advancements that have been made recently that enable kids to act like kids within these games. And I think what's really important to remember is that kids these days, they use these platforms as sort of their playground. And what is really incumbent upon all of us public servants is to make sure that our children have the ability to be kids within these platforms, because this is where they express themselves. This is where they go to ensure that they have a great place to be creative and to be kids and to sort of express the ways in which that they want to interact with their friends. And there is so much danger in the world online and so many people that are targeting them that we have to institute the kind of things that Roblox did here. And what we've seen in the settlement, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, go ahead, sir.
No, and so what Roblox has done is they've really created, I think, what is a market-leading way for other games that are similarly situated to protect kids. And what's really interesting about this settlement is that Roblox has open sourced all of the code for how they've instituted AI, the facial recognition platforms, the ways in which that they can stop kids from interacting with people that are a different age than them. So other gaming platforms can use what Roblox has done here to protect kids regardless of the ways in which they're playing online.
Okay, that's what I wanted to dig into, the details of how this works, because obviously none of us want our kids to be interacting with someone who either is a strange adult who is trying to groom our kids or get a hold of our kids or be in touch with them. But you also don't want somebody who is pretending to be another kid, an adult, a creepy adult who's pretending to be a kid to try and befriend your child either. Now, I realize that under the terms of the settlement, Roblox has to verify the age of all users before granting chat access. And I guess, how do you do that? How do you verify that somebody is actually an adult? I guess if you're signing up for an adult account, you may have to prove some form of identification. But if you're signing up to be a child, most of them don't have identification. So what keeps a creepy adult from saying that they are a child?
Well, I think the first thing that needs to be said is that parents need to stay very vigilant. And a huge part of this settlement is...
What's Roblox doing to prevent that?
Yes, so what Roblox is doing... Yeah, so when you sign into Roblox now, they use an AI facial recognition software that gives you an age. And so as a parent, I have to sign in with my child. It scans my face, and then it scans my kid's face. And so then it assigns an age to them. And they're not allowed to interact, my child, with anyone who's, I think it's more than 1 year older than them. So there's an upper limit on who's allowed to interact with my child.
Does that facial recognition happen every single time that you sign on, so that if your child is not the one who's sitting in front of the computer, they would recognize that and shut it off?
Yes, and so that is really the the biggest part of what they've done. The second biggest thing that they've done is that they have monitors within the platform who can find very, very quickly dangerous things that are built within the game. And that's another part of this that's important. Roblox is able to be built and run by the kids who are playing it, which is sort of the most important part of the game. Is it gives kids this opportunity to be expressive and to learn how to code. And so because of that, there were really horrible scenes that were created within Roblox, but those scenes now, number one, are taken down when they're truly dangerous, but two, your child is only granted access to things that are age appropriate for them in real time. And I think the last thing that's really, really great here is that we're going to have several $1 million and a lot of new resources and people to train parents, educators, and to train children about what the ongoing dangers are and enable us to continue to update these security protocols in real time to make sure that we're keeping up with the creepy people that are going to do this. Because the one thing that is known is that there are an astronomical amount of predators online, and we have to stay ahead of them as much as humanly possible.
I agree with what you're talking about. The facial recognition sounds like a great thing that other platforms should also pick up. I assume you're going to be trying to enforce that with other platforms. I guess my question would be, under the terms of this deal, does it prevent West Virginia from being able to come back after Roblox if there are problems down the road that develop? Because $11 million is a nice sum of money for right now, but that's not an endless sum of money, and creepy bad people are going to be out there for forever.
Yeah, so we're going to continue to hold Roblox accountable. And nothing in the terms of this settlement would prevent us if Roblox continues to do the things that they were doing before. But in fairness to Roblox, they were incredibly, I don't know that I've worked with a company that was more willing to solve a problem that we identified. And so I feel very, very confident that Roblox will continue to do the right thing. But if they don't, my team of lawyers and my team of investigators will ensure that not just Roblox, but every single every single gaming platform that children are using is using industry standards to make sure kids are safe.
Attorney General, thank you. That is really heartening to hear. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. All right, when we come back, the first on CNBC interview with United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby. We'll be covering earnings, merger activity, and jet fuel costs. Squawk Box will be right back. is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Let's take a look at the futures this morning. So far, so good if you're a bull. You're going to see right now the Dow futures are now up by about 320 points. S&P futures up by 44. The NASDAQ up by 214. Things are moving higher by the moment. Let's take a look and see where oil prices are right now. Looks like oil is up, right around the same levels that we've seen, $90.20 for WTI, Brent crude at $99.28. If you've been watching treasuries, the yields there have been similar to what we've seen the last couple of days. The 10-year sitting at 4.27, the 2 years at 3.75. And Bitcoin is higher this morning. Last we looked, it was up by, now it's up by 4%, so $78,306.
Meantime, we've got some news on Google and its AI strategy. This includes some new chips. Mackenzie's back at the table. What's going on?
So you've got Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian making the case for why Alphabet has the moat to win the enterprise AI race, combining everything from its custom chips to models and chatbots all under one roof. So heading into earnings next week, Google is using its flagship cloud event, kicking off today, to debut new AI tools, including 2 new 8th generation TPUs, its in-house answer to NVIDIA's top chips, with one optimized for training and the other for inference. They're more power efficient, more cost effective, and increasingly becoming the silicon of choice for companies like Anthropic, Meta, and Apple that want an off-ramp from NVIDIA's pricier offerings. Now, that business unit very much in focus for investors, with D.A. Davidson estimating that Google Cloud could capture 20% of the AI chip market over the next few years. Google also rolling out fresh software offerings today, including a new enterprise agent platform, tools for using company data across different clouds and apps, and then an AI security suite that could compete with Anthropic's new Mythos model. Today's announcements intended to show Google's competitive edge in its race, both with traditional rivals Microsoft and Amazon, and also new AI players like Anthropic and OpenAI, as they all compete for the same enterprise budgets.
Can I flip the script on you for just 1 second? Because one of the things we didn't get to talk about this morning with you really is the whole Cursor XAI story, since we're all moving around technology land with you. Do you have a view about that?
I think that with XAI being rolled into SpaceX, it's given them a lot of grace with respect to their compute costs, but in order to get the kind of growth that they need and to extend their reach, it's going to be inorganic acquisitions like this. Now, Cursor, these vibe coding platforms, there are a lot of questions about the utility that they add, the wrappers for other models, what will they gain from that? But I think that now they have a balance sheet behind them that will support acquisitions, even if it's not as additive as...
Well, there are shareholders of SpaceX who, from the very beginning, at least privately, would grumble and say, XAI is diluting us, and we'd much prefer to be a pure play space company. Now it appears the XAI is obviously part of SpaceX, and there's a question: do you actually need? If XAI was so great, you might not need Cursor.
Well, exactly.
And so this is whether this is just an effort to shore up a business that isn't necessarily as good as it should be. And in fact, Elon's been pretty public that he thinks it needs to get rebuilt from the ground up.
I mean, they've been struggling to win enterprise workloads for sure. I mean, they signed with the government soon after Anthropic was on the outs with the Department of Defense, so they've been capitalizing on that moment. But we haven't seen much of a use case for Grok outside of social media. That's the best context in which that model is used. But they're not competitive in other areas that are a lot more lucrative, like B2B.
And then to bring this all back to Google, where do you think they sort of line up in the stack ranking? So there was a period of time, I would say probably around November, December, where everybody was hot on Gemini. All of a sudden, Gemini had really sort of moved in a big way. And then clearly, since then, Anthropic has become, but where do you put Gemini in this? I've always thought they have the most surface area of anybody, and therefore they should, and because they were early, they should have been sort of the default winner. Is that still a possibility?
I absolutely think so. It was a shock that they were put on the back foot by ChatGPT, but at the end of the day, their sales pitch is the fact that they've got chips that are a lot less expensive than NVIDIA's, and then you're already plugged into the Google Cloud ecosystem. Maybe you're a Google Workspace customer, so it's just easier to have the entire flywheel effect. And so that's part of the announcements today, are all these agents that you can deploy with the enterprise. But also the chip strategy is huge. This is a play at NVIDIA. They're parsing it out, inference and then their training models, and they also are embedding more static random access memory. We keep talking about these memory shortages. They're putting more of that on their inference chip, which is very similar to what NVIDIA is launching now that they've acquired Grok.
Thank you. This was great. We hit a lot of stuff.
When did it peak? See,
When did what peak?
Gemini, didn't I tell you earlier, I finally have Gemini, I have that, that's what I use now, so now I'm already behind again when I finally.
Well, I don't, I mean,
Who should I have on my front page?
Right this second?
Because I tried Perplexity, I tried ChatGPT is, I think it's horrible.
Right now, the most advanced model would be Opus 4.7 on Anthropic.
And I don't have to pay for that?
I pay for it. I don't know. Do you have to pay for it?
I have to double check that.
Can I stick with Gemini? Am I way
I
behind?
use it for other things, yeah. There's different use cases for different models, too.
I mean, it took me a while to rearrange these little things.
These little icons.
If you use Gmail, use Gemini. If you're plugged into the ecosystem, it makes
I'm not on it. Gmail.
Yeah. And Opus 4.7.
Coming up, United Airlines, sticking with United too, dang it. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby. He's a newer cub right near the house. He's up next for a great interview. Plus, you know, he knows everything about American Airlines. Scott Kirby. Because he came from there. Yeah. Plus, Kevin Warsh defending Fed independence in yesterday's banking committee hearing. Committee member Bill Hagerty is going to join us after a break later. Nuclear weapons expert David Albright on one of the sticking points that we talk about daily in the U.S.-Iran talks, the nuclear enrichment program. Squawk Box, coming right back. As promised, let's get to Phil LeBeau now with United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Joe, thank you very much. Scott, thank you for joining us today from United Airlines headquarters in Chicago. I want to start with Q1 results. You beat on the top and the bottom line, but it's more the guidance I want to talk about. You've cut your full year guidance in large part because of the uncertainty about jet fuel prices. We pretty much know what's expected for the industry in the second quarter. What should we expect for the rest of the year? Are we looking at higher for longer jet fuel prices?
Yeah, so, you know, first, I'm incredibly proud of the United team, and I think our first quarter results, and frankly, our full year guidance is indicative of, it's another proof point of what we've done at United to build a great brand loyal airline that has the resiliency to get through the inevitable, you know, crises and shocks that hit the industry. You know, we've had a doubling of fuel prices as we got through the end of the quarter, and still be solidly profitable, grow earnings year over year is a pretty remarkable achievement. But I think the bigger point is really about, as you look forward, that we are passing through right now about 40 to 50% of the increase in fuel. That's faster than I can ever remember in my career. And we expect to get to 100% by the end of the year. It does have some impact this year. It's not realistic to get it all passed through this year, but we think we'll be at by 100% by the end of the year. So feel really good about the strategy and the setup that United had to get into this, that we can be still delivering solid results, even with the rapid increase in fuel prices.
And you're passing those through in the terms of airfare increases. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit, but I want to get to the elephant in the room, Scott, which is what the comments were yesterday from the President of the United States when he was talking on Squawk Box, and this idea of you potentially buying American Airlines, which you discussed with a White House official in February. We asked him about this, Joe asked him about it, and here's what he had to say, and then I'd like to get your reaction afterwards.
I don't like it. No, I don't mind mergers. I think I'd love somebody to buy Spirit, as an example. You know, Spirit's in trouble. And I'd love somebody to buy Spirit. It's 14,000 jobs. And maybe the federal government should help that one out. You know, I tell my people. But with American, it's doing fine. And United's doing very well. I know the United people, they're doing very well. I don't like having them merge. It's just like all of these aerospace defense companies and aerospace.
All right, Scott, what's your reaction to what the President says? He doesn't like the idea of you potentially buying American.
Well, I love the fact that the President knows that United is doing very well, which he's right. We are doing very well, and I'm really proud of the team for doing that. And we have not at United commented on all the, I know there's lots of rumors, lots of stories about consolidation. We've not commented, and I'm not going to start that today. But what I will do is repeat some of the things that I've said in the past. And we've been on a mission here at United to build, you know, a great airline for customers that creates value to customers, and we win customers because we provide a great product, a great value for those customers. And we've been talking about the fact that we want to create a truly globally competitive airline for the United States. And today we have a big trade deficit with international carriers. Many of them are, you know, effectively state-owned and state-subsidized, and they fly 65% of the long-haul seats into the U.S., and only about 40% of the customers are from those countries. And that's bad for United Airlines. That's bad for U.S. aviation. That's bad for U.S. workers. We create some of the best jobs and careers at United Airlines of anywhere in the country, and that's bad for the country. And so, yeah, I've been thinking about ways for the last couple of years, how can we solve that and create a great U.S. airline that all U.S. citizens can be proud of, that competes on every facet around the globe.
Well, Scott, wait, I have to go back at you on this. You say you don't want to comment on rumors. If this is not true, if you never brought the idea of buying American up to somebody at the White House, why don't you just come out and say, wait a second, that's a bunch of malarkey. What you're saying here is, here's the case for us to be a bigger, more global airline, but you're not commenting on whether or not you actually have proposed this idea to somebody at the White House. And I think people are entitled to know, if did you actually bring up this idea to somebody at the White House and said, look, it would make sense for United to buy American?
What I'm describing is our aspiration to create a great airline for customers, where customers choose us because of quality. Not just we're trying to decommoditize. We have decommoditized air travel here in the United States, and we've proved that that's the winning strategy. Our first quarter guidance, our ability to actually be still solidly profitable, even with the doubling of fuel prices, has proven that's the right strategy. And so the aspiration we have is to actually take that to the next level and be a great globally competitive airline. I'm not saying what is required to make that happen today. And I don't actually have all the answers today. But that's the aspiration that we have, is to build a great globally competitive airline.
Scott, we were talking about this in that you were running American basically, and it was a shock when I think Oscar poached you, and it was a coup, obviously, for United. So you know what goes on at American. There was conjecture, why would you leave if you were going to be running American? So you must have had a good reason. You probably know where all the bodies are buried and where all the problems are and the union issues and everything else. If anyone could fix it, maybe it's you. Would it definitely be a bad idea? And my idea is you get another great operator like Bastion, and you guys split up everything. And then no one raises fares, and all the operations get better, the public benefits. Newark becomes an even better hub for the Kernan family, and it just makes a lot of sense, Scott.
Well, Joe, thanks for some of the kind comments about me. And by the way, on Newark, Newark is now, thank you to the DOT for finally doing what we've asked them to do about managing Newark. We're just almost a year past what happened at Newark last year, and Newark is now the most reliable of the 3 New York airports. It's still the New York airspace, it's still the toughest place in the world to fly, but Newark has become the best, and we just want to keep making it better. And so, look, from all my, certainly for the last 15 years of my career, my vision and my goal has been to really build a decommoditized, brand loyal airline. And I thought that was right for our customers, and that if we could give customers a great airline, that they would reward us by choosing to fly on us, and that would lead to better financial results. So everything that we've done has been about that. Everything we've done, in the years leading up to today, we've proven here in the first quarter that strategy has been the winning strategy for a U.S. airline, and we're going to continue to invest, and we're going to continue to do that. We're doing great here at United.
Could you fix
We're going to keep
American?
doing that.
Could you fix it? I mean, you can look at the stock. Look at the stock. Go ahead.
Well, look, I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on that right now. But I have described the vision that we have at United, irrespective of anything that happens, with consolidation or the rumors about consolidation. We want to be the best in the globe. And I think United is in a unique position to aspire to do that. We have great people. We have great product. We've been making massive investments for years. I guess I'm 100% convinced. I've become more and more convinced, like every quarter, that the strategy that we had has worked to really focus on how do you make travel better for customers. We've got some ideas coming that I think are not just going to evolutionize travel. We're going to revolutionize what it means when you travel, even out of tough airports like Newark. That we are transparent about communication, that we minimize the impact of delays, not only minimize it, but we just communicate with you so well that there's some weather in Newark today. I don't need to go to the airport this earlier. Here's what's happening with my flight. We want to revolutionize what it means to fly for customers.
Hey, Scott, let me ask you about what's happening around the globe. Yesterday, the head of the IEA said that Europe has about 6 weeks of jet fuel left because of what's happening in the Gulf. Lufthansa, today we're hearing Lufthansa is canceling 20,000 short-haul flights in the continent to try and preserve some of that jet fuel. Are you looking at your operations headed to Europe at this point, and at what point would the situation with the jet fuel cause you to change your schedules and the flights that you are taking there?
We are watching it closely, and there is some risk around the globe. Asia and Europe are probably the 2 first places that are likely to be hotspots. At the moment, everything that we can see still feels manageable to us. High prices, of course, but not an actual supply shortage. And my guess is that if it does become a supply shortage, you'll see things like what have happened in Europe, that short-haul flights are the ones that get canceled, as opposed to the global long-haul flights. I mean, there are more options for a short-haul flight, take a train or take a car, than there are for flying across the Atlantic or flying across the Pacific. And so I don't know for sure, but we're watching it closely. At least as far out as we can see, we think things are okay. But we know it's an elevated risk, a risk that normally doesn't exist, but it's certainly an elevated risk as the longer this goes on.
Scott, I want to ask you again about consolidation within the industry. You heard the president in those comments to us yesterday on Squawk Box talking about, look, I want to see somebody buy Spirit. And there's a fair amount of chatter. And we've talked with people who have said, look, the federal government may take warrants in Spirit to bail them out if there's nobody out there who can buy them as they move closer and closer to liquidation. Do you think the government should step in and take a stake in Spirit and essentially, be the owner until they can find, a future partner for them?
Well, I think the U.S. airline industry is on the most solid footing coming into this fuel price spike that we've been probably in my career. And you can see well-run airlines like United are even profitable even when this is going on. So I think this would have to get a whole lot worse before there was need to start bailing out airlines here in the country. And look, I don't like seeing jobs go away at Spirit. By the way, a lot of those people have left and come to United, so we'll rehire many of them. But I don't like to see that happen to the individuals and what it means to them. But this is not a problem of fuel prices. This is a problem at Spirit. There was a business model that long predates the increase in oil prices. And all the way back into the past administration, I at least have been pretty public saying it's a fundamentally flawed business model that I thought ultimately would fail. And so the fuel prices are just a modest acceleration of what seemed inevitable to be anyway.
Scott, spring and summer bookings. Yesterday when you guys announced your results, you're fairly optimistic about what you're seeing in the near term.
Yeah.
What do you expect for airfares as we look further out into the year?
So if you just kind of do the math, fuel prices do what they do. We need 15 to 20% increase in airfares to pass that through. By the way, airfares in 2025 are about 27% lower in real terms than they were in 2019. So to some degree, we wouldn't even have caught up with inflation if that happens. But that really is what's happening. Our bookings are running now up. Our book yields are running 15 to 20%. I think that's where we're going to settle out. I think this is probably the new normal for airfares. Demand has remained strong. We do anticipate that will turn into some kind of elasticity effect. If there's a 15 to 20% increase in fares, that is going to at some point drive less demand. We frankly haven't seen it in our bookings yet. Bookings are really strong. People are flying around the country and around the globe. International is actually even stronger than domestic. But we do expect that. That's partly why we're going to pull some capacity by the time we get to the fourth quarter. High fuel prices combined with we expect an elasticity effect just means there's going to be less demand to fly in the third and fourth quarter. But we feel really good about the booking environment. I personally think we're a really good real-time indicator of the economy. The economy remains much stronger than I think a lot of people think, than I read in some of the financial press. The economy's good, and we see it in bookings every day.
Scott Kirby. Scott, thank you very much for joining us today from United's headquarters.
Thanks, Phil.
Guys, I will send it back to you. Interesting comments. He's laid out the case for a bigger, more important airline globally, whether that's United or somebody else, but he is not going near the question of whether or not there's interest in American Airlines. We'll send it back to you.
LFG. Tell them that for me. LFG. Kidding. Phil.
I know you are.
Thank you, Phil.
Oh, they just said that to me.
Appreciation.
Producer just said that.
Let's go. And our appreciation to Scott Kirby as well. When we come back, Banking Committee member Bill Haggerty on Kevin Warsh's confirmation hearing. Plus, President Trump extending the ceasefire in the war with Iran until their leaders can come up with a unified proposal. It's a sticking point for the future of Iran, of course, is nuclear enrichment. We're going to speak to a former nuclear weapons inspector about the president's options. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Building wealth in America is a lie. What if you don't have to wait years and even decades to build real wealth? Imagine for a moment that you could compress decades of wealth building into a 24-hour period. Absurd, I know. That sounds crazy, but I'll add that's exactly what can happen when an exciting tech company goes public. No event on earth creates more overnight wealth than a major technology IPO. For example, early investors who got into Facebook before it went public saw as little as $1,000 explode into more than $1 million on day one. That same $1,000 became $1.6 million when Uber hit the market, and over $2.3 million when Google rang the opening bell. Now here's the best news for you. I recently sat down with tech investing legend Jeff Brown to get all the details on this opportunity. And as you may know, Jeff is a former tech executive who picked Bitcoin, Tesla, and Nvidia before they exploded higher. And in this interview that you're about to watch, he's going to show you how to claim your stake in SpaceX before the company does in fact go public. It is set to be the biggest AI IPO ever. And to be clear, you don't need to have connections in Silicon Valley. You don't need to be an accredited investor, and you don't need to be rich. You can get started with as little as $500 and write from your very own computer.
One of the biggest market events of the decade is approaching, and most investors still aren't positioned. In this free presentation, Jeff Brown will show you how this opportunity is structured, why it matters, and the specific way to potentially get involved before it goes mainstream. Everything is outlined step by step, so you can understand exactly what's happening behind the scenes. But once this deal goes public, the early advantage disappears. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit the website below to watch the full briefing and see the strategy for yourself.
It was the stock market that started history's greatest wave of wealth creation. From factory workers in Detroit to farmers in Omaha, anyone could own a piece of the great American companies. But today, our most innovative companies are staying private longer, which means everyday Americans are missing out. Until now. Introducing VCX, the public ticker for private tech.
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank, Tuesday nights, 9 Eastern.
There's a whole number of very large companies that have not sought reimbursements yet for the tariffs.
If they don't do that, I'll remember them.
Will you be disappointed if your new Fed chair doesn't cut rates right away?
I would.
Just to make sure there was no inflation, would you allow him to raise rates or not cut rates?
I've been in favor of interest rate rises to stop inflation. I think it sort of is effective. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world.
So you did not. You right now, under sworn testimony, are saying just to right now that the President of the United States in that job interview did not ask you to cut interest rates.
The president never asked me to commit to interest rate cuts at any particular meeting over the period of my tenure at the Fed. He didn't ask for it, he didn't demand it, he didn't require it, and nor would I have ever done so.
The Senate Banking Committee grilling Fed nominee Kevin Warsh over Fed independence and his personal finances. Joining us now, Republican Senator Bill Hagerty. He is a member of the Banking Committee. How do you think, good to see you, Senator, welcome. How do you think Mr. Warsh did yesterday?
Likewise, Joe, good to see you. Becky, Andrew. I think Kevin Warsh did an outstanding job. It was a textbook performance. He answered everything. He had actually some very disrespectful questions from the ranking member, and he never let it get under his skin. Steady, disciplined, exactly what you want in a Fed chairman. I think he performed very well.
We had the president on yesterday, Senator, and this is all fine and good, and there's a lot of people that say we got to get going here. He's got to be seated for June for the next meeting, and I'm sure Chair Powell, you know, he doesn't want to hang around there and just listen to criticism. And I'm sure he's ready to go, but you know that nothing can happen until Senator Tillis decides to move it out of committee. You're stuck in committee, aren't you? What is the off-ramp? And then I'll show you what the president said yesterday, but what is the off-ramp?
Well, there may be other off-ramps that are under discussion, but one thing that's very obvious, Kevin Warsh has been confirmed in the past on a bipartisan basis. Members of this committee have voted for Kevin Warsh for the Fed governor before. This chairman position, I hope that they'll see the necessity of getting somebody as competent as Kevin into the position. And we can move forward with Democrat votes as well. That shouldn't be off the table. But given the partisan behavior of Chuck Schumer and the leadership, we think about shutting down the government in the fall for such an extended record-breaking period of time, what they've done to the Department of Homeland Security. I think, you know, it's a reasonable question whether he'll be seated, but I certainly hope that everybody will come to their senses and realize that Kevin is the man for the moment. He's the person to bring the Fed back into its lane and get our economy moving in the right direction.
Senator, you just commented that something may be happening behind the scenes. What is that conversation that could be happening behind the scenes?
I'm not privy to any specific conversation, Andrew, that might be happening behind the scenes, but we're certainly in a stalemate position with respect to Senator Tillis. I've heard his public commentary. I just don't know what's happening with this investigation and how that's going to be addressed.
Is it possible a Democrat could move it out of committee around Tillis?
Of course it's possible. The ranking member doesn't
Don't hold
indicate
your
any.
breath?
Yeah, I
Ask for
wouldn't hold
Mr.
my breath,
Blue?
but it's certainly possible. You think about it, I passed the Genius Act out of the same committee with completely bipartisan support. You know, Senator Warren was against it, but she held 5 Democrats with her. 5 Democrats came over and voted with me and all the Republicans to pass the stablecoin legislation, the Genius Act, just last year. It is certainly possible to get a bipartisan result here.
Because yesterday I wasn't badgering the president, but I did strongly suggest that you could find out everything you needed to find out if the banking committee took over the investigation, whether there's anything there. And, you know, I think it was Senator Scott who asked the original questions to Jay Powell. He said he didn't think there's any criminality. And I said, you know, so if you were to find out exactly about cost overruns and everything else through the banking committee, would it work? And I asked the president, and this is what he said. See if there's an opening here, Senator.
Well, it is and it isn't, Joe. You have to find out why a thing like that could happen, because if you have hundreds of projects like that, you know, very few are like this, but if you had hundreds of projects like that, you have to find out why that happened.
Senator, could the president say, could the president tell the DOJ to drop it and let it go to the banking committee? Is there a deal possible there, or does, once the DOJ acting independently decides that needs to send out these subpoenas, do they have to pursue it? I mean, is it possible something like that could happen?
Well, I'm certainly not a legal expert in terms of the machinations of the DOJ. I heard the exact same thing, the same thing you just cited, Joe, and Andrew raised it. But again, I'm not privy to the details of what something like this might look like. I would say this, I would accept any off-ramp right now because we need to get Kevin into this position. And I'm more than willing to consider anything that would help accelerate his nomination and get him into his post. We need him there by the 15th, the middle part of May, so that Jay Powell can finish his term and that we can get Kevin into position. Again, I think we've got great opportunity ahead of us. I think we're going to see huge opportunity with all of the investment that's coming into America.
What
We need to get the
Democrat,
Fed back on track.
it's swayable. Give me 2 names that you think could, in the banking committee, that could do it. Are there discussions going with them to go around this completely?
Well, to be clear, I don't want to get ahead of Senator Scott, who's the chair of the committee. I'll just say, take a look at my stablecoin legislation. We had 5 Democrats on the committee that supported that then. Angela also Brooks led that with me on a bipartisan basis. And I think that we certainly have potential to get people who are looking for the, you know, for the best for our economy, that could see the potential of having Kevin in position and having it done quickly.
Yes, Senator Warren, I know. Watching that yesterday, she might not be the one you
I don't think she's going to be, she would not be on my list, Joe. She would not be on my list.
Senator, there is the possibility that Jay Powell will remain on the board of the Fed even after he would his term as chair is over. How do you feel about that?
Andrew, it's not typical, and if I were in Jay's shoes, certainly I'm not, but if I were, I think it would be a good time to go ahead and depart. As was said earlier in the show, it's probably not going to be a very pleasant environment to stick around. Again, I think we need to get a new chairman into position. Kevin is ready to do it. He's the man for the moment, as I said yesterday. My view is let's get it on. Let's move forward. Let's get on.
But do you think that raises questions about the independence of the Fed? I mean, there's an argument to be made that technically he has a term. He could stay and he should be allowed to do so.
Andrew, you're certainly correct. He should be allowed. I think it would be Jay Powell's choice to do that. Again, historically, that's not been the case. This is typical in most corporate America. When a CEO and chair retires, they generally give the new person, the new leader, the runway to move forward. And I think that would be the appropriate thing to do. But again, it'll be up to Chairman Powell.
He's threatened to do that. And if it got out of committee with a Democrat and the DOJ probe continued, Warsh could be seated and Powell could say, okay, I'm not leaving, because the DOJ probe is still going. So,
Right, Joe, that outcome's certainly possible. Yes.
All right, Senator Haggerty, thanks. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Coming up in just a moment, removing the nuclear dust. It's a sticking point in talks between the U.S. and Iran, and we're going to talk to a nuclear expert next. First, as we do that, take a look at this morning's pre-market S&P winners and losers.
left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. And they can't get the nuclear dust because it was obliterated by the B-2 bombers that went in. They never got the credit they should get. They've tried to get down there. You know, we have cameras from Space Force on it all the time. They've tried to get down. They can't get down. That place was obliterated. They did such a good job.
That was President Trump on Squawk Box yesterday. He has since extended the ceasefire with Iran. A key sticking point for future talks, though, is Iran's nuclear program. And joining us right now to talk about that is former nuclear weapons inspector David Albright. He's a physicist who is also the president of the Institute for Science and International Security. And David, thank you for being with us today. You say a big part of the sticking point is the Iranians' demand to continue to enrich uranium, which they say is needed for civilian purposes. You don't believe them?
No, it's not. I mean, they have a civilian nuclear program. It's a big nuclear reactor. They buy all the enriched uranium they need from Russia, and they couldn't even dream of making enough to fuel that reactor. They have a small research reactor that uses 20% enriched uranium, but they have quite a bit of it already, and much of it already made into fuel. So they probably have enough for 20 years of operation of that reactor without enriching again. So I think there really is no need for them to enrich, and I think it's a smokescreen for being able to have a nuclear weapons program.
So what would you advise the American negotiators when they sit down at the table, if they sit down at the table again in Islamabad?
Well, the key thing is to get a formal agreement to end enrichment. I mean, if, for example, from a technical point of view, if it lasted 20 years, that would really essentially end the program forever. They're not going to recreate it in that distant future, particularly given that they're buying enriched uranium for their needs. But I think in the end, the Trump position is end it indefinitely, and that's a noble goal. The other is that these stocks of enriched uranium need to come out, I mean, or be blended down. Now, one thing to put that in context, I mean, they can't make any more enriched uranium. So the enriched uranium they have is sort of like they had a still to make whiskey, and someone blew up the still, and that whiskey stock then becomes more valuable to just because you can't replace it. And so the stock is a little bit like that. But you also have to consider that stock existed before the June War. And that stock, combined with Iranian capabilities, was causing great harm or threat to the United States, because very quickly they could make a nuclear weapon with that stock of enriched uranium. And so, and in a sense, it was an imminent threat. At any moment, Iran could race to build the bomb. Now, Iran still has that exact same stock, but because of Israeli bombings and U.S. actions, it would be hard-pressed to make a nuclear weapon. I mean, there's facilities that are needed, there's activities that have to be undertaken, and Israel has bombed at least 8 or 9 sites associated with making the nuclear weapon itself. And so yes, the stock of high enriched uranium, other enriched uranium, is very important, but it existed before the war, and now Iran would face almost insurmountable problems to turn that into nuclear weapons. And so we also have to keep that in mind.
You just completely blew up a couple of real important talking points from critics of what's going on, David. Number one, that it wasn't imminent, there was no problem. So you're saying that there they had it, they got 900 pounds, it wouldn't take long to go from there to a usable weapon with the facilities. And two, to be able to do that, some of the actions that have already been taken by Israel and the United States have prevented them from having that path near term to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's correct. And imminent is a U.S. term. We don't use that in the scientific community. But it is chilling that at any moment in time, Iran could have raced to the bomb. And we estimated it would take them 6 months. Others said half that time. And that could go undetected. I mean, we depend on Israeli and U.S. intelligence, but they're not perfect. Look at October 7th. And so it was a very dire threat, and now it's gone. I mean, Israel has systematically been taking out the nuclear weaponization sites, as we call it, in both wars, and also attacking the program's know-how. I don't want to ever support killing of nuclear scientists, but they've been killing a lot of them. And the point is that certainly knowledge can't be destroyed, but know-how can. I mean, people know that in the business community. It's why things are proprietary. Know-how is how you do something. It's not reading a book. And so Israel's been also taking out the Iranian nuclear weapons program know-how, and that also sets them back. So I think that in that sense that we're in a much safer position than we were before the war started.
David, let me ask you what you think needs to happen here, because reportedly J.D. Vance laid out, as you suggested, a 20-year moratorium on being able to enrich uranium. The Iranians countered with a 5-year moratorium. That's kind of what blew up talks. What would be required, you think, to be able for us to feel safe and feel good about a deal that was cut? Would 5 years be enough?
No, 5 years is not enough. They'll just keep everyone on staff. That's what happened with the 2015 nuclear deal. It was 10 years, and they kept everyone on staff. And so at least it has to be at least 20 years, 30 years. I mean, it has to be in that time frame, because it's very hard to keep a program together that does nothing essentially for that period of time. And it allow Iran to have some face saving, that it's not just giving up everything. I mean, it has invested a lot into this program. And so another thing that has to be done is there has to be good verification. I mean, we have to know where is all the enriched uranium, how much will be blended down. I mean, how much will be sent out. I mean, under the 2015 nuclear deal, Iran sent out a lot of enriched uranium to Russia, and so that there's a precedent for that. And so,
David, how much do you think that they've been set back at this point? So I know we talked about how much they were set back prior to this point, but where now that this whole campaign for the last 6 weeks?
Well, it's always hard this early to come up with a number, because we're still learning of sites attacked by Israel, sites associated with nuclear weapons. But I think we no longer think there's 6 months, and we also think by any means. But we also think that they now have a real problem, that they can make a decision to build a bomb, but then if they go to do it, there's a very high probability they'll simply fail. One of the steps will not be able to be accomplished, or the know-how is gone, and they're going to be stumbling along trying to figure out how to actually do the process, and you can't read it in a book. So I think we're thinking that the challenge for the Iranian regime, if they want to go down this path, is that they have a high probability they'll fail if they start. And now, of course, if they spend 2 years doing it, the probability will go up. But then the probability of detection also goes up. And then the consequences, I think the Iranians understand now.
David Albright. David, thank you for being with us today. We hope you'll come back soon.
Okay, thank you.
The futures continuing to show some solid gains this morning. You can see the Dow's up over 300, S&P now up 45, and the NASDAQ up over 200. Up next, we're going to talk private equity, the IPO picture, and private credit with New Mountain Capital CEO Steve Klinsky. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome to Squawk Box. Sorry, if you could see what happens during commercial breaks, I'm sorry. We're going to talk about private equity now. We're going to talk about private equity. We're talking about trends in private equity. By the way, some of the pain that's happening in private credit. Steve Klinsky is here. He's the founder and CEO of New Mountain Capital, which has about $60 billion in assets across private equity, credit, and real estate. Steve was also one of the co-founders of Goldman Sachs' private equity group back in the early 80s. So he's an OG, if you will. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you all.
Let's actually start with the private credit piece, in part because I often say to people, if you're worried about private credit, you actually should be worried about private equity, in part because the only way for private credit to go bust, if you will, is for the equity to go bust first, and that hasn't happened yet. So how do you think about that circle?
Yeah, well, I don't think private equity's going bust, and I certainly don't think private credit's going bust, and I think it's just a very oversold asset class right now.
And so what do you think is driving that, though? I mean, you have this situation where you have a lot of people who are running for the exits. You have gates up all over the place.
Yeah.
And as a result, you have a lot of people questioning the very model of these sort of what are described as semi-liquid products.
Yeah. Well, I see it very different than that. So, you know, I think what all started was the so-called cockroach loans. Those were actually bank loans, not private credit loans. And those were loans tied to, as I understand it, fraudulent documentation that had nothing to do with the private credit markets. Then the other thing that drives it is a general fear of AI destroying everything. I think that's exceptionally overrated. Usually, you know, I've been through a lot of technology changes. The incumbents in a market who have the customers, the cash flow, the data, are usually able to adopt the new technologies rather than just sit quietly while other people pass them by. So I think that's very overrated. And like in a normal software loan, and some are private equity loans and some are not private equity loans, you would have to lose about 70% of the entire value of the company before you lose 1 penny of credit. So I just think the whole thing is a buying opportunity.
A buying opportunity in terms of buying the stocks of a company like a Blue Owl, or a buying opportunity in the context of trying to invest in one of these funds?
Well, when you have let's take the BDC, the publicly traded BDCs. If they're at a 30% loan to value, a 30% discount to book value, which some of them are, you would need, and they're leveraged 1-to-1, you would need a 15% default rate to justify that price, and the default rate last quarter was 1.5%. So you would need 10 times more losses that are actually happening before that book value is justified. You know, I started my credit arm in 2008 after Lehman went down, when everyone was in a panic. That was obviously a great time to start. It's not there, but it's one of the biggest, you know, kind of one of the best buying opportunities for credit selection that I've seen in a long time.
One of the other things that's happening in the private equity space is there's, you know, despite what everything's happening in the stock market, there's not been huge exits taking place. This still seems to be one of the challenges in the private equity space, and as a result, there are pension funds that don't have enough money to actually invest in new funds, and there's a little bit of a hot potato game going on.
Yeah. Well, speaking for my own firm, we've done 5 exits in the last 6 months that add up to about $18 billion. Only one's been publicly reported. In general, though, exits have been slower for private equity because there's been so much uncertainty in the world. But if you talk to the investment banking community, the lineup of companies ready to sell is longer than ever. And what we see as someone looking to buy companies is that the amount of companies in the market is way up. So
Okay, given all of the folks who want to sell, then how do you think about the marks? I mean, that's the other sort of underlying question, which is in the private equity space, obviously, private credit space and the like, the marks are not by the day.
Yeah. Well, generally, if you look over many years, private equity marks for all firms have been very fair. They've beaten the marks on the exits. I think there were some deals bought in 21 at very high prices that people may have gone down in value, and they're waiting for the earnings to build back up to that. But I don't think I think that's more of a partial problem, and overall, you know, with so much uncertainty with, you know, Liberation Day, the war in Iran, it keeps slowing up when it seems like the right time to exit. But I think there's a large amount of exits coming.
Right. You mentioned Iran, and one of the other pieces of this puzzle is so many people have gone to the Middle East for a long time. U.S. firms making pilgrimages effectively to try to collect money to put in their funds. Now there's both new questions about whether those meetings are even happening, given the war itself. But when you think about the UAE potentially asking for a lifeline from the U.S., how do you think that dynamic may change even further?
Yeah. Well, look, our last fundraising was about a year and a half ago. We went from $9 billion to $15 billion. We have great investors in the Middle East, but they were only a fairly small fraction of the total. So besides the U.S. pension funds, family offices have entered the market. Asian nations have entered the market. The Canadians are huge, so I think that's,
a non-issue.
Well, I mean, there are wonderful investors in the Mideast, and it's not good when they're under pressure from missiles hitting their cities. But that private equity is a very international class, and it's been growing. It's a $5 trillion market, so it's not based on the UAE alone.
What is your longer-term view about the idea of private equity and private credit venture, all of that, getting into the retail space in a much more broader way? Good idea, bad idea?
Well, look, I think going into retail is very proper, but there should be guardrails around it. So obviously the most sophisticated pension funds, the most sophisticated families are in private equity and in private credit. What you don't want is grandma to be telemarketed by a firm, Jordan Belford's firm calling her up and fooling her. So I think it makes sense to have it in the asset class, but to have guardrails about which firms are being chosen. So like if Fidelity is choosing firms to offer, I'm sure they'll do good selection. If you just let it be a free-for-all, I think that would be a mistake. And I don't know that anyone wants a free-for-all.
What's that?
No, I don't. Did Jordan Belfort? I never.
Stratton Oakmont. Well, you don't want Stratton Oakmont saying, we have 5 great private equity funds for you.
To make a movie about that, that's why I won't see it.
Oh, that's a
Put
great
that
movie.
guy-
You've never seen
I
that
know,
movie?
but to put that guy in any type of normal, he would take an 80-year-old widow's life savings without blinking an eye, and you can see it in his eyes. And now he's like, they book him on shows to come in and talk about things.
Right. So that's what you want. I totally agree. So that's what you want to avoid. But with, like, again, I've talked about the Australian system in the past, like Aussie Super, who picks great funds for the people they represent. Choosing funds is a high skill, and that should be applied to what gets in the 401k plan.
It's a longer conversation, Steve. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
Like Margot Robbie.
Squawk Box will be right back.
final check on the markets. We don't have a lot of time. Dow Jones up about just under 300 points. It was up more than that. Earlier, there's the NASDAQ up 190, the S&P. We're resuming its upward move. Do we not need an off-camera podcast or something?
We do.
A lot of good content. A lot of good content that you guys don't see. We'll be back tomorrow.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Swap in the Street. I'm David Faber with Jim Cramer. We are live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange for all has the morning call. Let's give you a look at futures. You just saw it. The end squawk box there. We are set up for a higher open when we begin trading 1/2 hour from now. Our roadmap this morning, it starts with President Trump extending that ceasefire with Iran until at least the country can, quote, come up with a unified proposal. Plus a new report that unauthorized users have accessed Anthropic's powerful new AI model Mythos. Well, we always talk about Anthropic, as we need to every day. We'll certainly talk about this as well. And we also have an exclusive with the CEO of Boeing. That stock is up this after the company posted a smaller than expected loss in the first quarter. Certainly you have been a fan of Mr. Ortberg's.
No, I'm a huge fan.
Huge fan. All right, let's start with the markets this morning, Mr. Cramer. I don't know, we're not allowed to go down anymore? It's just up.
Okay. Earnings have been great. Okay. The number of disappointments, one hand. The different areas that people are talking about are all good. David, you mentioned something, and we're going to just have to talk about it.
Sure.
There is a pulse among Anthropic, OpenAI. This morning, SpaceX buying Cursor, or at least have a lease on Cursor. Cursor is amazing. I can code with Cursor.
Yep.
I mean, remember coding for dummies? This is coding for super dummies who are also dead. This thing is so easy, David, that I could sit down with you and we could come up with Adobe. Oh no, Adobe $25 billion buyback. Check that. But I am saying that these are the companies, like Google has a huge meeting out in Vegas, and it's moving the stock. And people keep recommending Seagate. There isn't a day that AMD doesn't go up. It's like it's like Camelot there. It's no snow in July. I mean, we are in a moment, David, where when the president says hold, we say buy.
Right. How long does that continue? I mean, we've got this war that may be joined again.
May 21st.
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand it with the backdrop of the hostilities potentially continuing in the Mideast. Hopefully not.
So
maybe there'll be peace talks in Pakistan to settle this thing, but maybe not. It's still not clear, right?
I mean, look. Okay, so cotton's going up in price. Cotton's at a high.
Yeah. Okay. That's all you got from me.
Well, what am I supposed to say? Gasoline's not even going up.
No,
David, we are an energy-intensive country.
We are. Well, I've been talking about a lot of the rest of the world,
but it's
particularly
not gas.
Asia of late.
We're not
but
gas.
The Journal does a very good story today talking about how South Korea, they actually are better prepared than might have been anticipated initially, and it's going to take longer for them to run out of some of the key. Or really run down
Samsung and Hynix. I mean, these are companies. These are national treasures that they have there, and they're just crushing it. And we all know this, that you've got these companies like Taiwan Semi and Samsung and Hynix, and they are doing a level of business that is reflective of. Will you look at that of what we do?
Yeah.
All
right, so you just sit here and you just say bye. What?
No, I'm not saying
add
bye.
some value here.
No. I'm saying that things like Capital One report.
Yeah.
And the stock's down 10%, and I want to figure out who to kill, other than the fact it was my idea, so I have to do suicide. And then, Richard Fairbanks starts talking, and the next thing you know, the stock is up. It was down 10%. I was complaining to my fantastic sound guy, Dave, as I had my pants down when I was getting mic'd, and I wanted to, rip my pants off and just, throw them away, because I knew I was already down 10% for tomorrow, and now I'm up.
Well, now you're flat.
No, I was up.
All right. By the way, on Capital One, we don't have this cut as yet, but I wanted to share with people because you're bringing it up now. They did comment on the conflict in the Mideast, saying it represents a significant cloud on the horizon. They've already seen energy prices obviously spike, inflation moving higher. They go on to say, actually we do have it. Let's take a listen, Jim.
Richard
because-
addressed it. I mean, he addressed it. He's a good, tough
in a way
guy.
that we haven't
Rich
heard
Fairbank.
perhaps some of the other
but they have a
financial
lower
or
demo.
bank-related CEOs.
Lower demo, the lower K.
Right, the lower K.
K-leg.
Take a listen to Fairbanks on the Capital One call.
The new conflict in the Persian Gulf represents a significant cloud on the horizon. We've already seen energy prices spike sharply over the past 6 weeks. Inflation moved higher in March, largely because of the higher gas prices. So if energy prices remain elevated for an extended period of time, that would be a real headwind for consumers and probably a drag on the overall macro economy. But so far, we've not seen any adverse effects on our portfolio, even in our, either in our credit or in our spend metrics.
There it is, Jim. At the end of the day, he says, yeah, that it's concerning, but we're not seeing any real impact yet.
But Fairbanks speaks English. It's just a terrific conference call. He's a great guy. He put together Discover with Capital One. He's got low end, he's got high end. And all I can tell you is when I listened to it, I thought, okay, we're going to get crushed. And people liked it. And the raising of price targets this morning. Because people can't get enough good stories, David. It's 9 times their earnings. 9 times earnings.
We got
Doesn't
so many
matter.
other things to cover this morning. Obviously, Jimmy Vernova doing the
look, applied
honors here at the New York
materials,
Stock Exchange.
Micron, they
That stock
don't
is up
stop.
sharply. I know you've got a lot on that.
Yes.
But we do need to get to Boeing because Phil LeBeau's going to be bringing
okay, this is
Kelly
going to be
Ortberg to
I will
us.
tell you, this is going to be fantastic. I'm just putting it out.
Oh, really? Now you're like raising expectations.
Well, David, even space was
Now
good.
you're
I remember
raising
telling you, will you please get
expectations.
rid of space?
You
You
hear
were at the lunch.
Lower
Remember I said get rid of space.
This is going to be terrible. No, I'm kidding. Boeing shares are up in the pre-market. The company did post results that were above estimates. Phil LeBeau is at the company's headquarters and is joined by its CEO, Kelly Ortberg. Take it away, Phil.
Thank you, David. No pressure, Kelly.
Yeah, great.
Let's begin first off with this question. Solid quarter in terms of smaller than expected loss. And as you guys are increasing production, you look out into the second and third quarter. 2 questions here. Let's start first off with free cash flow. Do you expect to hit the target of $1 to $3 billion in free cash flow this year? Because so many investors are focused on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've gotten off to a good start in the first quarter. I think we posted a better first quarter in terms of free cash flow than we anticipated. So we're on track for a second half positive cash flow and a full year positive cash flow. It's all a part of our recovery.
Where are you in terms of the next 2 quarters and how critical it is for increasing 737 MAX production? Plus, you've got a couple of certifications out there, but just in terms of production, this is the crunch time, correct?
Yeah, well, look, we've been very successful in moving from 38 a month to 42 a month. And this last quarter, we saw stability delivering MAX at 42 a month. Our next increment will be 47 a month. We plan to get there this summer. All of our key metrics look good. The production system is very stable, and we're hearing very good things about the quality of the airplanes from our customers. So all systems are go for this next rate increase for us.
So already you're pulsing the system at 47 per month. Right now you're at 42 per month, meaning you're talking with your suppliers, you're getting the system ready for that full-on go to 47 once the FAA says, yep, you're good to go.
Yep, that's right. And that's the same process we've used in the previous rate increases. So we go pulse the system, make sure that when we do go to this rate that we're mature and we can stabilize at that rate. So that's what we're doing. And again, all systems are go to make that happen.
High oil prices. It's impacting every industry, but I have a lot of people who are saying, what's going to happen with carriers around the world? Are they okay financially? Will they have to defer orders? What are you hearing back from your customers in the Middle East? The Middle East carriers who have seen their business just decimated over the last month and a half.
Yeah.
Are they deferring orders?
No, they're not. Clearly, they have disruption in their current operation, but we have had no discussions with any of the Middle East carriers in deferring orders. This is a long cycle business. They need the aircraft, they need the lift. And I would say that we made all the deliveries in the first quarter that we anticipated into the Middle East. So no discussions there. I will tell you, I've had customers outside of the Middle East who've reached out and said, hey, if there's any airplanes available, we'd like to jump in line. So I think we're going to manage our way through this Middle East impact okay.
Kelly, I believe Jim has a question for you. Jim, go ahead.
Yes, Kelly, first, congratulations to the Chargers. It was a good conversation I had earlier with you today. You know, I love that. But I thought I was very excited about the fact You do not have any China orders yet in this. I think your salesman in chief has got a big meeting come up with China. Maybe there'll be some orders from China. What do you think?
Yeah, well, the president's been very helpful for us in new business, in particular international orders. So I'm very hopeful that with the Trump-Xi meeting, that will result in further orders for us in China. It's an important growing market for us. We haven't had many orders in the past several years from China, so this will be an important one, and I'm pretty confident if the agreement is made at the country level that there'll be some order opportunity for us.
And also, I was very impressed with defense. I don't think people realize how much you're involved. Missile and helicopter. The numbers look very good there.
Yeah, look, whenever there's a great increase in operational tempo like we're seeing right now, our products are being used extensively in that operational tempo. So great opportunities for us across the board, and I think we'll see increased orders, particularly around our weapons systems as we go forward. So we had a really good quarter in our defense portfolio, record backlogs, and we expect that to continue.
Kelly, let's talk about the certifications, because you've got 3 big ones that are out there. Starting first off with the 2 variants of the 737 MAX, the Dash 7 and the Dash 10. Those are both on track for certification this year. Am I correct? Is that still the expectation?
That is, and I'm very pleased with the progress on the certification. We've got all the authorizations we need from the FAA. And we're just finishing the flight test program right now. We're making great progress every day. So we're really looking forward to that. And as you point out, that will enable us to deliver the Dash 7 and Dash 10 in the market, which is going to be really important for our next year.
And then the 777X.
Yeah, the 777X likewise is going through the certification process. We've got more work to do on that program, but we're making great progress every day. The airplanes are flying, and we're ticking off the authorizations to get to the certification. We recently got approval for what's called TIA 4A from the FAA, which is a big package of certification flights, and we're in the process of performing on those right now.
When you look at the president making it clear, there will need to be some increased spending when it comes to defense programs, and you see the posture that the federal government is taking. What does that mean for investors as they look at Boeing and your defense business, which has been moving in the right direction since you became CEO?
Yeah, well, look, we've been investing heavily in our facilities to expand capability, whether that's the PAC-3, the missile systems for the Patriot, or our F-47 production facility. So I think we've been doing what the administration and the Department of War want, which is investing in capacity for this demand. Big uptick in overall budget. And we expect that budget is going to allow us to increase our growth plan for.
I got to ask what Jim alluded to earlier, the space business and the space program. It's been a challenge for you guys for some time. And Jim says, "Oh, get out of space." You're not going to get out of space, but where is that in terms of when you look at the turnaround that you need to do for those operations and that business for Boeing?
Well, first of all, let me just point out that the Artemis II rocket, that's a Boeing rocket, and the launch and flight was flawless. So I'm so proud of our team for the accomplishments, and we've got further Artemis launches in place. As you're aware, we also have Starliner flights coming this year. The first will be uncrewed and then followed by a crewed flight. So a lot of opportunity to improve our performance in our space business, and this year is a big, important year for us.
Kelly Ortberg, CEO of Boeing, after the company reported Q1 results that were better than expected, and Jim now knows you're not getting out of the space business. David, I will send it back to you.
Okay, Phil, I will take it and appreciate it. Of course, you bring us Mr. Ortberg. You heard anything you didn't want to hear? Or what?
Well, there's a little context. They had some astronauts who were kind of in limbo. And that was Boeing.
Oh, yeah, that was a bad look for a long time.
And that was what made me think that perhaps it was not necessarily the best
something
business.
they wanted to stay.
But this is Kelly Ortberg's Boeing, and they don't do that anymore. Kelly Ortberg's Boeing is very exciting, and they can go to the dark side of the moon. You and I will never get there. He got us there. I applaud him for that. The free cash flow going to go positive.
Yes.
Really important. It's a free cash flow story.
Yes.
This is an order story too. It is not a maintenance story. So GE yesterday went down RTX because there could be less maintenance because there are fewer flights. We see all these flights being canceled.
Correct.
So let's
As a result
remember,
of
David,
jet
this is
fuel
original equipment, and not only were there no cancellations from the Middle East, there were orders, and no one wants to get out of the queue. David, you and I would be scalping the queue if we were in it.
If we were
We'd
in it, we'd
saying,
be
I got,
trading places.
Yeah,
I got something for you. I can get you,
for
move you up.
150 million, I'll get you
I'll
to
move
20.
you up.
Yes, that's what this is about now.
It's a good business.
It's a great
It
business.
is a duopoly
It's
after all.
StubHub. A little
Doesn't hurt.
StubHub. 150 million to move up.
All right.
Yeah, StubHub's the first order they've ever had. of these.
Yeah, we got so many more things coming here. We just get yourself fully focused.
I am so focused.
Okay, good.
What? How about,
I got a long list here, man. Look at this.
Remember,
I got-
Jensen calls it mythos and he calls it Nebius. You think I'm going to call it mythos and Nebius?
No,
Are you out of your mind?
it's
What kind of
mythos.
premise? You're the wrong person. You think I woke up a loser?
It's fun. Never.
Right. Thank you.
No. All right, coming up. More to get to, of course. GE Vernova, we mentioned it a bit. Adobe, United Airlines, AT&T. A lot of earnings, a lot of other movers, so much more. Don't go anywhere. We're right back. Take a look at what appears to be names that will be higher this morning when we get started with trading.
Boston Scientific finally coming back.
Yeah,
That's been
11 minutes
monster.
from now. We're going to get into GE Vernova a bit. We obviously just heard from Boeing CEO. You can see Masco leading the way as well.
Yeah,
Jim's got a
amazing
man,
cabinets.
Jim's got a man dash for us coming up right after this. Welcome back. 8 minutes before we get to an opening bell here at the New York Stock Exchange. Time for a mad dash. We've mentioned GE Vernova. Interestingly, they're going to be doing the honors as well. 8 minutes from now, when they ring the opening bell, the stock is also going to be up sharply as a result of earnings. What did you like here, Jim?
Okay, first, apropos of the Boeing, where I said close the space division, I questioned Larry Culp. I said, you're going to lose so much money, this GE Vernova, this turbines. What are you going to do with the turbines? Well, it turns out you're going to sell them to the data centers, to the utilities, which are growing for the first time. Utilities, one was all coal to nat gas. No, now it's big orders. By the way, David, data centers buying them. It's only about 20 to 25% of the business. Data centers, more orders this quarter than all of 2025.
In fact, it's funny you mention that because from the call, I chose one soundbite from Scott Strazik, the CEO.
We did not rehearse this.
And it wasn't rehearsed, and that was it. Take a listen to what he had to say in terms of demand.
Quarter to date, we have booked more power equipment orders in terms of value than we did in all of Q1 26. On pricing, we expect our orders in the first half of 26 to be priced 10 to 20 points higher than our 4Q 25 orders on a dollar per kW basis. We now expect to book 10 to 15 gigawatts of contracts in Q2 and to end 26 with at least 110 gigawatts under contract.
All right, that's Strazik reading from his script, obviously, on the call.
Data center and regular utility. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to. You have to lump the two
But
together.
that's why that's what's got the stock up, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the number of machines, and this is another one, David, where you would want to get a slot and sell it to the other guy because they're booked. You're talking about 2029.
Right.
If you want anything here, 29, 30, 2 to 3 year lead time, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. David, you can't get these. This is the way that you power your data center. Remember, Jensen, first layer of the layer cake is power.
One part of their business that is not doing as well as wind, of course.
Well, they're opening up their mouth this morning.
It's ugly, David.
Does not
Does
not like wind.
You want you off your beach house? You want it next to your beach house?
In all seriousness,
I'm pro wind.
I know.
I'm pro
They're
wind.
taking apart wind.
I'm willing to
that
go
have
toe
already
to
been
toe
built.
with the president on wind.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. But that said, revenues were down 23%.
Well, you want to focus on the negatives? That's you.
I'm just mentioning that is one part of their business that, by the way, a few years ago you would have expected would have been a growth part of GE Vernova's business.
Absolutely. And they don't have solar. Remember that.
You know,
right.
It's
but
flipped.
It's not just U.S. It's all over the world.
Yeah.
He just was in Vietnam. He sold one. He got 3 more orders yesterday.
Right.
I mean, LNG power plants, David. It is the most important part of the growth economy, and people have to recognize that it was never. It hasn't grown. I don't know, since Edison. I don't know. It's where they named it. He was born in Edison, right? Isn't that why he's? No.
It's kind of great insights that people look for here.
But yes. But David, Juggernaut, one that I own for my travel trust. You like to point out Nike. You like to do that. You like to be pickaninny with me. I don't pick at you, and whatever you want to do. But you know what I say?
Yeah, what do you say?
GE Vernova.
There you go. All right, that says it all. Opening bells 4.5 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere.
Opening bell. Good morning, retail traders. We broke resistance. We're in the resistance. Now we got a pivot point in the resistance channel. Oh, it's a beautiful day today. May us all bank today. Good morning, franchise. Good morning, R. Rufflestiltskin. Good morning, RTP. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, G. Galvin, Randy, and Angel. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Are we going to get rain? Do I have coffee time? Nope, we got less than a minute. So today we're going to look at my watch list. I got a penny scan bind. Kind of got see, sideways trader, I used to trade like this. Now I look at it a little bit different, like that there. Well, that could be a head and shoulders. So two possibilities there. And here we go. Jet. SPX opened up. We got a triple top breakout. So double bottom for today. Set the alert. Come on. Where in the hell? We got an inversion, we got a head and shoulders. We got a support right off the 200. That's on SPX. I'm going to set an alert resistance. We got a cap, small little gap. And resistance is going to be, the alert's going to be set right there. At or above. Today's losers, CMG, Walmart. No big losers at all. Winners is Mr., Oracle, PLTR, TSM, CrowdStrike, TSM, SPX, mark implied volume. I guess I hit a, I don't know where that come from. We got VWAP for support today on the 63. I'm going to go right between it here, off that yin yang. /ES. Good morning, YouTubers. Tell me if you can hear me. How does Uncle Jimmy sound today? We're pulling back. 63. I better have my platform up. That could be a problem. Opening bell. I'm at a white party today. Ah. Verified required. What? That's strange. I wonder if someone got into my account. The fuck? Ah! So we had an ascending triangle breakout. That's going to be your solid support for right now. Bring it up to 95. 707.95 is the alert. We got NVIDIA, Tesla pulled back a little bit to support. I'm watching NVIDIA. And we got Apple pulled back. Meta had a nice little reversal there with an inverted hammer and 4 crows. Got Google off the 200 on the 5-minute. Failed the 1-minute. We're bearish at the 1-minute. We got AVGO off the 200 on the 5-minute. 1 minute. Oh man, that'd have been a good one. We had a little bounce on the SPY. That's about 20 cents right there. 22 cents off the 200. with the inverse head and shoulders. I need to do a video on inverse head and shoulders. I mean, constantly seeing them every single day. Scan's not showing any pennies. Opening bell. Take off my shoes. The market's not ready for me yet. Actually, how did I get that there? That's not right. Well, that's a 2 minute. Now that makes sense. Yeah. See how much difference the 1 minute and the 2 minute was on that inverse head and shoulders? It would be a lower right shoulder if I used the 2 minute. Which I can see, because then we'd hit that 707.95 area where I set the alert. I wasn't aware of that when I saw the 2 minute. You got to flip back and forth time frames. I do it all the time, but I'm just now adding a couple more. I want to see how that 2 minute, how clean it can be. When to use it. Okay, I'm gonna go make me something to drink. We're hovering around the pivot point area on the SPX. YouTubers, can you hear me okay in room? Can you hear me okay? Where's my pork rind? Who doesn't love a good pork rind in the morning? It's complicating. I think we're going to go pull back a little bit. So far, he ain't moved nothing. Did have a small little breakout. See if it comes back to that 200, the IWM at 276.94. A lot of wicks. Oh.
time is near. You've your final curtain. Now things are so clear and uncertain.
Good morning, Bobby. FIFA. Okay, here we go. IWM. And now, say that you want me, shy-yi. We're in the fricks. Oh, we get a big drop here, or? No, we got a big bounce. SPY breaking out. 710s are now on watch at 110. Ah, yeah. What happened here? SPY is my battle cry. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. We got a triple top, so just be careful, Bobo. Okay, here we go for the last time to check the bullishness of this trade. 92 cents, baby. It's going to be do or die right here. Strike. I'm going to be watching the 710 right now. We'll see if we're going to hold. 0.87. I'm not sold on being bullish yet. We're just coming back, double testing that 200. 3 black crows. Mama. Shit. We're hitting the right shoulder. 94. So we got a Dragonfly Doji on that one there. Boom, baby. Out of the buck. Oh yeah, it's the Brady Bunch. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I just took the SPY from a dragonfly to a monarch butterfly. Monarch butterfly. And everybody wants to know, how does he do it? Beep, 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 beep. Your name is Washboardjim. Spelunk. Take a good look at this doji. It's called a dragonfly. DRANGONFLY. DOJI. Dragonfly. Fly to the moon. Watch NVIDIA. Are you inputs or calls? Come to you, exactly. We are, ladies and gentlemen, do you see the falling wedge on NVIDIA? Do you see the falling wedge on NVIDIA? This should hold. If this holds here, we're going back. Oh. No, we're still safe. It's not much of a fallen wedge. We held support on the SPX and it didn't trigger. That's on a 2 minute. So 2 minute, we got a rising wedge or a bear flag on the 2 minute. And the 1 minute, we have a head and shoulders. Right shoulder getting ready to break. We're squeezing right now on the SPX on the 1 minute. Any second, it'll do something. And we could come back and do a triple bottom, but that could be an ascending triangle, counting head and shoulders. And we had a doji, a little hammer. We're going to know any second. I still think we need a week of consolidation. But this was the day that I said we could have a green day. And I said that last week. Last Friday. So far, it's played out pretty good. So I'm going to go into the kitchen and grab my coffee now. I think it... have another pork rind. Go away, little girl. Spy at 129, the 710s. Triggered. /ES. Look at that NVIDIA pop or Tesla. What the heck, Jimmy? Google, look at Google pop. Called that one out. AVGO I called out. Coin and Mr. are boing. Oh gosh, there's Sarah. She's a cutie, but she's a snob. The biggest snob on the show. ADP National Employment Report. Awaiting Supreme Court decision on Lisa Cook case. Could come today. You guys don't know crap. You were talking recession. Oh God. This is the only guy I trust.
Okay, we'll continue to watch that dynamic in this market. Certainly fascinating as crude oil has been picking up. We're above that $90 a barrel right now.
$90 a barrel. Panic mode. Another doji. Another bear sign. Gravestone doji. Oh, that's Mr.
Obviously looking at Australia, maybe parts of the European Union.
Notable post-market earnings.
The Pacific markets. CSX, along with Union Pacific, they also charge, surcharges or fuel charges onto their customers as well. And they re-rate those very aggressively and very quickly when we do see market dynamics shift in the manner that they have. So those fuel charges or the surcharges could actually be a tailwind for them that allows them to offset maybe
$1 to 113 on the SPY.
You may see in the coming quarters. And I think it's just going to be a really good read-through as to what's happening in the overall economy here in the United States, especially on the East Coast.
Right at my pivot point off the 100, 200.
What is going on with autos?
Oh yeah.
Part of their business.
I'm out.
Shipments, that coal trade has actually been a really profitable one this year. And I think that'll be a really good one for market participants to kind of read that conference call, read that earnings announcement, and see and get a little bit of a flavor as to what could actually happen next year when it comes to GDP, as well as some of the other metrics that we focus on a macroeconomic basis.
Okay, so some key names this afternoon, a barometer on the economy, no doubt with the CSX earnings as well, transportation company and ServiceNow. Obviously, in light of the fact that softwares have been staging this.
I mean, I just got out of the SPY for a few minutes, Scout.
It's actually up for a 7-day winning streak yesterday, so this could make it 8. The SOX also 15-day winning streak yesterday continues to put on 0.8% right now. I mean, we're at a record, which has been interesting. I was speaking to Nate Peterson yesterday about how he suspects one risk could be some mean reversion on absolutely no news. So this could even happen off the back of some of the tech reports we hear from next week. So keeping an eye on that as well. So very data light today, KG. Not a huge amount of macro, as I meant.
Oh, shut up. I gotta get my coffee. I'm smelling it. Oak. My sister Oh boy, she wants to be a politician. I hear some noise. So Jimmy's excited. We're at a double top. We got a head and shoulders, so let's see if we can get another pullback. These people in the market don't know what they're doing. If you listen to them, you're going to get wired. Penny stocks, we've got W buy on watch. FRMI. Let me get this out here first. FRMI. And now, FRMI. Woo! Damn. What's going on here? So they're pushing for the company's sale. We got resistance to break at 609 or 604 to double top. Let me repeat. We have a resistance. Mike Sniff. See, I picked up some of Biden's bad habits. Stick your fingers through a woman's hair and then sniff your hands. 604 to 691. Support at 646, 654. 554, 554, 554, 554, 554. And we got a head and shoulders. So long, 640 has to break. I said it so everybody could hear it. $638, Randy. SPY is moving. Randy, $1. We just hit resistance on the SPY. I'm done for the day. It's been a good day. Told you I was in a good mood this morning. Well, Jim, giddy up, boy. I'm debating on what I want to have for, I think I'm going to have a beef sausage with cottage cheese and sauerkraut. Yep, I just left $100 on $200 on the table. Actually, $100. Actually, a lot more than that. Because I sold 5 at $1. We bounced off the VWAP. Or is that I'm sure that's the VWAP. Yeah. It sure was. Shit. How do you do it? Well, first you got to take and not listen to any news or any bias. That's your first step, because that kind of blocks your arteries. You know what I mean, man? I think you do. I want to show the VWAP. I want to show the VWAP. Oh, remove. And now the time is clear. We had 3 black crows, which was certain. And now I'm exhausted scalping 3 beautiful scalps. Do you understand? So we got the 200 right here. I swear, all you got to do is pay attention to the strategy and you'll become a winner every single day. The 200 SMA twice, and then the VWAP. If you know what I mean, man. VWAP. Study every chart, every trade you do. Just don't ignore the chart. Go back and look at it. See if you missed anything. I mean, this is clean, and I'm exhausted, so I need to wait for a pullback, and I think I'm going to prepare lunch. So once we broke out, this is, hello? Yes, my name's Gloria Bunker. I was sitting watching you trade, and I remember when you was a little baby and I held you in my arms, and you always talked dirty to me. Well, I was a little bit older at the time, and I had to write it off, but now, man, you're a handsome man. How would you like to come over and do a little jingle? But I was sitting here watching you trade this morning, and you called them trades off the 200 SMA, and then the VWAP. I have to say that was outstanding, bouncing off the 63 EMA on the 1 minute time frame. And to my understanding, you call that a clean day. Is that correct? Yes, Gloria. I remember them days when I was about 6 months old and you held me and I pinched your titty. I remember that day. But you're mostly correct. The first crows I called, I said that wasn't the beautifulest crows, but it was 3 red candles. Then we had a real nice setup the next time it hit the 200 with 4 crows, with 3 solid crows bouncing off the 200 with the big old hammer. And then again, we had a tweezer bottom off the VWAP. And you set up with 4 crows. So now we're double topping, and I'm truly exhausted. So I'm going to go in there and make a sausage. How would you like to have one? And some sauerkraut and some cottage sleaze. And I wish I had a dad like yours. Archie was so talented. The way he talked back then, we all understood that he wasn't a racist, that he was just mocking the racist. But these liberals today think your dad was a racist. And I remember when I was a kid that I wanted to move up with the Jeffersons to the east side, and I did. I live on the east side of Springfield now in a high-rise apartment. I call it my bunker. It's a bachelor's pad, and if it wasn't for Mr. Jefferson, I would have never made it to the east side, and if it wasn't for Archie, I grew up not being a racist, because they were best friends. So thank you very much, Gloria.
For the Defense Department. So that's potentially more treasuries that need to be issued to finance that. Are there enough buyers at a certain level, and maybe yields need to move a little bit higher? But building back to the economic resilience idea here, a positively sloped yield curve is generally a good thing. It's indicative of a healthy market. And if we expect the Fed to remain on hold for a little while now, 1, because inflation's too high, but 2, because the economy's on solid footing, that actually could pull long-term yields up a little bit more because, again, a positively sloped yield curve and a premium from long-term bonds over short-term bonds tends to happen in a growing economy. So we're not worried that long-term yields are going to necessarily move up to, say, 5% or more, but they can move back up to that 5.5% range that we've seen. And just to kind of look at it from a binary standpoint, there's probably more risks that the 10-year Treasury gets closer to 4.5% right now than back below 4%. We think we need to see significantly slower economic growth or a potential recession to see the 10-year dip back below 4%.
Yeah, that's exactly what Stephen Risciuto from Mizuho was saying, looking at about 4.6 towards the end of the year. And he does expect the Fed to basically sit on their hands throughout the 2026 and into 2027. So that's interesting. But yeah, high yield curve, good for financials at least. Colin, always appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us today. Head of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Coming up, it's time for a morning trade, and we'll take a closer look at IBM ahead of earnings. Morning Trade Live will be right back.
Narcissistic Jim, with his ego and his wit, doesn't give a damn what.
Bouncing off the 63.
Narcissistic Jim,
With his evil and his wits.
doesn't give
Give a damn what you think of him one bit.
The market takes a dip. SPS Jimmy will
By, yeah.
bitching and Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye.
Burp it up, Jim.
Let it fly, let
Let it roar. Whoa. We'll do it with 3 times the charm.
Narcissistic
Narcissistic
Jim,
Jim, with his evil and his wits,
doesn't
give a damn what you think of him one bit.
The market
Takes a dip,
SPS
it's
Jimmy
go
will
by.
bitching and
Oh,
Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye.
Burp it up, Jim.
Let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core.
Narcissistic Jim,
Doesn't care,
care what you think.
he'll burp and fart out loud until
Till his room stinks.
candles on his screen bounce like titties in the night. Birds get so loud,
Wow, thinks that boy ain't right.
bull or bear, calls or puts, doesn't
Matter one bit.
Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Fart for a dip, ass making noise, burp for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy's
Grinding away.
on his
Washboard toy.
burp it up, Jim. Let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he has, his ego's ablaze. Burps and farts collide, the room is so amazed. Narcissistic Jim, the legend, the king, playing his old washboard till that closing bell rings. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic Jim.
Talk about it. Talk about it. Where's the SPY entry? Well, we're coming up to a triple top. So this is going to be it. If it doesn't break here, we could end up back here at 708. 708.85, a little bit above it. Oh, actually probably 708.91. Triple top. Randy? My name is Washboardjim. Spelunk. It's Jim's lunchtime, and I hang out with the fat cats, and we're going to talk about how we're going to run this market back up after it pulls back to 708.92. Does anybody have a problem? Unless we break the triple top. Volume's slowing down. And it's picking up. And it's slowing down. I say we have an equilibrium on the buys and calls right now. Kind of sticking to the heavy side of the buy and calls. Buy and sells. Excuse my French. You didn't know that story about me and Gloria Bunker, did you? When I pitched her titty at 6 months old. I heard a wow. Everybody make sure you hit the like button on YouTube. I'm not ignoring you today. Mike. Hello, Mike. Mike Mark Chilik. Marchilik. Okay, triple top. Randy, pay attention. There's Johnny Plywood. Hello, Johnny. Johnny's been with me for a long time. Everybody say hi to Johnny. He takes care of his family very well. Johnny's a good dude after I slapped him around a couple times. Sometimes, you know, like it's, you know how to treat a bully. When I was in 3rd grade, I got picked on a lot. So I started watching boxing and learning how to punch. One day, I walked out of class and the whole schoolyard was there waiting for me. And I'm going to call him Johnny, came up to me and he said, "Punk, I'm going to whip your ass." And I said, "What?" I always back down. I always back down. This was the day I wasn't going to back down. And I turned around and gave him a left cross right onto his nose. He was a little bit bigger than me, and he hit the ground bloody. I run home, and the police come to the front door and said, "We have an understanding that your son got in a fight after school and broke a guy's nose." He's only in 3rd grade. I said, that's right, Mom. Had to beat the bully up. And nobody picked on me ever since. I kind of knew better after that. And then I had my nose broke about 2 or 3 times. Inside of a ring, not outside of it. And then I learned that I ain't gonna fight these Mexicans anymore. They're too damn fast. So we failed the triple bottom. Now we've got a head and shoulders. Are we going to bounce off the 63, or are we going to come down and hit my support? I got to raise my support level up now, because we're keying in right on that 200, and I want to be prepared to take this trade. And then I'm going to set another one right at the 200 EMA. And there we are, double bottom. Brandy! 3 black crows. We're going to see how tough we are here. You can do the 710s on the SPY at 115, or the SPX. Oh, the SPXs are cheap. No, that is a SPY. Shit. 115 on the SPY, and SPX. Oh, at 7. If we hold 7150s. So I got these at 115. And the SPX. We got a double bottom, 3 black crows. At 235, 7150s. We're at 127 scale out of the SPY. I got 235 on the 7150s. 129 on SPY. Burp it up, Jim. $235 on the 7150s. Ah, darn it. Fuck. Oh, never mind. That's not it. I thought these jumped to like 260 and I just sold them at 129. Double bottom, baby. Now we're at 270 on the SPXs. 275. So we hit the 21. This is a double bottom play, high or low, off the 200 EMA to the 21 on the SPY and the SPX. We just broke resistance. And we hit the 21, so I'm going to get out of these two. 270. Okay, now it's time to delete. Well, I respect Magnificent a lot. He left the room because, well, I'm not sure if he's going to come back. He's a real hardcore Jewish person. He knows what it's like to be picked on for 47 years from Israel, from Iran. I mean, he's hardcore, and he just didn't like the disrespect that people were doing in the room on the Jewish people. And he was getting a little bit too offensive, and I just told him I don't want no more fighting in here. I'm tired of the fighting in the room about religion and Iran and how stupid they are, and he just took it real personal. And it just kept being bombarded with fake news over and over again when he's done all of his heavy research. Imagine somebody threatening you every single day, every time you walked around the corner, like I was when I was a kid, and I had to use brute force to get it to stop. And I just told him, I said, I don't want no more fighting in here. I'm done with it. I can't trade. Listening to different headlines and none of them being true. And as for Oklo, he disrespected me and I kicked him out. Privately. He didn't do it in front, in the chat. And I don't know what happened to Mike, and I can understand Funk in a way. He's kind of a loner. He wants to teach and he wants to learn too. So, it's just stuff like that. There's a 280 on them. Just like a Muslim, they're very hard-headed. Me, I bend. I was a liberal for many years, but the tide shifted on me. I didn't support a lot of the ideas that are coming out of that party now, so I left. I'm a libertarian. I'm pro-business. I'm a capitalist, so that had a lot to do with it. So that's that. You can message Magnificent and tell him you want him back. He's probably listening, maybe. He's a good friend. He's a little bit forceful, but I can understand. Because I was picked on for many years, too, until I finally had to fight back. And they left me alone. Because I knew. They knew not to mess with me when I was younger. because I was real fast. So that politics, just people just letting it out from headline to headline, and none of it made sense to me. SPY just hit my support level probably at the 200 right here. Yep, this is a triple bottom. But it's okay. I sent him a message, Randy, what you wrote yesterday. If he reads it, I don't know, but he even got on to me for saying Nvidia. When I was having fun. So I quit saying Nvidia. I don't know if he picked up on that or not. We might be heading towards the 200 here for a strong buy. But we got 3 black crows right now. So, I can understand everybody's minds are different. I've got Democrat friends that just hate Jews. I don't know why. I let them have it. But, I'm watching this here triple bottom here. I really don't want to get into this trade right now. I want to eat. Because I think we could pull back and hit this 200. I still keep looking at that 200. But we've got a symmetrical flag here with higher lows. That means it could break on out. Look at them higher lows right there. Jewish people are very, very, there's 2 kinds of them. Ones that eat kosher, that are very strict on what they eat and what they say and what they do. Have like a ritual. I didn't know much about the Jewish people until I started hanging out with Vegas. See, this arch coming down kind of tells me that it's a little bit bearish, more than the one going up. If this was going up steeper, I'd be more of a bullish kind of person. So I'm going to wait, see if we get to, I got to raise this up. I got to raise my alert above my 200. See how the sell tickets are coming in? I still can't make up their mind. Florence's husband passed away today, 4 years ago, so she's going to be checking his gravestone. That was real hard on her. When her husband died, she took care of him till the very end. But they came here with nothing and ended up making a lot of money. They were legal immigrants. That's the American dream. That's why I support Trump a lot, because of the border situation. If they would just vented them people, it would have been a totally different story. But there's too many. They couldn't do it. Still holding up. It's kind of like a pennant flag. As the 200's been crawling up closer and closer too. It's on the SPY. I'm going to raise my bar up here on the SPX to the 200 EMA and set another alert right here. Because of the 100 and all my trend lines, I got 3 reasons to take that trade maybe. I was having trouble in a trade a long time ago, a while back, and I said I got out of the trade, and I did. I also said I got back in a trade, the same trade. And that's when me and Oklo got into it. He accused me of lying, and I said, fuck you, I'm done with you. But he didn't do it on the floor. Maybe he didn't hear me say I got back in the trade. I don't know. Slash ES trying to break. We got a triple top and a quad on the bottom. So we're in the sweet spot, and I didn't take that. That was at $2. The SPX, now it's at 245, but I want to eat, so get that off my chest. For breakfast I had, oh man, look at that go, a SPY. SPY's up 20 cents. I was in another room yesterday and 2 big old eagles got into it. In trading, a lot of people have different kind of egos. And you look, after a while, you learn how to maintain it. Because you want to be the one, or so I've seen all kinds of egos. SPY's at the 200. We've been hitting this 200 all day. So if that fails, it's a sure thing down here. And I'm waiting. I'm not in this trade. I don't want to take it right now. I just want to see if we can pull back to that 200. But right now, I mean, we're at a solid support. The 200 EMA. And we got the VWAP over here, so that's still holding it up. I might raise this up just a little bit because it's too close to that 200. I've missed so many trades by not pushing that up. So I did something today that I've only done a couple of times, and that was, you know what ceiling tiles are in a business? They look kind of like this. So there's another one on the right where I had to cut into it and try to fit it against a pole. And I only had 3 tiles left. And I put 2 of them in. There's a little bitty leak on one of the tiles there. This happened during an ice storm on that middle tile. You magnet up, so I decided to leave that one there and go and use the last one to do this little curvature. So I had to take a razor knife and try to cut that to fit like that little sprinkler system there. I've replaced that one. And I haven't done too much work on these tiles, so when I you take a razor to it, so I was jumping up. I knew today was going to be a good day because I cut that thing perfect. Now we're at the VWAP. That little stain right there. So I put all them in, and then there was one more over here that had a pole that came out like kind of right in here like this. And I had to cut that out and then cut more to fit it. Cut the lip. These have lips on them. So I had to cut a lip also to go around that. I was very impressed. I mean, a person can probably start it. Here we go. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Which one are we going to take? It was a job. Take the 200. We got the 200. Come in, get ready. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. /ES. So we got to mind people's religion in this room. We all have different kind of, some of us don't even have religion. You know, I'm kind of got a dirty mouth, but sometimes, but I still go to church. The same as the Muslims, I'd respect their religion if they didn't want to kill the infidels. Krispy Kreme's expanding footprint to the Netherlands under a signed agreement with Jaffa Holdings. That's old news. Krispy Kreme and Milk Bar partnered to create a whole new kind of crave. So Krispy Kreme's out making some acquisitions. We got BTBT. This is one I called a while back, about a week ago. Bitcoin. You got Mara. You got Riot. We got a double top on Mara. It's been bouncing off the 200. So this is how you set your alert above that 200, like I did on the SPY here. We got an inverted hammer. That's bullish. That's a doji. Look at that. Nailed it. See, now this can become a head and shoulders. Pull back down to this here trend line again, and that's where you'd want to take the trade. But that's bullish. That's why I was trying to calm everybody down a couple weeks ago, because it was getting personal. The room was getting very personal. And we were actually, the best time to be trading was 3 weeks ago, when everybody started really getting kind of heavy into it. And I was trying to calm everybody down. I said, man, I'm telling you, we're at support. We hit the 200 on Tesla. We have a new high on AMD. Yeah, watch, see, that's right. All right, learn to trade from the master. Did you see that doji on that reversal on the SPY? Off the VWAP? See that? Now you've hit a double top. You broke a triple top, quad top. This is a symmetrical flag. This now turned into a head and shoulders. We came back and we touched that shoulder line for an entry. But, you know, I'm at resistance right now, and I'm just kind of relaxing. I should have took that trade. That's a perfect setup. You got a tweezer bottom with this reverse doji. That's called a long leg doji. But it's also inverted. So tweezer bottom, and then that's a hammer. And we had that big old up to the 50, and I took that trade and been out of it in 2 minutes or less. 3 white soldiers. And you see them right here on this other chart. You got the doji with 3 white soldiers, you're out of the trade. And they always consolidate. This last candle turned into a bear flag. That's a shooting star or an inverted hammer from the top. So yeah, we're gonna try to roll back on some of the political stuff. We got a room for that. You can shout out anything you want in there. And they're called bureaucrats. I don't care what you write in there, as long as you keep it in there and not on the floor. But news still, I mean, if you get a headline news of something that says that you trust, for sure, put it in the main chat. Because that could mean everything. I mean, a tweet, Trump tweet, but the market doesn't care anymore about the headlines. They made their mind up 3 weeks ago about that. But to think about what time of day it is, and that's true with everything I've seen in the past, from Kuwait to 911. The country really united under 911 for the first time since the 70s. Then we had Libya, we had the Russia thing with Ukraine, we had Russia with Ukraine under Obama. He sent them blankets. So I've seen times a lot worse. The red line with Syria. $500,000 people died in months. Civilians gassed under Obama's watch. Then you had your Rwanda. 800,000 people died during the Clinton administration. And I've seen, things a lot worse. We had Madero shipping drugs over under Biden's watch, and we had a fentanyl problem. It's kind of cutting back now. They've stopped the open borders and cracking down on fentanyl. 500,000 people died over that during the Biden watch. We just shoot them out of the water. I used to watch Kingston back during the Biden years, Kingston Street. That's what's happening to people because of the bad fentanyl problem we had. Everybody just strung out. I'd take me a big old 20 buses, and I'd take every one of them and arrest them and put them in prison, clean them up, have rehab centers. I wouldn't wait. I'd do it. Say, we're going to clean this street up. We're going to paint all the graffiti off the walls. We're going to open up these businesses again and take care of these sick people. I'd kind of... I'm in a charity right now where we're trying to help house unfortunate women And I donated about $5,000 to that thing. We're coming down and testing support again. If it fails, it'd be puts. And the video is above 200. That was a good call this morning. Right off the orb. Look at them hammers. Jimmy called a fallen wedge. Once we broke out, you wait for the pullback. I mean, that's a perfect snake. Check it out. You're looking at the 5 minute. See all them wicks? See how the candles changed? And all of a sudden we got all these lower wicks. That's what I was recognizing when I pulled up the 1 minute and the 5 minute. Then we had a tweezer bottom off the orb. Boom! Real simple, real clean. But this is what you got to look for, the changing of the candlesticks and what they turn into. That's a morning star or a hammer. I better see if I'm right or not. Yeah. You got the candle, then it's a morning star setup. See how the candles change? Three black crows, you know, it could have bounced right there. But that candle dipped a little bit below it. That's a morning star right there. You got that candle there, and you got the candle below it, and you got that one lining up next to it. Baba.
Kicks in, everybody looks at it and says, yeah, you know what, this got dragged up at the rally, exactly like I'm saying, and they start to fade it. So I'm looking for this to kind of roll back over, a move back all the way to like the 120 level. So it went from
So he says 120.
Rallied all the way back to 140. Now I'm looking for the fade back to 120. But look, the trade that I'm going to do, okay, is just looking for a very...
So he's saying 120.
I'm not playing for the
on Baba.
full, 20, 30-point moves to the downside. I'm literally looking for very...
I'm going to verify his
fast, violent
number.
Here. So in Baba, I'm just going to go to the...
So I would say 130.
I'm kind of playing this one close to the vest, very short time.
That's an ascending triangle.
36 puts and selling the 134 puts. So you're like, oh, you're looking for this big move, but it's only a $2 wide spread. Yeah, it's a $2 wide spread for a 90-cent debit. Look, I don't care, how to achieve.
So we got an ascending triangle right here. and we got the lower part of that support channel. So I want to set my alert right above. Oh.
Differences in positions between Iran and the US, as well as Washington's policy of imposing pressure and conditions.
What's
it's
this?
uncertain whether either party will participate in the next round of negotiations.
Livid goose.
Sorry about that, Jim. I didn't realize my mic was on.
Cook 2-pen hot lie, hully hully.
Forgot to check in with you, see how you're doing.
Oh, I'm doing good.
Good, man.
I've had some good trades. I'm gonna go make lunch, and I was giving a small little lecture. I don't know if you were listening.
I heard a little bit about the Morning Star there, yes.
Oh, before that.
No, I missed that.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go over it again. I'm going to create an alert. AVGO took off. Jimmy called it. That's one of my favorites. Or not my favorite. I haven't traded it much, but I want to. Oh my God. Look at that. $10 bounce. Double bottom. Actually, almost a triple bottom. High or low. You have 3 white soldiers. Look at how beautiful that lead out is. 3 white soldiers consolidate. Bounced off the 9 and the pivot point and holding up the 9. As long as you stay above the 9, you're still in the trade. But man, I wish I took 5 or 6 of them I called out this morning. So what I did is I went through my watch list and I looked for the biggest gainers that have broke out the most. Like Marvell. So we got a triple top break. Inverse head and shoulders. Right off the orb. Now the orb becomes support. What was resistance? Okay, well, I didn't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but there were so many unanswered questions. I just had to talk about that earlier. I'll listen to this guy for a second while I make lunch.
Right now, and I'm not looking for just a smaller pullback here. Here I'm actually going to be looking for a meaningful pullback. Interest rates are not necessarily helping this. Inflation is not necessarily helping this. Energy is not necessarily helping Citi, nor any of the financials for that matter. But Citi, in my opinion, is the most overbought of them. As such, okay, this one I'm actually going to swing for the fences on. I'm going to give myself.
I don't think what he said about oil and gas there is true.
June 18th expiration, giving myself that time because, well, I'm going to buy a full.
Because Citi buys puts and calls too.
I'm going to be buying the 125 puts. Again, buying the 125 puts, selling the 115 puts against it. This one's actually done for a $2.30 debit. So in the case of a $10 wide spread, when you're risking $2.30, that's what I kind of call swinging for the fences. It is a lower probability but a high payout if you will, Citigroup actually backs off quite substantially. It's got to get all the way, though, under 115 by the June options expiration. Plausible, though, with the overbought situation that we're presently in.
All right, Rick, so as we take a look at Citigroup right now, near those all-time highs here, what's the setup in terms of the technicals?
Well, 123 is the green line I have highlighted here. It represents some old highs that we saw, and that's about where the break even for the trade would be. So this trade would
See
be
what he
looking
says,
for
and I'll tell you what I
this
say.
break below our upward sloping trend line to continue and to break below those old highs and carry through and potentially even fill this gap near 118. So now we can see that indeed, as Don was saying, we were overbought, but I am seeing some bearish activity here. We are starting to trend downward as price was making new closing highs. So not exactly what you'd want to see here. We are hanging on above our 5-day EMA in dark blue. That comes in near 131. Meanwhile,
He's using the daily.
Monthly EMA, our 21-day, again near that 123 level, roughly 123.61. So this trade would also be looking for a break.
He uses the 21 EMA. I do too.
Now we can see too that our volume profile study shows we have a pocket of trading activity here. Once we start getting below the 130 level, things thin out. We have a little bit of a spike here near about 123.
That's the
so,
low.
But really the area where we had the highest trading by far would be about 117 to 108. So that seems like a pretty notable area to be looking for downside support if we do start to
117.
All right, as we look at Citigroup right now, trading at 130.
So this is a weekly time frame. I'm going to take the triple top. We got this wick right here is your first support. And that kind of hits that wick right there too. 126.18, and then the bottom of that candle, the body, right around 122 is perfect. That's the triple top breakout, or the quad. So I'm thinking my support will be a little bit higher than his. Then I go to the daily. Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. And that's the 21, right off the 21 on the daily. He's got 116, so he's looking at the 63 for a solid buy. I agree with him. Low support, 117.63. The first support, though, is 126.18. $4 dip. It's uncharted. In the 1 hour we're at support, but I think it needs to pull back too. Oracle's up today, all-time high or new high. AMD's up 12 bucks. This is one I called out first thing this morning. We got a triple bottom. 1, 2, 3, boom! So we got the snake. Watch this. I just love this strategy. I really do. Knock on wood. Hello, my name's Kelly. I was at the bar last night and we danced a couple of times and you kissed me goodbye, and well, I woke up this morning and I told my daughter, I said, man, that was a good man right there. Let's go try to find him. So they drove around Bolivar all Saturday morning looking for my truck. And I get a knock on the door, and her little daughter comes up to the door and, Jim, my mom wants to talk to you. And I said, she does. She does? I better go out and talk to her then. What the hell are you bringing your daughter over here to look for me? You think I'm a sugar daddy? So we got the snake. We've got a wedge. Actually, we could bring that down because of that wick. And these all line up so beautifully right there. So we got a fallen wedge, touch, we got a body, a wick, body, and a wick. We got a body, and a body. So we're in the sweet spot. We break out. Jim, I'm Kelly again. My daughter wants to ask you a question. Is it okay if I move in with you? Me and my mommy? Well, I'm kind of busy right now trying to run an art gallery. Maybe a little later. Give me your number. And it pulls back and hits the old resistance. So now we got a double bottom. We have 3 black crows on the 1 minute, and we got, that's the entry. Tweezer bottom, wick, tweezer bottom, wick, wick, tweezer bottom. 3 white soldiers, so you're not too worried. You know that it's going to be bullish to expect some kind of consolidation after the 3rd soldier. And then you come out here and you got that thing, long leg doji. Boom. Patience, I think it was Bug in here, says, wait for the setup. Wait for it to come to you. There's your wedge, breakout. You ain't took the trade yet. Then you finally jump into it. High or low. Boom. Then you got another wedge. Today's wedgie day. If you can count to 4, you can make a little bit more. Body, wick, 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 body. And that was off the 50. SMA. So the orb is your solid support right now off the 200 EMA. You look at that.
Win, and I really can't tell you the win either. But we know that we're in overvalued territory.
Slash GC.
Markets are priced for a perfect world, and that's where, again, I come back to, you look at the current trading, the ceasefire, and the energy insecurity and geopolitical fragmentation. These are things that I think will
gold futures.
A forced trigger for less liquidity in the market and more downside.
And David, we're running tight on time, but I want to talk about oil before we have to say goodbye. You said something I thought was really profound in the notes you sent over, so I'm just going to read it directly to the viewers. The fascinating story for oil begins when geopolitics and the temporary premium fades and shale production constraints and decline rates become evident. War is not a reliable...
So when I call the reversal in the market, Look at that. 3 black crows and a tweezer bottom with a hammer. Boom. Right off the 50 SMA on the weekly for /GC. Anybody got, well, let me go get my lunch and I'll come back and ask for stock picks.
Not enough to be really concerning, but if you appreciate what decline rates actually are in shale, this is something that is very supportive of the energy complex over the next several years.
So I called Tesla out this morning.
It's almost annoying that we have the work.
Big old hammer with a tweezer bottom. Boom.
Traders to fixate on something that is super temporary in nature, whereas you have a much longer term structural bull setting up in the energy space.
Well, David, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Some great insight there. Thank you for joining us this morning. David McElvaney, CEO of McElvaney Financial Companies. Coming up next, we've got our disruptors. George Tillis will be joining us to bring us the news behind a Seagate upgrade at Barclays. That's next.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any
Check
device
out
for free.
NVTS.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes Next. Try again. You could have done better. Please.
Oh yeah.
Same goes for where you invest.
It's on my Fibonacci's.
Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the
Oh, this is old. These are old.
with a sharp focus on technology, innovation,
These are old
and companies leading the next wave of growth.
trend lines.
Big
I mean,
moves,
old.
real-time interviews and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern.
I can go back probably 10 years.
Welcome
Yep.
back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters.
2021.
Let's head out to New York Stock Exchange for a check on the market. Welcome in Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Good morning, Nicole.
We're at
just
double
talked to
top right
David
now
McElvaney
off of
about
Wick.
oil and how we're seeing this uptick here and
Oh,
the price
God.
of gold
She's wearing
as
leather.
well. And I'd love to get your thoughts on the action we're seeing so far this morning.
Yeah, and not surprising. I mean, when you see gold is always the safe haven. That's up $27. The oil trade is higher. It's at $92 the barrel. This is, you have the ceasefire talks now extended
Something ain't
for
right.
5 days. President Trump telling Fox News that it could come as soon as Friday, but really on the request of the Pakistani negotiator for the whole thing, basically saying Iran has multiple leaderships and they need to put together one succinct offer to get this done. So
3 white soldiers,
optimism to the market, but it also brings
CRWV.
some uncertainty as well. There was also reports that a Greek ship was fired upon by the ISRG, and so the Strait of Hormuz is still very much a contentious area, and so it's still a wild card. The big picture, though, is stocks have done so well. And the S&P 500 this month here, which is up nearly 9%,
Well, that's a good one.
is having its best month since 2020.
134.25.
3 weeks in a row of gains. I know the last 2 days he had back-to-back losses, but today we'll see what happens. Right now, you're seeing the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 324 points.
Up.
You've had multiple names come out with quarterly numbers that beat the street and are doing well. IS Intuitive Surgical, Halliburton, GE Vernova, which rang the bell here.
CRVW,
52-week high.
34.25.
Seagate and Western Dig, those are doing so great. The SOX, the IGV, there's been a lot of oscillation in the market, and most people are more positive than negative. I think that's a way to sort of sum it up. Marley?
Okay.
Yeah, and there's another really interesting headline not tied to earnings at all today that I want to talk to you about because it's right in your neck of the woods, happening in New York. The AG
Definitely at a resistance
is
level.
suing Coinbase and Gemini for being what she describes as illegal gambling platforms. What can you tell us about this, Nicole?
Yeah, Attorney General Letitia James is all over this one for Coinbase and also Gemini Titan, which is a crypto
Yeah, man,
exchange,
that's a pretty good
basically
run.
saying that it's illegal. And there's so much that goes into this. It's a lot of back and forth, but some of the things and claims that people are
And
able
this goes
to bet
way
on
back.
events and sports and entertainment and elections. And some of the folks that are betting are under 21 years old, that they're legally allowing that, and that breaks state rules. Also, they're violating some of the tax laws, that they should be paying tax laws because of it's
There's a
licensed
pivot
gambling
point.
to a certain extent. Also exposing young people to addictive platforms. And so this will be definitely a back and forth, but that this is
872
illegal gambling. And
which
so
become
we know
now
Coinbase
support.
has been running up on Bitcoin, but this really broke yesterday, part of yesterday, and so we did see Coinbase
And
down
1094.
yesterday. Today, Coinbase is back up. But with the news yesterday, when it first broke, you did see a knee-jerk reaction
15
to
bucks.
the downside. So the case really
I'd
is
check the
against
news
both
on that.
Coinbase and Gemini Titan GEMI, and so we'll continue to follow that.
Yeah,
Now,
almost
the
right on it.
rebuttal from Coinbase, for example, is that this is a federal story and that they are meeting
I'd
the
set my
regulations
support
that
at
are
8
required by the CFTC.
above 872.
And so that it's more of a federal story. Now, Letitia James
On
also
NOK.
said that they're sidestepping their obligations to pay some taxes, collected taxes. So maybe it's a lot about money because they do want to now forfeit some of the illegal.
Okay, here it is.
Forfeit illegal
Spy.
profits. Also redistribute some of the money, the restitution to some of the folks that may have suffered or have been harmed.
I mean, you look hot, baby. Sorry, I have to mute you because I'm getting ready to take this trade. SPX. We're at the 200 on slash here. So I move these up to 71.35. 71.30. I buy one at 71.30. Triggered. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. SPX, 3 black crows. VWAP. VWAP on the slash ES. That's how you do it. 90 bucks. Hurry up. Three white soldiers. Oh, how do you like that? Out of it. I'm blowing these people away. I should have got 470. I had a chance for that. Victory, that is Washboard's battle cry. So I had a confirmation off the VWAP with 3 black crows to the 63 EMA and the 50 SMA on the SPX and the EMA on the /ES. I got guts. Same things I call every day. Yep, car was way up too much. Okay, well, I will eat now. We got to have a clear mind, full heart, can't lose. Clear mind, full heart, can't lose. ABTC is up again. Penny stock.
capacity, which was obviously a big part of the announcement there.
United
From your
Airlines.
viewpoint, does that signal discipline on the part of United? Was that a good move on their part, trimming these off-peak and these red-eye flights, or is this a structural shift we're going to see just more broadly across all of the airlines?
Yeah, we're already starting to see it really across the industry, and I think it's United's prediction of what's going to happen. You heard CEO Scott Kirby today call it economics 101. They have not, to Robbie's point, they have not seen cracks in demand yet, but they are expecting they will. They made that pretty plain and clear this morning.
We got a triple top on NOK.
Increase in fares. There's going to be some type of tail off in demand, and
Symmetrical flag out of the snake. If it's going to squeeze, it's going to do it right here.
Red-eye flights, we're going to see some capacity cuts. I don't know that we'll see whole routes cut, at least not a lot of them. I think more what airlines will be focused on are these, routes where they have several daily frequencies, maybe taking that down a bit. And we've seen, other airlines here in the U.S.
Well, let me tell you something about airlines. Before this war started, vacations looked very reasonable. Now that they're paying a little bit more for gas, the airfares have jumped. Always clean. This is Washboardjim. May I help you? You got the link on. Yo, go pick them up. This is the FBI. You're on a recorded phone line. Replaced with a nice storm we had a while back. No rain leaks. We've held the orb so far on the spy. Marley looks hot today too.
I mean, if they have a lot of control over their capacity, if they dial it back, I think it's ambitious, but not out of the question. And of course, we'll see where fuel's at.
All right. Well, thank you both for being with us. Sean Cudahy from The Point Sky and Robbie Silk from Travel Weekly. We appreciate you taking a closer look at United. Also want to thank all of you for joining us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the Schwab app in the Apple App Store for free. You can also tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com.
I'm going to prepare my lunch.
Close at 3 Eastern, 2 Central, but stay with us.
So far, we've been.
Hall is coming up next.
This is something to look at. Let's say you're looking at the SPY. You see this channel below, and you see the channel above. So that's what I call a yin-yang. What was resistance now becomes support. As long as you hold that, we're still bullish. If we don't hold that, we could end up back down here to the orb. That's called a Darvis box. just going sideways, consolidating. This is what I predicted after the 3 white soldiers, that we would go sideways, consolidate. On the weekly, so it's playing out perfect. We could end up back down there on that red line. It's above 708. It's only a $1.50 dip.
Outside of the classes we host.
A consolidation that could add to this trade. So we shall see. We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
If somebody's a real bookworm, we've got courses for you to learn from. They can dig in, go at their own pace.
We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got this ongoing 24, 25 times a year events that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
They're kind of helping each other learn step by step along with the education that we provide them as well.
We're going to be able to help you regardless of where you are on that path of education.
It's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can tap into 30-some hours worth of it each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. Coming up on noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange, and Wall Street is in a buying mood today after President Trump extended the ceasefire with Iran. Let's get right into a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. The S&P 500 has a gain of 0.8%. Information technology is at the top of the leaderboard, but we've also got strong gains in energy, communication services, consumer staples, not too far behind. Really a lot of green on the board. The Dow right now better by more than 0.5%. We've again been on record watch today, not for the Dow, but other sectors or other indices. NASDAQ 100 rallying more than 1%. That's the star of the show today, up 1.33% there. Russell 2000 higher by about 0.5%. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for Tesla. It's got earnings due after the bell today. Plus, the team from Lightfolio will be along with new sentiment data on American Express. And ServiceNow is also on our radar today ahead of its quarterly results. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it's time to bring in my co-hosts. You've got Tom White in our Chicago studio and Kevin Hinks joining us live from the CBOE. As you know, we've got you covered from exchange to exchange and beyond. All right, guys, so Wall Street's clearly looking past any ongoing worries about the war thanks to that extension of that ceasefire with Iran. That means we are on record watch again. Tom, what's your take when you look across the market?
Well, I think it's that bifurcation that we're seeing between the macro and the micro at this point. On the micro side, you've got earnings that are beating expectations, doing really well. On the macro side, you've got geopolitical headwinds. I think it was a positive yesterday after the close where the president came out, extended the ceasefire deadline. due to the fact that, hey, there's some fracturing going on in the leadership there in Iran. They don't know really who they're dealing with. J.D. Vance paused his trip to Pakistan for another round of talks at this point, but it doesn't seem like they're making any headway as far as getting some reconciliation goes. And then you've got crude oil up nearly 4% today, back above 93 bucks a barrel. And if you take a look at the move in crude oil, up over 37% since the end of February. Well, the S&P 500 is up 3.5% from that same time period. So we've seen some divergence there between higher crude oil prices negatively impacting the equity market. The equity market seems to be looking past any of these geopolitical macro risks that are out there at this point and focusing more on the corporate side. Now, the expectations for GDP have started to come down, right? But consumer spending is still pretty robust. We had that retail sales data from yesterday that was pretty good for the month of March. So it just seems like this bifurcation, and maybe the equity market's not pricing in the macro side of it, even though it's going to negatively probably impact the economy, and that can maybe leak into the corporate side. But right now, it seems like the micro is leading at this point, with the NASDAQ 100 hitting a fresh intraday all-time high today.
Yeah, listen, I can't get over that. I'm glad you mentioned crude oil, because I saw that we're sitting around $93 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate, Brent crude on the rise as well. We've got those reports from Iranian state media that they had captured or seized 2 container ships. So it seems like the Strait of Hormuz is not fully open. It's good that the ceasefire was extended. But Kevin, your thoughts when you look across the market?
Well, just in case any of us thought we had this market figured out, crude oil up, stocks up. That's not the way it's been going the last several weeks. So what is that telling us? That's telling us that there's good news on stocks. There's a bit of an extension of the ceasefire, but look,
that means there might be some inflation.
There's no lack of pressure upwards on commodities. So I think there's still risks out there. I think Tom said something that's kind of interesting, and it's kind of what I've been getting. I think the Trump administration's having real problems figuring out who's in charge in Iran. Is it politicians? Is it the Revolutionary Guard? Is it the other military that's there? There's any one of 3 different factions that are trying to lead this country, and I think one is stopping the other, and I think that's why they didn't necessarily bomb, but they're also not a whole lot going on there. So I think the U.S. is at a place where they can get to sit back, let Iran work through all their problems, and see what comes out the other side. But stocks are certainly feeling good off of some good earnings. But crude oil up, stocks up, that's one we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it's true. All right, let's talk about some of those earnings. We've got shares of GE Vernova. Those are rallying more than 12% there, so from strength to strength there. Boeing has also been gaining some ground today. It is still higher at the moment, rallying more than 4%. On the flip side, you've got UAL, United Airlines, under some pressure after they reduced their view for their annual forecast. AT&T's also been under pressure. Tom, what earnings mover stands out to you?
Well, it's probably, between Boeing and United Airlines. United Airlines, their guidance was, came in below expectations, geopolitical unrest, the crude oil prices, jet fuel prices rising. They really significantly, pulled back on their guidance for the year, between $7 and $11 a share on an adjusted basis, down from that forecast from 12 to 14 that they released in January. So that was the big hit here. Now, initially, after the report, because the earnings for the quarter were pretty good, better than anticipated as far as EPS and top-line revenue. But when you give guidance like that and you throw the word uncertainty in there quite a bit during that call, that's going to hit the stock, and that's what's going on now. We're seeing a reversal from gains pre-market into negative territory now. But then you look at Boeing. The loss was less than anticipated, and that backlog grew. Was it 6,100 planes, I believe, is the backlog. And they're still with the production right now at about 42 a month. They're expecting that to ramp up to 47 a month for that 737 MAX later this summer. So what does that mean? We talked about it yesterday. They're on a hiring spree in the Pacific Northwest because they're starting to increase productivity, and that's what they need, because they need to get the planes out the door for that free cash flow to kind of meet their goals that they have up until 2030. So this was a pretty good report in Boeing, and this stock's been just choppy over the last year and a half with fits and starts in this one, but pretty good report, pretty good guidance out of Boeing also.
Okay, Kevin, your take when you look either across Boeing, United Airlines, or GE Vernova and beyond, your take on some of these earnings movers?
Another bounce.
Yeah, I was a little surprised.
Off the 200.
United basically gave the same earnings.
Real clean
report
chart
that Delta
today.
did. Delta stock went up, United stock went down. So a bit of a surprise there. GE Vernova, it's data center demand. Pretty simple there. They really reported big numbers in terms of demand. And then Tom mentioned it, $695 billion is the backlog from Boeing. A year ago, $545 billion. So another $150 billion added to the backlog in Boeing. 737 MAX 7 and 10 certifications hinted that they're coming down the pipeline. So Boeing finally a big bunch of good news from Kelly Ortberg. And I think the stock seems like it's having a nice relief rally here. Remember last quarter, they did not come out with good news. Less of a loss, only 20 cents. They were looking for something near 80 cents or 85 cents. Revenue better than expected. Plane deliveries up 10%. Pretty solid news from Boeing. We've been waiting forever, Diane. I think I was in my 40s when Boeing had their problems. Now I'm not in my 40s, Diane.
I like the way you put that. They are making quite the comeback, and for investors who have been patient, it seems like that patience is starting to pay off here. But listen, guys, I can't get over GE too. When you think about the spinoff between GE Aerospace and GE Vernova, it's clear that that was really the path that needed to occur for both of them. They've both been off to the races. All right, let's talk Adobe. It's getting some love on Wall Street today after giving the green light.
All three of them are good for oil. This might.
Buyback. That stock is higher today. Tom, your take on Adobe?
Yeah, a little bit of maybe a.
Both these are good. Sauerkraut and cottage cheese. Now the sausage, beef, they're beef. So that's better than the other. And I take a little bit of kraut. I take a wiener. Mix it together on one fork. The sour in the kraut, along with the mustard and the beef sausage, and then chase it with a little bit of cottage cheese. Gives it that creamy feeling, kind of brightens it up a little bit, yet keeping a little bit sour tone to it, so it adds a sweetness, a bittersweet. Ladies and gentlemen, it's do or die. Triple top, triple bottom. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. It's trading a symmetrical flag where my grapes were rather stored. We got a triple top and a triple bottom. Let's keep it above the 200 EMA. Drink some apple cider. Drink some apple cider. Oh, that really does it. With the beef and the sauerkraut and then the sweetness of the cottage cheese turns a cider into a sugar cane. Nope, there it is. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. The 7130s at $4.70. This could fail, but I'm giving it a shot. Oh, what's the SP? I got it in the pocket. Sweet. Well, okay. I got in the SPX charting the SPY. Could be a mistake. $71.30s at $4. I'm up. Oh, $4.30. $60 a contract. $5.30. I wanted a higher low. Feel free to send a message to Magnificent. Tell him we miss his polls. There it is right there, baby. What do? We take profit. We could break out, but I choose to get out. So I made $90 eating a brat. Oh, I made 100. I'll take it. I'll take it. See how easy that was? Can anybody count to 3? YouTubers, can you all count to 3? 1 2 3 with a wick. 1 2 3 4 5. But actually, it's 4. Counting the wick makes it 5. So I took a hammer. A little late on the trade. I could have got a little bit better price. And I scalped it. Within 3 minutes, I was out of the trade. Made $90. 100. I was the first one out of that trade. So it, well, it was in heat. The way I get out good, because a lot of people are using wicks. They don't use the bodies of the candles. They're still waiting to hit that wick. I'm out of the trade. If I didn't get out of that trade, I'd be looking at $4.90. Instead, I got out at $5.70. 95% of the traders out there do not use the bodies of the candles. That's where me and Funk had a little bit of difference. He refused to use the bodies. and I'd always get out of the trade. Because so many professionals use the wicks. I use the wicks as confirmation. And I'd get in a lot more trades by using the wicks. I mean the bodies, because the wicks are so uneven. For example, these bodies lined up. There's that, and if I did the wick, which wick am I going to use? I guess I'll use that one. And I couldn't have took that trade because I was so up, but I could have took it off this here trend line, which was the two bodies. If I took the wicks, I would have never hit my support level. To some people, using the 1 minute time frame is too busy. So if I'd used a 5 minute, now maybe take the trade, but it failed that trend line too. And it's now 11:19 where I live at. So if I was to take the trade, I would have lost, taken off the wick. But if I used the body, that wick confirmation, it was a winner. And I've charted 60 charts a day for 22 years. And some of them days were a lot more than 60. So after a while, you pick things up. Now I'm getting for the third crow with a double bottom down here, using the body. And there's a tweezer bottom. I'm going to see if I can get it down to a double bottom, high or low. Almost every professional and every experienced trader only uses the wicks. You got a tweezer bottom using the bodies, and close to a tweezer bottom using the wicks. So CNBC and Schwab both came out and said that oil was going to go to 150 to 200 a barrel. Do you know there's too much supply out there for that to happen? Think about what we did with Venezuela. They have one of the biggest oil fields out there. The leader of Venezuela is in the cartel of Mexico. He's a drug lord. He was taking all that revenue of oil, and only the elitists were the ones that made money, to where back in the day it was spread throughout the land. So during the Biden years, they shipped a bunch of fentanyl and drugs in those little bitty speedboats. And they were getting away with that for years. Trump started blowing them out of the water. Now we're going to have rights to that oil. And soon we're going to have rights to Iran's oil if they don't straighten up. And that cuts off China getting the real cheap oil from Iran. So I kind of look at it like that. Oh, wow. I got a hot dog cooking. Probably burnt. We're about ready to do it again. A little overcooked, but it'll still do. Swap lines, what's that? Many of our allies U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick says U.S. has not yet sold NVIDIA's H200 chip to China yet. Iran hasn't yet decided to join talks yet. Bitcoin building toward the critical 80,000 supply zone as Donald Trump announced the extension of the ceasefire with Iran, easing immediate fears around schedule expiring and giving negotiations more time. So that's telling you that Bitcoin's going to, all the Bitcoin pennies and maras and riots might have a little bounce. If everything's cool. Remove drawing. So now we got a triple bottom, almost straight across on SPY, and we got, I don't know, I think we need a correction. There's the knife. Jimmy said pull back. You get this feeling after a while, you know, if it's been stretched out too long. And I didn't get puts. Oh. I'll be right back.
See here that spending data around the beginning of the year, which it ran up last year, but this year's chart is a little bit stronger, and with the pullback, even though there's that bounce, with a little bit of a pullback from those highs, we're fairly bullish going into this one because of that and of all the strength that we see, not just on the the consumer demand level, but again the consumer happiness, which is just very, very high and leading all of the credit card providers.
Landon, obviously we're talking about American Express, and if there is a K-shaped economy, which we all believe there is, they're clearly at the top part of the K, and their transaction growth has been really resilient despite tariffs, despite conflicts. They seem to be doing well. But I want to look at your year-over-year visits. Why do you guys see such a big jump in MasterCard? I mean, MasterCard and Visa, for just transactions, swiping cards, they seem to be very highly correlated, but you got a massive win for MasterCard, even though we're covering American Express. Is there any reason why you see that happening?
Yeah, I mean, that's actually some of their marketing operations that we're picking up on, and a lot of it had to do with the launch of the stable coins that they were into. So I would write that off, frankly. That is not traditional web visits that track directly to spending, and so the MasterCard numbers I think are a little bit skewed towards that. Again, the stable coins was a big sort of a viral thing that happened, and it did not. We followed through on that. It did not really translate into superior increased usage for MasterCard. So when we look at what the data comes back to, it's sort of reverting back to the mean, and that was a sort of a one-time bump on MasterCard. So short answer, write that off.
Landon, let me ask you this. So earnings expectations, Street looking for 403 per share. That's the consensus view. That would be up from a year ago. Revenue is expected to come in at $18.62 billion, which would also be higher than a year ago. Now, shares are at 333 right now. You say you like them better at 290. What's your earnings score on this one?
Yeah, we're pretty bullish. We're plus 66 on American Express, which is high for us. I mean, usually with financial instruments, you don't see too much outside of the even 40 or 50 range is pretty high. So the plus 66, a lot of that again comes from the consumer happiness, which has always been strong, but it's actually been going up. It's even stronger, and I think some of it relates to their investments in technology and AI, which isn't a big flashy headline for American Express, but they're using it internally to make customers happy. They're using it, to actually gauge consumer calls and the sentiment of the caller's voice, and are they happy with it? They can better train their agents. They're using it for their travel agents as a travel assistant. They're using it for internal knowledge base for their they're using an internal AI chat so their agents can answer questions more quickly. They're identifying people that have a very high engagement or are likely to maybe churn so they can reach out to them. And they're using it to prevent fraud. So they're doing a lot of things with technology that wouldn't grab a headline or help a company IPO really high or anything like that. It's not sexy, but they're doing things that really matter and help their business become more efficient and keep their customers more happy. So that kind of technology investment flies under the radar, but the consumer happiness metrics that we track pick up on it, and it's being appreciated very much by their customers.
Landon, one last thing. Higher oil prices, a lot of the airlines are talking about it. United is guiding lower because of higher prices, and maybe with geopolitical tensions, a little hesitation on travel. Do you think there's any chance that American Express probably puts up good numbers but guides a little soft? Can they be worried about this? Or do you see any chance of that happening? Because let's face it, much like United put up good numbers, but their guidance that was hesitant because of travel, American Express is going to be heavily influenced by travel, Landon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big part of what they do. A lot of the rewards come from that, and it's like the travel card. It's tough because when we look at travel, you have to look at it as two segments. It's, again, the more affluent customers and the less affluent. And what we've seen is that it's not really a big concern for that top half of that K-shape. People are still talking about spending more. They're talking about flying, taking cruises, doing all of the travel things, and the numbers are still pretty positive. So we don't see that coming. We'll see how they talk about guidance, but what we've seen so far is pretty good strength, pretty good sentiment, and the trend of travel among those more affluent customers isn't really softening very much. Now, among the less affluent, absolutely, it's two different stories. So, we used to track travel as a trend, and now we have travel split up into two trends because it's sort of a K-shaped economy. You have to break it up these days. But the ones the customers that are using American Express, definitely stronger, and from what we're seeing, it's not much of a softening, so I wouldn't expect that, and the data supports it, and that's, I think, why we're at plus 66 instead of, plus 30 or so if we did expect that.
All right, thank you, Landon. That is Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, with the latest sentiment data on American Express. Now, for the trading perspective on all things Amex, we want to bring Tom back into the fold. We got a lot of insights from the Likefolio team. Tom, your thoughts before you guys jump into the example trade?
Yeah, I've seen a nice little rebound here in the shares over the last several weeks, like the overall market, though. But remember, this stock was off in bear market territory, down about 25% from those all-time highs that we saw in December, above 387. We were touching the 290 level just a few weeks ago. So a nice rebound here. But it's not surprising to see their data here, because we've talked about the K-shaped economy for the last 6 to 9 months or so. And it's continuing to kind of expand and grow a little bit. And this is at the top end of that. We saw retail sales data still pretty good, better than anticipated earlier this week. And then, you look at the economy. Growth is maybe slowing a little bit, but is it slowing for the more affluent consumer at this point? And that probably ties in to a lot of their data. But Kevin, you look at this one, American Express is still, $330 stock here, expecting about $11.5 move either way. So implied volatility levels aren't like exploded in here going into this report. How do you want to look at it from an example trade?
Yeah, I think the United move still worries me because of American Express is so involved in travel. So I did something a little more passive, but I did it aggressively passive, if that's a term. I looked at the expected move. You said it, about $11.5. That takes you down to 321, 320 area, something like that. So I went to the about 68, 69% probability, the 325 put. Sold the 320, just in the April 24th, sorry. Sold the 325, 315 put vertical, Tom. Like I said, gives you a little less of a probability, around 68%, close to that 70%. But because I went inside that expected move, I get to collect about $2 was what we put it in at, trading about $2.10 now. So a little bigger in terms of the premium collected because I moved my strikes a little closer in the money, Tom. The premiums here are not as big as some other chance of finishing out of the money.
Yep, let's break this one down. Really short-term positioning on this passive conservative type of strategy, but you've got more risk on it, just like my short call vertical in Tesla. You've got more risk on this trade because of that better probability of success. Kevin mentioned selling the 325 strike put, buying the 315 strike put in the April 24th weekly options that expire in just a couple days. Collecting roughly about a $2 credit. The credit you collect is what you can make. $200 per spread with $800 in risk, but that's all the way below the 315 level on this passive trade. So 3 out of 4 scenarios we always talk about on these passive trades. If the stock goes higher, you get to keep the $200. If the stock consolidates here, you get to keep the credit you collected. If the stock goes lower, you're wrong, but it remains above that break even of 323. You can still be profitable on this short-term positioning type of trade. Implied volatility levels, we'll see that vol crush post earnings. That'll also contract the price of this. But the idea here is you let this, you sell it for $2, you hopefully let it go out worthless and it remains above 325. into expiration at the end of the week. On this one, sets up nice.
Okay, we're at a double bottom.
Like Folio gave us on Kevin's example trade here on the.
Still looks a little bullish.
The bullish short put.
So I'm going to give it a shot.
All right, good stuff. We've got the breakdown coming up. We're going to
The
be taking a look at
SPX.
service now ahead of its quarterly report card. We'll have a more fast market after this break.
SPY, you'd go out the next day. The 7130s. I still think it can come down more. $250 if I can get it. There it is. $245. Double bottom.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
Had a stroke? Yes.
You got it right, buddy.
Together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Vulnerable.
Hi, I'm Alex.
Oh God.
And I'm his
Look at.
mom.
Oh shit.
Sometimes, you know, you
That's her mother.
Same goes for where you invest.
That looks like her mother.
Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on the floor.
Oh,
Before we get to the breakdown, I want to give you a check on where market stand as we get closer to the bottom of the lunch hour on Wall Street. The bulls still.
Jim, you're up $15. Have you ever thought about selling? No, because we got a triple bottom. And I know this is the sweet spot. We can get back up here and break the double top. The SPX Lotto strikes 71.30 at $2.45. Jim, you're up $20 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? No, I haven't. I need a constant reminder that I'm in a good trade here. That's not the one I wanted to play. Happy birthday, Jim. I just now noticed that. Jim, you're up. Oh, come on. Break it. Don't give up now. Everybody's got your eyes on. Jim, you're up $25 a contract. You're $75 in the good. Have you ever thought about selling? No. Keep going. Jim, you're up $50 a contract. Oh, come on. Don't stop. Don't stop.
He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
No, 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 no. Jim, don't do it. Go back up. Oh.
You're down 95%. Have you ever considered selling?
No, I can't. It's a... no.
Kind of slowed down on me here. No, don't. Inverted hammer. Okay. Now I'm down $5. There it is, right there. It has to hold here. Number 4, we create a head and shoulders. Yin yang, that makes it bearish. Beautiful yin yang. Support, support, resistance, resistance. And a quad bottom. Breakout. Now we retested number 4. We come up and break the pivot point. See, support, support, resistance, resistance. That's called a pivot point. Jim, this is an emotional roller coaster ride you're in, Jim. You're up $60 on your 3 contracts. Have you ever thought about selling? No. We're under the orb, so that becomes resistance. Jim, you're up $120 just a second ago. Breathe in, breathe out. Well, I'm waiting here for a breakout. I'm in a sneaky snake trade. I was up and down, all around. I'm ready. We need a reversal now. You've been in this trade for 14 minutes. It's almost too long, but I want to keep doing it. And I want to play this song. If you count to 3, you can trade with me. If you count to 4, you might make a little more. I gotta hold the support line. It's number 4 with a wick. I was listening to a guy in another room. People get out on a fake out, assume that I hold on, so I got a little bit of guts. Let's break this number 4 and break my rut. Make me another trade. I'll show you how to play. Well, a girl asked me today, you sound kind of funny. And I said, honey, I'm back to singing again. My voice changes when you don't sing a tune, so we're gonna have us another breakout soon. It's not looking too good, and that's a fact. Put your finger on the mouse before you have a heart attack. Today's info commercial will be Dr. Scholl's Odor X for people with sweaty feet trading stocks. Apply a little bit of spray to your bottom of your foot and feel fresh and clean. Odorex instantly cools. Okay, I gotta do something here. Right now I'm down $150 and we got a wick. So the wick is saving me. I got a double wick at the bottom of this channel. I did call earlier a Darvis box. It means we could pull back a little bit more. Or I had my contracts here, you dirty little. Come on, baby. Oh, I should have added you, dick. Dumb. Yeah, this is getting pretty interesting. Come on, baby, break. Yeah, I'm out of it, second, damn it. Woo! 340. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and getting out at 340. What do you think about that, children? Were you scared? I wasn't. I was a little nervous because I had to go get my guitar. But I always bring a little music because these stocks can go far. That was an interesting trade, Jim. Winning! Jim, you made $95 a contract. And you had 3 of them. I got guts, don't I, Johnny? Well, my guts are clean. I drunk some Pepto-Bismol. I have a horseshoe. Yes, I do. Because I was kind of a little scared there for a bit. once we went below that spot, I know who does have a horseshoe. Never found a four-leaf clover to bring this luck to me. Rabbit foot, no lucky star, magic wishing tree, but I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. Ooh, rainbow round the shoulder, horseshoe on my door. But I got you, so held me tight. Who could ask for more? Well, I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. Just might get lost. Don't you tell me that you love me. Yips and make my day. When I know that my good luck is really here to stay. But I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. You know that my good luck really here to stay. Well, I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. Unbelievable. Anybody ever met a singing day trader before? Nobody does a station like I do. There's not one trader out there in the world that sings to you. Is there? If there is, I want to meet him or her. Well, I loved this chick for a very long time. I better not sing about that. I'm a porch dog. I'm not a hot dog. You catch me hound at the harvest moon. I'm a porch dog. I'm not a hot dog. You catch me playing at the harvest moon. Hey BJ, cook up some gumbo. We'll call it jambalaya. Hey BJ, cook up some gumbo. We'll call it jambalaya. We're the porch dogs. We're not the hot dogs. You catch us hound at the harvest moon. We're the porch dogs. We're not the hot dogs. You catch us hound at the harvest moon. Hey Gus, get off the bus. We got something to discuss. Hey Gus, get off the bus. We got some chart patterns to discuss. We're the porch dogs. We're not the hot dogs. You catch me hound at the harvest moon. We're the porch dogs. We're not the hot dogs. That's what I had for lunch today. Everything's going my way. Look at that. Beautiful. $245 to $580, $630. Exit idea when you see the three white ghost soldiers. Make some money, honey. Boom, baby. You're in what? What are you in? You're not in on Third Soldier, I hope. Got to love Trump. The Biden administration bought the sale of Spirit. Now it only had one choice, and that was to go bankrupt. But Trump wants to save the airline. That's it. I'm done. Oh, you're not in. I thought you said you were in. I read it wrong. I got guts. I got in the trade when no one else would, because I study chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Once you understand what a crow is, or a triple bottom with a wick, three white soldiers standing in a row, consolidation, baby, let's go. That man behind the mic, he's a crazy old boy, but the stock just keep going like a little orange toy. And then Orange Man speaks and the market breaks out. And the Orange Man tweets and the stock breaks out. When you least expect it and things ain't looking so good, Orange Man will tweet like he always should. I got a little box here with a button on it, and I say, Donald, Orange Man, would you please give me a tweet. Tweedly tweet, 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 tweedly tweet. Give me some good-looking woman that I can eat. That's song number 4,563. Oh. Not too bad, eh? Yes. How's he do it? Not too bad. I'm kind of excited, actually. I must be excited.
Yes, certainly, but really kind of following the general trajectory. Also, you can see that our shorter-term white trend line does.
They've been pumping IBM
here today. So some food for thought there as well. That the trend seems to be slowing here. So we can also see our green trend line has been broken here shortly after our longer-term red trend line broke through as well. So we are above the 50 midline.
He uses the RSI a lot.
Toward our momentum indicator, but not very much so. More of a moderately bullish reading for that particular indicator. Now we can see as well with our moving averages that we are sandwiched between
this is a couple of days they've been pumping IBM.
5-day EMA in blue at 251 to the downside. Our quarterly 63-day EMA at 257 to the upside. That kind of corresponds with the highs and lows so far today. To the upside, we do have our most significant one of all, our 251-day EMA, our yearly EMA.
Oh, it's got earnings coming out.
Here, around 264. So that's a notable upside area to watch out for if earnings do improve things down the road. So when we look at our volume profile study as well, the place at which we were rejected during the past few sessions lines up closely with our volume profile point of control, the heavy trading area, our thick red line that represents the price level at which there was the most trading. So that comes in around 257.35. To the downside, we do have another node. It's a bit messier, not really a clean spike, but a lot of trading activity between 240 to 250 roughly. Beyond our point of control, things thin out a little bit. Then we have another larger node area here, around 280 to 285.
Okay, and IBM, I will say, has been an interesting earnings mover because, again, it doesn't feel like the market really knows how to read through some of the at least guidance, and that will be hugely critical, especially for a company trying to really reshape and reform into the world of AI. But as we do now think through trading this name for example purposes, Alex, walk us through your thinking.
Yeah, earnings could be a catalyst for a move. Rick just talked about that point of control around 257. That's the break even for this example to call debit spread, and it's structured sort of at the money. So as it's structured here, you're risking 2 with a chance to make 3, a little bit of positive asymmetry. But as I said, that break even at that point of control, which has acted as a resistance point
recently. If it continues to do so, but you get up to it and it stays there, chance to break even. If you get that breakout and a test up to the next resistance levels in the 260s, well, this gets to max profit above 260. Strikes, of course, 255, 260, expiring at the end of this week. So you risk 200, 257 break even, chance to make 300, but you'll need a bullish response to earnings, or at least a bullish response by the end of the week, with earnings maybe being that biggest catalyst left on the calendar.
Okay, now to pivot entirely to Lamb Research, which also does report today after the closing bell. Now, this one has been on quite a run as of late, so a bit more of an outperformer when you just assess the fact that we are still higher by about 52% on the year, and also with a 2% gain today, Rick.
Yeah, a very different situation here. In this case, coming from much more of a position of strength, because we broke above these highs that we saw here near 252. We topped out 273.50, and now we have not really tested that old supportive area yet near 252. So if we were to break below that boundary, another standout area is here, 241. It was a previous high point, and then it's where our gap began that we saw recently. This one, 225 to 241 is that gap in question. However, much like our last chart, we are breaking below a shorter term trend line here in white. So in this case, our momentum does seem to have had a bit of an interruption here. Now we can see that our green RSI trend line has been breached pretty convincingly here. We also have a downward sloping red trend line in place. A higher reading though overall. We are still above the 60 level, so more bullishness than our last chart. In this case as well, we are very close to our 5-day EMA in dark blue. 260.231 is where that one comes in. If we were to break below that one, our 21-day monthly EMA in teal, 248.30 would be where we might find support based on that indicator. So now when we look at this situation for our volume profile, very different once again. A small pocket of trading activity up here near the 270 level or so, but really much of the activity lines up with this range-bound area between 215 to 240. Not too much to speak of then until you get down here from 168 to 155. So this gives us much more of a clear picture of the heavy trading areas. They stand out much more distinctly than some of the spots on our last chart here. So these could be supportive areas if we do start to move lower.
Yeah, and I will say that the expectations are high, but so far we've actually seen a lot of companies clear that relatively high bar, at least from the earnings we've gotten very preliminary so far. But now as we do shift gears to look at trading Lamb Research, for example, purposes, Alex, walk us through the thinking here, given we've been in a really solid uptrend.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty important name, but it's a little bit hard to say when you see a chart like that. Lower beta compared to many of its peers within the broader chip space. That said, still going to be an important earnings report. Looking forward to it. Looking at a neutral to bullish strategy, selling a put vertical below the market, looking to collect some premium, a little bit of elevated implied volatility going into an event, keeping it short dated, expiring at the end of this week. Now the strikes selected, 250, 247.5.
Boom!
Some of those recent that Rick talked about. Looking to collect 60 cents on a $2.50 wide spread.
We're bullish, baby.
One risk reward. So Jenny, you risk 190.
This was the hammer off the 63.
Even 249.40 below the market. Neutral to bullish. Collect some premium. And now a situation where 4 things can happen post this.
Jenny, did I ever tell you I love you? I heard you were horny. Jenny horny. Hello, my name's Jenny Horny.
But definitely something to keep on your risk radar at least. We will leave it there though for a chart.
She got the farmer's daughter look today.
Technical setup. But coming up next,
or the airline stewardess.
We'll dive into the really nice move we're seeing following GE Vernova's blowout first quarter, seeing guidance that also continues to impress. So more on this when Next Gen returns.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides. and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Hello? Jim? Will you do me a favor? Would you show everybody them crows and soldiers? Oh, you can't use the circle, you. Hickory dickory dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one, and Jimmy had some fun. Gray. Yeah. It's been a hard day's night. There you go, right there. I think I'll take it back to the yellow. It's been nothing but a long night. Up to 100, up to 63. Yeah. I'm the GOAT. It's hard how, it's funny how I can predict them, huh?
But that matters also because of the fact that this company is basically positioning itself as competition with SpaceX, obviously, which is getting a lot of attention at the moment. It's trying to do a similar thing, I believe, by about 2027, so next year. And Amazon, I was reading about, also in the race after getting the green light to acquire GSAT. So there are a couple of players in this space, and so, you know, no doubt this execution, this ability to do this at scale, and the consistency of these launches is going to be very important to the stock and how investors value this company moving forward. But if you just take a look at the stock, I mean, over the last 12 months, a very nice chart. I mean, you're up 300% or so over the last 1 year, 15% up year to date. The all-time high was trading at $130. We're at $84 and change right now. So it has a while to go till we get back up.
Are you going over and checking up on Mom?
The analysts think of this.
While Missy's out of town?
Across the consensus here, there doesn't seem to be anyone really in a strong buy camp. There are a few that are looking at this as a buy right now, but it seems like the majority are still in the hold camp. And there are a couple with an underperform rating, but seems like there are quite a number of, as I mentioned, sell-side analysts sort of sitting on the sidelines right now, just waiting to see how things pan out. I did see that a couple of months ago, B. Riley, for instance, downgraded this name to neutral from buy, so one of those that are sort of going onto the sidelines right now. They had a price target of 105, that actually came up from $95. But they said that, you know, they basically need time to evaluate potential drivers of additional upside in 2026. So
I'll call her after 3.
This needs to be a wait and see story right now, particularly as the company launches and integrates more productive Block 2 Bluebird satellites into the direct-to-device constellation. So obviously, getting the green light and getting that regulatory approval today is the first step in order to do that. Now I think it's very much going to be about the execution and the consistency of that timeline in order for them to actually get this stuff up there.
Sam, is the sentiment on Wall Street around the upcoming SpaceX IPO, assuming it goes through, is that this is going to drive kind of hype and excitement across the board, or is it going to take all the oxygen out of the room?
Look, I think it's a little bit of both, because a lot of the analysts I've been speaking to seem to suggest that, yes, it is going to be sucking the oxygen out of the room as far as the fanfare we've already seen around it. I mean, a lot of interest, particularly from the retail side as well. I mean, I think it was you and I, Alex, that were having a conversation with one analyst or one guest a couple of weeks ago that was talking about the adjustments that have been made as far as retail sentiment and buying and demand is concerned. But I've also been talking to guests about what it means for validation for the
God,
space.
IBM.
And I was looking at the UFO ETF. Gotta love that ticker code. But this has...
You must not be thinking too highly about IBM.
Basically gone bonkers, really. And I think that has really...
Will drive you bonkers, she says. Body, 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 wick, 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 body, wick. So I'm looking at a pivot point alert. I'm going to type in PP because PP. I'm going to type in PP. Yeah, doodah. Can you type in VWAP? Yes. VWAP. I'm going to type in a VWAP alert. Duplicate. duplicate. Change size to 24. Oh, yeah. Cancel. Sniper tool out. Man, I tell you what, IBM, I'm thinking here's the point. Here's the position. I'm going to take a risk. I'm not going to mess around here. My name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the 60 Snake trading strategy. I'm going to look at, first, IBM. March 15th. May 15th, oh God, they're too expensive. These things are too expensive. Oh, next week's too expensive. I ain't trading IBM. That's a fact. I ain't pay that kind of price for this.
That's something that's going to start to really drag on the company. And then, of course, if we see AI demand slow down a little bit, the power demand narrative might go away with that. That said, I think what we're seeing in the backlog numbers is certainly something that investors are excited about. You always want to be cautious when you see a rally of this magnitude over the last several years. So you have to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I think a great takeaway there, and of course a name that's now risen 241% over the last year or so. So appreciate it, Jeff Pierce, for helping us run through some of these numbers. And GE Vernova up now 12.4% on the session. And so now, Alex, as we do assess here trading GE Vernova, I will say a great example of when the trend is looking relatively intact and bullish, you can always move higher.
Yeah, you definitely can. Now, this is an example, though, where the earnings have been impressive, but the valuation has skyrocketed in this name. So I think both of your call-outs of, hey, the performance may be the risk itself. And so risk-defined strategy here, even though it is going with that kind of FOMO bullish trend, looking for some more upside through the end of next week. Looking for a move to about 1150. That's kind of the next big round number. Sometimes when you're up in the stratosphere like a name like this is, the round numbers can act as short-term psychological resistance points as it kind of charts out new price levels. And so with that in mind, it's the 1135, 1150, 1165 called Butterfly. It's $15 wide. Looking to spend 10% of the width of the strike.
Now it reminds me of a band I heard once.
If you're able to do that, you have a pretty interesting risk reward here where you risk $150 but have a chance to make 9 times that at $13.50. So break evens 1136.50 and 1163.50. That's your window of profitability through the end of next week. And as we know about butterflies, you need to get as close as possible to that short strike, and it needs to happen as close as possible to the end of the option. So basically the end of next week. And so a move towards 1150, if it's there towards the end of next week, this could expand dramatically.
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the whole family.
I'm looking for it to pull back to the orb. This is a band I saw years ago. It's a long one. I'm only going to play a little bit of it. Do, do, do. Try eating some shrooms and go to that. That's iron butterfly.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, the venture capital market has gone through a pretty major reset, and so today we're digging into why women's health and women's sports are emerging as some of actually the most compelling opportunities. Joining us here in studio is Rachel Springate, the co-founder of Muse Capital. And so first and foremost, so fun to have you in studio with us today, Rachel. But as far as really some of the big changes we've seen in the venture market, I mean, as far as this reset, what are you sort of assessing here for some broad thoughts?
Well, first of all, thank you both for having me here. It's wonderful to be here. I think, honestly, it's a welcome reset. I think that a lot of the tourist capital has now left the venture capital space, and so for those managers who have survived the last 5 years, I think they're truly best in class. You know, survival of the fittest, and I think that's the same for the entrepreneurs that have been building through these times. And I also think that if you look back to what happened in 2008, there's real parallels of what's happening today. Like there was a real shift away, you know, everybody being scared of venture capital, but it was actually when, you know, the best consumer tech companies were built. Airbnb.
You don't make no sense, honey. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We've been hovering at this resistance for such the longest time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 attempts above resistance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 attempts at the top. Yeah, I said 18. I always say number 5, you take a nosedive, but we're looking at 18. I'm almost tempted to go get me some hot chocolate. I've been watching my sugar and carb intake. I'm just waiting for a pullback. We might break out, but I just feel like it's tried so many times. You can do it. I mean, I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink. I think Iron Butterfly, and it was a Blue Oyster Cult. When I saw that concert, I think that was the two. We'll see. That you might say on the internet. Yep, it was. They did tour together. Another crow. 3 black crows. 3 black crows, 3 white soldiers. Hammer, tweeter, tweezer bottom, 3 white soldiers, 3 black crows, boom, 3 black crows, boom. Touching the resistance line again, just getting old. I can have turmeric tea. Turmeric. I saw the first laser light show by Kansas. Let's go through the watch list. IBM earnings tonight. I'm going to clean this up. I've dirtied this up twice today. No, I haven't. There was a spy. See, it's called almost like an ascending triangle, but it's down a little bit with a higher steep. I'm not sure if I'd have bought that dip yesterday. At the end of the day, it swung it, but it would have been a good trade. NVIDIA. Boom. Elon Musk SpaceX targets AI coding boom with $60 billion cursor deal option as Gork parent looks to close gap with rivals. What the hell's that mean? Google steps up its long-running challenge to NVIDIA with new AI chips. Earnings were spectacular. Earnings have been spectacular. We were told by the fat cats that they weren't going to be that good. I just want you to keep not forgetting that we had a 30% average 20% inflation hike under Biden. Biden run the country so poor that inflation raking in the profits. Didn't have to be like that. If he had any sense about him, he'd have been all over it, but nope. They just kept spending and spending and spending and spending. They spent so much money that it probably hasn't even 14 trillion over budget. Trickle-down economics. Trickle down. I'm waiting for the dip. The 63 could still hold it up. Oh, my water. Tell me when 7 minutes is up. Turmeric tea. It smells like a cologne. What did I got this here for? $63. Inverse Head and Shoulders. Come on, see a big fat candle. I got to move this up to the 200. Replaced. $200 EMA. Oh man, I'm exhausted. I just want to take a nap. You got 2 minutes to 1 o'clock. 2 minutes to 2 o'clock Eastern time. The hard part is waiting. I'm getting real good at that. I had a long night last night. I got up at 1. I'll get the blinds and the windows outside windows next week. Here we go. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. So we got 3 white soldiers on the weekly time frame. I took and drew a resistance line on the body of that candle. So that's 71.2669 needs to gain respect. I'm not counting the wick. The wick could be a double top resistance to break. But on the weekly, I'm using the body. After 3 soldiers usually consolidate. This is a really nice candle. I mean, it could be a lot fatter. We did have a little pullback, and it was fatter. But as we start to approach that top again, we got to be very diligent, not try to chase until it breaks the body of that candle. And once it breaks it, it could be just a little bounce up and then pull back to retest the 71.2669. Do you understand? Oh. Hello, may I help you? This is Richard Nixon. I hear that you're having all this fuss with China. Give them the cheap oil. Let them have it. Let them have all they want. I didn't work so hard back in my presidency to try to make peace between us and China. It was tough. I mean, I was being impeached by Hillary Clinton. And I told Congress, I said, fire that bitch. And they fired her. And still, I was just on the phone for 17 minutes, and they secretly recorded me. And man, I'm sitting here rolling in my grave right now, the shit that I see in politics. How can they get away with it? We were so strict back then. But sell that oil to China cheap. Let's get on good grace with China. Cashew chicken originated out of Springfield, Missouri. My friend Washboard used to work at Leong's Tea House, and he worked with China. And Miss Leong would come up and say, "Yo, hully, cook tupahalai, hully, hully, hully." And so, try to bring peace to China. Okay, Richard. We go back a long ways. I remember when I had sex, I was listening to your speech about China. And I think I was just about 16 years old at the time, and I had my car, and a year later Elvis died. It brought tears to my eyes. Well, sorry to hear that, son. Peace out. Jim, there's nobody out there that has a stand-up gig and sings to us and does tranquility and whatever you call it, imitation of other voices. And we're just kind of sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting for the longest period of time. I just don't know what to do anymore. I want a knife. I want a knife to number 4. I want this sucker to drop $11. I gotta bring up my mark above the 200 EMA. So you got to keep doing this. So let's do a video here. La 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 la. It's going to dip by the time I get down there, son of a gun. Hello, my name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. I want to show you how to use alerts when you're trading with moving averages. You know, we're going to get right to it. So I've got these alerts set, and I've got the 200 EMA, and I've got the 100 EMA, and then you got the 200 SMA. So I've kept the 200 SMA alert right here because I think we could pull back and hit that 200 SMA. We've been going sideways for quite a bit, and we were starting in a downtrend, so I started setting my alerts. Now, I set this alert above this here moving average back here when we had these 3 black crows. Called out the trade and had a double top and got out. But what you got to do when you're using alerts, like this one here, I set up. I'll just set one up faithfully. I set it up at the mark. Right at below. And then I'll type in a message like 200 SMA. So when that alert pops up, I'll know what's going on. So that's how I set my alerts. But I usually set them on a trend line or a chart pattern or a previous resistance or anything like that. Today I'm using moving averages. So we're going to erase this one. As your moving average breaks your alert, you want to push up your moving average. You want to push up your alert above that moving average. I can't tell you how many times I've took a trade, or I've been waiting for a trade, and I set that moving average right on the 200 SMA and miss it. Sometimes I purposely stop right before that moving average. So this way I'm kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I got my alerts set above the 200 EMA, plus if it does dip down there, I mean if it hits it and it goes on down, I'm alerted to that trade. Or if it just stops and hits that alert, I'm ready to hurry up and look at my alerts that I get on my message board. Like this one here was just triggered. SPX below the such and such and the mark, high volume. It gives implied volatility, 19%. I like trading stocks that have more than implied volatility over 3. When I set my scanners, I traded penny stocks. So that was a pretty good little set. But when you look at the implied volatility, that's pretty good right there too. So I always am moving that alert up as I'm watching. I'm always watching my chart, waiting for that alert to get hit. We might just hit it right here. Would I take the trade? Man, I'm so feeling, this is, talk about time schedule. My worstest trading hour is between 2 and 3 o'clock Eastern time. They're just triggered. See how it popped up there? So I'll go to my window, my options window. I'll wait for this second support. I'll type in SPX. I'm playing the lotto. So we got 3 white soldiers. So I've been triggered, and I want to get which one the closest one of the 2 I can get to the money as you river into the end of the day. So I could get 2 of these right around. And we're going to sit here and watch this stock now. And I'm about ready to get triggered. I really like it here. We got a double bottom. We got a double bottom with that hammer. So I'm going to grab, I don't know if it's going to work or not, but we're going to give it a shot. Boom! The other one just triggered. So I've triggered both of my alerts. SPY and the SPX. So I'm getting the 71.25s here at 310. This could not work, but I want to make sure I set my stop. And strike is 71.25 at 310. Ah, you bitch. You tell I'm not a very good typer. $71.25 at $3.10. Now we're at $3.50, $3.40. We're punched up against the 200 SMA, so that would be like an exit idea if you wanted to scale out for $40 a contract. Or unless you think it's going to break, it might run up and hit the 9 and squeeze between the 9. So this is called 3 black crows with a hammer. And there's 360, so I'm up $50 a contract. Now I'm going to sell them because I want to take my profit. I want to get out of this trade, just to show you how it can be done by raising up your alerts past the moving average. Out at 360. So I made $100 within 2 minutes. 3 black crows with a spinning top, or a hammer, off the 200 EMA up to the 9. And I'm done. I've been doing this all day. 3 black crows is one of my favorite patterns, by the way. Just don't tell nobody. So we're going to end this here. Wasn't that beautiful?
Narcissistic Jim, with his ego and his wit, doesn't give a damn what you
think of him one bit.
The market takes a dip, SPX Jimmy will buy. Bitching at Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye. Burping up Jim, let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Candles on his screen bounce like titties in the night. Birds get so loud.
Take that boy ain't right.
Bull or bear, calls and puts, doesn't matter one bit. Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Fart for a dip, ass making noise. Burp for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy is grinding away on his washboard toy.
his core. Narcissistic Jim. What you think?
He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he had. His ego's ablaze. Burps and farts collide. The room is so amazed. Narcissistic Jim, the legend, the king, playing his old washboard till that closing bell rings.
Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. We might be taking this at a double bottom. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Here we go. Grab your contract. 7130 at 110, 115.
Narcissistic Jim.
Having fun, man. Having fun. This is Washboard Jim with a sneaky snake trading strategy, showing you how to use your alerts and how to bring them up and follow your moving averages. Also, trader's tip, as we were respecting the 63 right here, we respected the 63 3 times, and that could have been a nice little trade for you. 3 white soldiers, you're out of the trade. 3 white soldiers, you're out of the trade. Have a great day. Life don't get no better than it does. Same ones at $2.20 times 3. I don't know if this will work. I'm getting a little bit complacent. Got an inverted hammer with a hammer. 7125's at 220. We're at 255. Run up to the 9 or the 200. If that breaks, boom. Count each one of these crows as a resistance level. There's your first resistance. Second resistance. Third resistance. That's where you want to take it. Long. 275. There you go, baby. Cash it. Learn to take the profit. 9 is a resistance level. 285. I don't know how he does it. 290. There's $70 a contract. That's $221 if you bought 3 of them. We hit an exit idea. Do you understand? Out at 285. My name is Washboard Jim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trade Strategy. How in the hell does he do it? How's he do it? Woo! Unbelievable. Hello, this is Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy. May I help you? Well, Jim, that's just like back in the old days when we had the ticker tape and we tried to trade stocks, and I never could win until that one day when I met you at the swimming pool and you taught me how to do a backstroke. And you told me the secret about the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where you have a pullback, breakout, or have a snake with a breakout, pullback, and a boom. So I've noticed that you've got a snake here with a breakout and a pullback to an inverse head and shoulders. Do you think we could get a boom out of this? Hey, Richard, anything's possible. I remember back in 1972 when you smoked that joint with me there at the White House stairs, and we talked about liberty and how you were going to get the troops out of Vietnam. I didn't think you could do it, but I want to thank you and shake your hand. Oh, that wasn't nothing. I just said peace. Kind of like Trump's doing now. Bomb the fuck out of them and then back out cowardly. Have a good day. How to use alerts with moving average and taking a trade. Snake, breakout, pullback, boom. Did I not say it? Snake, breakout, pullback, boom. Double bottom, head inverse, head and shoulders. I said it. You should be up now. Next resistance is definitely the resistance line of this here yin yang. If that breaks to the 200. The SPX 7130s from 110 to 150. Yank that baby. Take it. I've been waiting for this for an hour and a half. Do you understand? $160. The guy's a nut. Who wants to buy me a vacation? I need one. I got 3 nights and 4 days coming up in May. I know some of you got money. Come on. I'm just waiting for the one to message me and say, Jim, I love you. Would you please take a vacation and get the hell out of here? Duplicate. Okay. Remove. Work it up, Jim. Documents. I just don't understand why this thing doesn't save it. You know, that looks pretty good. There you go. Whammy. In fact, I think I'll do that. What's going on with my computer here lately? gotta turn on the air. It's getting hot in here.
I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trade Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. I want to show you how to use alerts when you're trading with moving averages. You know, we're going to get right to it. So I've got these alerts set, and I've got the 200 EMA, and I've got the 100 EMA. And then you got the 200 SMA. So I've kept the 200 SMA alert right here because I think we could pull back and hit that 200 SMA. We've been going sideways for quite a bit. And we were starting in a downtrend. So I started setting my alerts. Now, I set this alert above this here moving average back here when we had these three black crows. Called out the trade and had a double top and got out. What you got to do when you're using alerts, like this one here, I set up. I'll just set one up faithfully. I set it up at the mark. Right at below. Then I'll type in a message like 200 SMA. So when that alert pops up, I'll know what's going on. So that's how I set my alerts. But I usually set them on a trend line or a chart pattern, or previous resistance, or anything like that. Today I'm using moving averages. So we're going to erase this one. As your moving average breaks your alert, you want to push up your moving average. You want to push up your alert above that moving average. I can't tell you how many times I took a trade, or I've been waiting for a trade, and I set that moving average right on the 200 SMA and miss it. Sometimes I previously stopped right before that moving average. So this way I'm kind of killing two birds with one stone. I got my alerts set above the 200 EMA, plus if it does dip down there, I mean if it hits it and it goes on down, I'm alerted to that trade. Or if it just stops and hits that alert, I'm ready to hurry up and look at my alerts that I get on my message board. Like this one here was just SPX below the such and such and the mark, high volume. It gives implied volatility, 19%. I like trading stocks that have more than implied
It's got a message about
3. When I set my
3 ships attacked by Iran.
Traded penny stocks. So that was a pretty good little set. When you look at the implied
I hope not.
it's pretty good right there too.
This ain't gonna be good.
So I was moving that alert up as I'm watching. I'm always watching my chart, waiting for that alert to get hit. We might just hit it right here. When I take the trade, man, I'm so feeling this is talk about. Prepare you in the name of the Lord. We might be taking this at a double bottom. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Here we go. Grab your contract. 7130 at 110, 115. Having fun, man. Having fun. This is Washboardjim with a sneaky snake trading strategy, showing you how to use your alerts and how to bring them up, follow your moving averages. Also, trader's tip, as we were respecting the 63 right here, we respected the 63 3 times, and that could have been a nice little trade for you. 3 white soldiers, you're out of the trade. 3 white soldiers, you're out of the trade. Have a great day.
Hi. Now we're comfortable, let's talk urine leakage. 10 men maximum guards are designed for men.
God, shut up.
What's happening this hour? We begin with this alert. President Trump giving the radical Islamic Iran just 3 to 5 more days to come to the table. The White House has confirmed the was also attacked in the waterway, but its path shows it's making its way past where the other 2 vessels. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Here's what.
Think maybe yesterday's news? I ain't even heard it. Boom. broke resistance. So I waited and waited and waited for that trade. Perfect. Perfect. I'm exhausted. Wonder what the most venomous apple is. A jellyfish. Guy rolls stung by a suspected box jellyfish while surfing in Fuji. Remember when I went to Jamaica, a girl got stung by a jellyfish. Man, she laid there on the sand. Anybody take that trade? Just got back on. I've heard stories about Iran killing the women over there, stomping on their heads. Tit-tat, tit-tat. When I first moved into this apartment, it's like a dorm almost. You got security guard and everything else. And I was a heavy pot smoker back then, and I called up maintenance. I said, could you put a better seal around the door, please? And he comes up and he don't know why you need the seals around this door. So I don't want my heat to escape. And I got to pay the bill. So they put it on. And I just got a message in here. Somebody's smoking pot on the first floor. They're coming and doing an inspection tomorrow at 1. I haven't smoked in a while. I really don't have the urge to anymore. This is a real special occasion, and then it'd be by myself. But I've smoked it for 45 years. $47, $48 years. Here we go again. SPX. The 7125s. We got the 63 coming up. They have a no smoking policy here. That's 5 minutes. Whoa. I didn't jump in that one. I'm gonna send a picture to Vegas of fried pork skins. She's Jewish. It's kosher, baby. It's kosher. I don't even know how to spell it. So let me see here. Jewish meat. This will piss her off. Jim, you could really be something sometimes. Jewish meat. K-O-L-S-H-E-R, maybe? K-O-S. Yeah, I got it. K-O-S-H-E-R. It is K-O. See if she ever talks to me again. It's kosher. Uh-oh. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. We did it here. This is it. V-I-C-T-O-R-Y. That is my battle cry. Are we going to go down one more candle? Should I take it here? Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. The 7125s. I haven't had one red trade today. I'm due for one. The SPX 7125s at 150. Oh, call me darling, darling. Strike 7125 at $1.50. For almost, I said $1. Oh, you son. How dare you? I changed the title to Is It Kosher? Is it kosher? Is it kosher? Jim, you're up $180. Have you ever thought about selling? Shit. You're up $30 a contract, yeah. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Thank you very much.
There's a reason for this. I'm not just holding it, but I'll explain it to you later. When I was young, I used to wait on Master and give him his plate.
190.
Pass the bottle when he got dry and rush away to go tell fly. Jimmy crack corn and
I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care.
Master's gone away. One day he rode around the farm. The flies so numerous they did swarm. One checked to bite him on the thigh. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My master's gone away. The pony run, he jumped, he pitched, he threw my master in the ditch. He died, and the jury won.
$2.10. Take some profit. Take some profit now. $2.05. Damn, how's he do it? Jimmy crack corn. I'm not sure how he does it, but damn, he's good. Well, when I was a little boy, I'd wake up at a hard-on about 5 years old. And I said, Mom, why does my pee-pee get hard every morning? She looked at me and said, Son, I think Dad needs to have a talk with you. I said, Father, I wake up every morning and my pee-pee gets real hard. How come? Well, son, that means it's time to go fishing. Let's go dig some worms. I'm out at $2.05 just because I said I can. Whoa! If anybody know what a double bottom is, I do. If you have any children in the audience, please message me and say, Jim, would you please make this PG? Because I had one guy in here one time says, my daughter's learning from you. Oh my gosh. They went to $2.30. They went to $2.55. Oh my God. I just can't stop winning. Wonder how many trades I can take in a row. I mean, I've had what? 3 bad trades one day this week, but I had 3 great trades that really made it a big day for some reason. But Jimmy cracked corn and I don't care. Jimmy cracked corn and I don't care. Oops. Anybody take that trade with Bobo? You're up almost $100 a contract. Tick, tick. See, I'm not letting these headlines bother me. I can't believe anything anymore. I can't believe anything out of fake news. I can't believe anything out of CNBC. I can take a little bit from Schwab. I really can't. I can't listen to him anymore. I don't know what's true and what's not. So why listen to it? See what side of the street I'm on? I'm on Wall Street. Well, 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 well. Patient. I mean, so I've been waiting for like the moves to happen, and almost every one of them has been perfect. This one here, a little bitty bounce, take it, and boom again with a double bottom. I mean, geez, These things are at 245 now. 250. The 71.25s when it went to $1.10. $1.50, I mean. $2.70. Left $300 on the table on that one. Golly, 295. $4, baby. Snake, breakout, pullback, boom. Snake, breakout, pullback, double bottom, boom. Hammer, hammer, inverted hammer. It's real easy. Look at every reversal. Look at them. One candle got me in them trades. One candle. 3 black crows, boom. I just don't know what to do anymore. I just don't know what to do. You know, sometimes I'm afraid to go into other rooms because I don't want to outdo the host or the monitor. I was telling that to Vegas the other day. $4.10. There it is. Resistance. O-U-T. We break resistance and we pull back. $5.80. Okay, what time is it? It's now 2:20. So, well, I called the bottom at a double bottom. Hand me a beer. I got something that I need to make a cheer. Well, I called the trade off a hammer. Thank God that I'm not hammered. Well, I took a double bottom, it dipped down to $1.50. Well, many times I've learned lately I need to hold on to a call. If it falls, I can always get back in. But in this case, I sold 4 contracts and held one. The sucker went from $1.50 to $5. I've took a few trades today. Here's a band that I used to play with years ago. I played with a lot of bands. Let's see if screw the government.
Breeze. Smells great in here. What is it? It's my trash. Introducing Febreze Trash Odor Fighter. It reduces trash odors, replacing them with 45 days of freshness. And it works on all kinds of trash bags.
Screw the government. Mountain sprout. Money, blank, and drugs. Refried.
Here we go. Hangover.
thinking, I guess I'm gonna stop drinking, 'cause I've been sinking down.
Screw the government. Learn something new every day. You got to bring in them alerts above your moving averages or wherever. So always keep your alert above wherever you think it's going to hit. That's the secret. Because sometimes it don't want to hit it, and then you hit your alert and you're ready to take a trade. That was a good trade right there. I had it recorded, plus I got to take it. I mean, it don't get no better than that. I'm just exhausted now. I don't even want to take another trade. It's probably best I don't. We had some pot news today. CGC is up on top of the watch. Canopy Growth stock surges on implementing Trump's administration marijuana classification. What you need to know.
those concerns have eased. I mean, again, they're still in the early innings. Choppiness, you've seen a lot of different kind of gymnastics that firms are playing in order to try to give themselves one way to get to the other side, but the underlying issues that exist, like those are still there. When you have liquidity that then starts to leave the system, like those issues then really become at the forefront. And I think there's this idea, like, investing is the intersection of economics and psychology. And there's this idea that when prices go down, that there's all of this capital waiting on the sidelines to be able to really, kind of enter the market. But the reality is, like, when you have periods like this, when there's choppiness, there's uncertainty, like that capital tends to retreat. What we see happening today is two distinct liquidity events that are colliding at the same time that has, really, really major impact. And that's across the board, regardless of whatever asset class you're in.
Interesting. And we start to hear from the alts. I think tomorrow we'll start to hear from some of them as far as the alternative asset managers. What can we expect them to say? I mean, are they going to have to address, the level of exposure here? Because I know the banks sort of explicitly came out and kind of said, okay, well, this is how much exposure we have to private credit, whether or not we're impacted or not.
Yeah, I expect them to probably say things to reassure investors that the underlying loans are still really solid, default rates are still relatively benign, the valuations for most of their loans are accurate, and the loans that they've had to sell they've been able to do pretty close to par, and so there's no actual real impairment. But I think the reality is, like, as the process does play out, you see liquidity leave the system, you see more forced selling, like that's when you're going to actually see kind of who's really swimming naked. And so I think that process does take time to play out, but I think in the near term you're going to see an environment where they're going to really try to assure investors that there's not underlying risks in their portfolios.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, because it was Jamie Dimon who really, raised the alarm bells last year with the cockroaches, and we have been waiting for that tide to come out to sort of see who is left swimming naked. When you have this kind of liquidity event, as you are characterizing, what do you think is going to happen next? I mean, because the market doesn't seem to be so concerned as far as what you see on the surface.
Yeah, I think the reality is nobody knows. I mean, the world is a very unpredictable place. There's so many variables that it's very hard to know what's going to happen. I mean, one day the strait is open, the next day it's closed, the next day it's blocked, ships are being seized, and so, like, this is a very complicated situation, and it's very hard to be able to say how some of this stuff plays out. And the reality is the range of outcomes is very wide, and so one of the things I think for investors right now is picking your spots and investing in situations where the range of outcomes is very narrow, because there's a lot of things that obviously could happen that could really move the needle pretty significantly in either direction.
So where are you seeing some of those opportunities right now?
I mean, we're seeing a lot of, we focus a lot in commercial real estate, and so a lot of the stuff that we're seeing still is stress situations, recapitalizations, restructurings, balance sheets that are stressed and need some sort of capital to really be able to execute on their business plan. So we're seeing a lot of really stressed situations that are needed capital.
Yeah, and commercial real estate has had a tough few years, but it seems to have been improving moving into 2026. But then obviously so heavily exposed and tied to interest rate in that whole conversation.
Yeah, you'd expect, like, given how quickly interest rates rose, that you'd see a lot more distress. And kind of what happened over the last few years is that there was a lot of gymnastics. And so it was this kind of blend and pretend type of environment where you're going to extend loans, you're going to give the borrowers and the lenders time to really execute on their business plan, hope to really get to the other side. And there was this whole idea of survive till 25, and once you can get to 2025, then things are going to be better. The reality is, like, that's not what's happening. And if anything, things are now shown to really get worse. And so I think you're going to see an environment that's going to be very choppy. There's a lot of uncertainty and has the potential for a lot of stress situations to turn into a lot more distress.
Okay, we'll be watching out for that. Vic, really appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. Come back and do it again soon. Vic Uppal there, CEO of Mavic. Marley, I'll send things back over to you in Chicago.
Thanks so much to Sam and Vic for that one. Coming up next, we've got Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us here in our Chicago studio to take a look at the options activity on Tesla ahead of its earnings after the bell. That's
Tesla earnings after the bell. My man.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets.
Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
What?
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke.
Vulnerable.
Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
Had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car.
He's so happy he said it.
Started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Vulnerable.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying.
That's the hardest word I ever said.
How it's going to impact the markets.
Take 10. Vulnerable.
SchwabNetwork.com.
Take 11. Vulnerable. Take 12. Vulnerable. We'll take it. I just know he had trouble so hard time saying that word. I just know it. Because I got this sense. Washboardjim does. We had 3 black crows in a row on Tesla now. That was vulnerable. Vulnerable. That's vulnerable. Vulnerable. Oh. Well, I'm not really that hungry. So I think I'll just take a nap after I get done here. Yay. Yeah.
Type candle today, where our small green candle, the real body is completely contained within the previous day's larger red candle, real body the distance from the open to the close, a sign of stalling momentum. Not too terribly concerning right as we head into earnings, though. Often this can be the case that momentum starts to slow down. You can see something similar reflected in the RSI. We are trailing off a little bit here. Meanwhile, our moving averages also paint a picture of rather weak directionality here. They're clustering together, they're moving more sideways, they're coming together all between about 377 to 392, roughly speaking here. today's boundaries, our lows came in near the 5-day
He's got the 251 EMA.
63-day EMA. So not really much of an earth-shaking
251.
approach our earnings event. So now if we look at our volume profile study, this will display the most heavily concentrated trading areas.
How in the hell can you get a 251?
Point near 395 to about 405. We've backed off a little bit. But really the heaviest trading range
251.
here between 419
That's
and 450,
strange.
calculated at 434 with our volume profile point of control. If we were to move lower, things would really start to
The
pick
251 EMA.
355 level. So this kind of can be ways that traders look for areas of potential support or resistance, consolidation, or just interesting option areas. These can often reflect high open interest option ranges.
And as far as the trading activity we are seeing, we know this is normally one of the most actively traded names in options. Are we seeing an uptick in activity with the earnings event today?
Well, rather curious.
Nothing on it.
Sizzle is only 0.66, so only about 2/3 of what you might expect based on the 5-day moving average of options volume here. Now, this is Tesla, so that still equates to about 1.2 million options changing hands. So very heavily traded typically, but unusually light today as we head into earnings. So our May 15th expiration is our front month here, but really the most active for open interest is June 18th here with about 1 million contracts of open interest. If we do consider any unusual trades, one caught my eye, just rather strange trade here. Only 29 contracts here at the June 18th, 5 strike calls, but even that small amount of contracts equates to a $1.1 million debit paid here. So very, very, very deep in the money call options being purchased by this trader.
All right, well, we'll have those earnings from Tesla coming up shortly here, but want to thank Rick Ducat for taking a closer look at the options action we're seeing on Tesla in advance of that report card. I also want to send it back to Sam in New York to find out who she and George will be talking about for overlooked stocks today.
Well, we're going to be talking about Intuitive Surgical as it rallies Marley after its latest earnings report. So George Sillers will be breaking down the numbers to tell you what you need to know about this one coming up next on Market on Close.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. The same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides. Live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good, Dad.
Try it again. You could have done better. Please?
Oh.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's every...
I'm speaking. So he's got the 251 on there. I'm going to write that down, start studying it. First, I'm going to go to the weekly. So that was a good bounce off the 100. And there's the pullback on the weekly, and there's a fallen wedge. And it'd go down farther. So the daily, there's the big snake. He was trading snake. Beautiful snake. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Why didn't I think of that sooner? One trade, two trade, three trades, four, five. So somewhere in here, right around 372. I already had 380 on here. I'll just leave it. And that's probably the other one right there. Right smack. Right there. This one I don't know about. Yeah. Could be a little bit higher. Right there. $380, $187. Resistance to break will be the 100. EMA. VICTORY. Got a patent over carbon-lated psilocybin derivatives and methods of using. Psychedelics. Mushrooms. Please do not do mushrooms. You might get crazy like me. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes to go.
Over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. The same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m.
It's
Eastern.
ready.
Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
It's ready, baby.
Stay connected to what
GRWG ain't.
Download the
Haven't seen that one in a while.
app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did
You're
they know
vulnerable.
what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it.
Oh.
Leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally.
Those eyes closed.
This work. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always.
How many
been
children
there.
did you have?
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
True love.
Opportunities don't
That
stop
is
when the
true
market
love.
begins. So neither do we.
Oh, beautiful
Schwab
shot.
gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100.
I mean, I can't lose today.
Stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists.
So
who
we're gonna be
understand the
watching
ins and outs
Tesla.
of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
We are back here on Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartis on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. So we've just got a few minutes left in today's session. Let's welcome in Kevin Green, as always, senior markets correspondent, to help unpack everything we got. Interesting day, KG. Obviously, ceasefire extension, some solid earnings, but dynamics, as we mentioned, matter. I mean, oil up, dollar up, yields up, stocks up, and widening gains into the close here. What levels are you watching?
Yeah, we actually did see an interesting mix, especially to start off the day. We started off a little bit more, with constraint. We actually had every single sector in the green, but throughout the day, we did see kind of this rotation back into the Mag 7 names and really the sectors that have a lot more weight in the S&P 500, like information technology, communication services, and even consumer discretionary. If you're looking at some of those stocks like Amazon, really finishing off strong here today. Going into the close, you're looking at the 7130 level. We're above that right now, about 5 points. Not so much a squeeze as of yet, but it is something to be mindful of, that obviously we still have a lot of enthusiasm in this market. Everybody's really kind of rotating back into the earnings narrative and the economic growth narrative, and really ignoring the fact that we are still seeing elevated energy prices, and for that matter, we are seeing crude to the upside here today. So going into the close, 7130, I'm still focusing on that. To the downside, 7100. Obviously, this has been a really decent day, but if you're looking at that 5-minute chart, you kind of see this consolidation base around 15 points or so, and now we are kind of officially breaking out. Tesla does report really good earnings, especially gives us the narrative around AI that is going to continue to kind of fuel this market when it comes to demand for hardware, as well as potentially adjustments in the software space. I think that's going to be enough for us to continue this run.
And at KG, Sam highlighted, we're seeing a lot of things up across the board here. I'm going to add into that conversation that we've got gold up. We've got all 7 of our Mag 7 names higher today. But we're seeing VIX move lower. So as far as what you're seeing in the market today, like, what's sticking out to you?
Yeah, well, you're looking at the correlation between VIX and crude oil is really what I'm focusing on. So if you're looking at the last month or so, there's been a direct correlation between volatility moving to the upside and oil markets moving to the upside as well. And that's because of the inflationary fears as well as geopolitical risk. But today we are seeing volatility drop to that 18 level. Crude oil is actually in the green so far today, I believe up about 2%. And if this disconnect kind of continues over the next couple of days, I think that would be a very strong story to tell for the bulls out there. I mean, you are seeing record highs when it comes to the stocks and the semiconductor index. You're seeing a lot of different activity here. So this correlation that we've seen, which has been really, really strong over the last month and a half or so, seems to be fracturing and breaking down.
Yeah, the inverse relationships, correlations we've seen over the course of this Middle East conflict certainly seem to be unwinding for now. The SOX going for its 16th day straight, building on the record. The Nasdaq 100 hitting an all-time intraday high as well. The IGV now up for 8 days straight, up 2.5%. Rally off the back of back-to-back losses here for our major averages. So it looks like it was back in action today. Risk on the S&P 500 finishing the day at 71.22 there, up 0.8%. As I mentioned, we did have the Nasdaq 100 hitting an all-time high today, sitting at 1.7% as we cross the finish line there. The Dow Jones putting on at 340 points, up 0.7. And the Russell 2000 doing a similar thing by percentage points as well. So we did actually start the day off, as KG mentioned there, 11 for 11 sectors higher, but then we did see some losing some steam over the course of the day. Consumer discretionary, obviously.
Discretionary.
Watching our Tesla's numbers. We have a jam.
Come on, earnings.
Post-bell earnings to get to you. So we're going to start breaking down those numbers as and when we get them. But for now, technology really took us higher today, up 2.2%. As I said, a lot of...
They told you to get out of tech.
We've got Texas.
You can't listen to these people.
Hitting the wires right now. Let's break down these earnings, Marley.
All right, well, Sam, they've already got a 4.5% move to the upside. I can tell you, we're looking at a beat here on EPS. It came in at $1.68. Expectations were looking for about $1.38. Revenue coming in at $4.83 billion. Estimates were looking for about $4.5 billion. Free cash flow for the first quarter, $1.4 billion. Estimates calling for $1.2. As far as their capex, it came in at $676 million. That was a little bit under the $689.9 the street was expecting. For their operating profits, they're looking at $1.81 billion. That is better than the $1.5 billion that was expected. The analog revenue, an important number for them, $3.92 billion, handily beats the expectation for $3.68. As far as their guidance for this current quarter, second quarter EPS, they're saying a range of between $1.77 to $2.05. Their revenue for the quarter between $5 and $5.4 billion. The estimate was looking for about 4.85 there, so considerably better than the estimates. As far as that EPS range of $1.77 to $2.05, the consensus was about $1.58. So both of them well above in terms of the entirety of the range. Likely why we're seeing this 5% pop to the upside. KG, what are some of your initial takeaways as you're just getting a first look at these?
Were some of us kind of amazed today?
Last quarter, but now you are seeing a little bit more beat to the upside.
Yeah.
Revenue.
Was anybody in the room amazed today? I was. But it was clean. And we didn't have much movement. Tesla's about to hit my resistance. 402.49. Yeah. Boom. There it is. Well, Rodney? Dan Ives. Tesla is now more than an AI company. Tesla is now more an AI company than a car company. Dan Ives. Yeah. I'm going to call it a day. I really appreciate everybody. YouTubers. You were amazed? It was a good day, wasn't it? Once you get in the rhythm and know what a good... If you haven't noticed how my style is, I get down and dirty right at open. Then I take lunch and take a break. Today we let the trades come to us instead of we go to them. And that was Bug's idea. And I was kind of thinking that, but he got it out there faster. So if you're a beginner, let the trades come to you. I used to always say that all the time. We're all different. And today was one of them days where everything was real clean, and then patience paid off after the execution of my beach trades and after lunch. Still, almost every trade was perfect. So go back and watch my last video and learn a little bit that I did today. I got it online. And we'll catch you later. Only got 4 views.